Chapter 552. With a female soldier with a sharp nose by their side, they had to pay attention to their image. G3 agreed with this statement. In the future, they would have to shower after training. As long as there were no accidents, Yi Qian would have no problem entering the Snowfield Brigade after graduating from the military academy. The Snowfield Brigade was not a special forces unit that could be exposed to the whole army. The top 10 special forces in China were a unit that could get close to the lives of ordinary people. And even if they got close to the lives of ordinary people, they would not be special forces soldiers, but ordinary colonels. However, Yi Qian had received the Major General's approval to let her join the operation. This undoubtedly sent a signal that Yi Qian was very likely to join their unit. She still doesn't know who we are. Don't think too much about it now, G3 added. T6 nodded in understanding. What he meant was that Yi Qian was still in the process of being assessed. Whether she could join or not depended on whether she passed or not. Yi Jian, who was driving, did not know that she had been spotted by a special force that was so incognito that it could not be found in the entire military establishment. She, who was driving seriously, finally forgot about the embarrassing incident just now and stopped thinking about it. Similarly, Xia Jinyuan did not mention it again. It would be awkward for both of them to talk about such things. It was fine to let it become a tacit little secret between the two of them. There was no need to be too explicit. Thinking about it once in a while, it felt good. After the car entered the city, they changed into the Urdu-speaking V8 and T6. The group of people drove directly to the military airport in Pakistan. The fact that one of the 5 people had been shot had already been reported to the higher-ups and the Major General of the army. When the car drove into the military airport, the first thing that was done was to inject all 5 people with special injections that would allow them to sleep for more than 10 hours. As for the Chinese person who was shot, it was not something that the Snowfield Brigade members handled. After sending him to the helicopter, they immediately took off and rushed to the China-Pakistan border to hand the 5 people over to the Linchuan military district. After that, the Pakistani government changed the team members into a nanny van. It was no longer a truck with bullet holes all around. Instead, it was a military jeep that was filled with fuel and looked very good. When the car drove back to the hotel in China, it was already 5 in the morning. After the car drove into the basement, they took off their helmets and clamped them under their armpits and got out of the car one by one. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to organize the team. There were many steps, including standing at attention and taking attendance. Yi Jian stood at the end of the line. She announced her name in a clear voice during the roll call, which instantly lightened the originally serious atmosphere. Q King When we go, we can call each other A. The group was actually very tired. Although they were smiling, their eyes were bloodshot. However, their eyes were all bright. If there was a mission for them to carry out, they would definitely rush to the battlefield without hesitation. The first night was still okay. At least the information was known to the Snowfield Brigade members. Tonight was full of danger. No one was accurate. Even with an M16, they did not have enough bullets. In the end, they could only pick up guns to fight. Everyone's jungle camouflage was no longer as clean and tidy as it was before they set off. There was smoke and blood everywhere, staining the camouflage all over their bodies. The paint on their faces had faded, and the smoke remained on their faces. This was the Special Forces soldiers who had walked out of the fire of war. Even if they could die at any time, they still held on to their original beliefs. Chapter 553. Yi Qian, leave the camouflage uniform to me. We'll get rid of it, Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly, then said to Yi Qian, don't leave anything with blood in the room. The camouflage uniform with bloodstains shouldn't be left in her room. She definitely couldn't bring it back to China, so she had to get rid of it in the hotel. This battle was mainly a gunfight, so there wasn't much blood on her body. After entering the elevator, a few large hands were placed on top of a slender girl's hand. Yi Qian looked at the large hands with dark red patches on them. Her hands were also stained with the enemy's blood. She was the same as them, a group of soldiers who fought on the front lines. As they smiled, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled as well. Overlapping hands, releasing hands, celebrating the safe return of everyone. The leader and major general of the army didn't immediately ask them to report the situation. Earlier, when Xia Jinyuan was still reporting the situation in Magla Mountain, they told them to come back and take a good shower to relieve their fatigue before reporting the situation. Yi Qian looked at everyone's reflection in the elevator mirror. She looked at her own camouflage uniform, then looked at the sniper rifle on her back. Her hand couldn't help but gently touch the barrel of the rifle. She didn't even have enough time to touch the rifle before coming back. What a pity. Her small movements didn't escape the eyes of the Snowfield Brigade members. When they saw her small face full of paint, they quickly looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xia Jinyuan. "Comrade, your little fox is a little reluctant to return the rifle. Hurry up and comfort her." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian, who was reluctant to part with the rifle, and said in a low voice, "The rifle belongs to the Pakistani government. According to the rules, we have to hand it over. When we return to China, I'll take you to the army to get the rifle. I'm still thinking that I've been memorizing for more than 10 hours and only fired 2 bullets, but I'm still able to fight my way out." Yi Jian raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. Every word she said was filled with determination. "I've already walked out of this hurdle. 2 bullets opened up a bloody path for his comrade's safe return. Even if his hands were stained red with blood, he had no regret." Xia Jinyuan and the others laughed. They said, "Our lives, and your life, we are one life. Little A, we are a team that will fight for our comrades to come back alive. Because we are comrades that will fight together until victory." Comradeship was a relationship of life and death established through blood and fire, and it was even closer than blood brothers. It was a friendship of absolute sincerity, a friendship of life and death. There was no utilitarianism in it, nor was there any prejudice of the secular world. Similarly, on the battlefield, comradeship was the sustenance of life. Putting aside life and death, leaving safety to your comrades and danger to yourself, clearing everything with bullets and returning safely side by side. Just now, when she folded her hands to celebrate her safe return, Yi Jian's heart was lifted in an instant. The helmet and gun were first handed over to Xia Jinyuan. She went back to her room and took a hot bath that soothed all her pores. Then, she washed the smoke from the gunpowder off her body until only the fragrance of soap remained. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Yi Qian looked at herself in the mirror until even her hair was clean. Then, she put on her clothes and walked out. There were small wounds on her face from the thorny vines, and the burn on her back was a little more serious. When she was bathing just now, the water still stung a little. Everything else was fine, except for some minor injuries. Yi Qian, who took 8 minutes to come out, heard a knock on the door. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had finished cleaning up, coming over to take away her bloody camouflage uniform. When she opened the door, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while he was wearing a military uniform. His handsome face exuded the majesty of a soldier. His posture was tall and straight, like a mountain, while she had to change her clothes. Chapter 554. Professional soldiers were different after all. As long as the leader met them, they would change out of their training uniform and be in full military uniform. Looking at Xia Jinyuan standing in front of him, Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. Xia Jinyuan's expression was solemn and cold. His handsome face was calm and reserved, exuding the majestic aura of a soldier. His collar and epaulets were golden and dazzling, like golden swords, exuding a biting coldness that made people not dare to look at him. It was probably because he had just gotten off the battlefield. His body was still wet. When he lowered his head and looked over, there was a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. Even the murderous aura that he had always concealed was exposed. Yi Qian, who had been through life and death, looked up slightly. Facing the murderous aura that made people involuntarily fearful, he said calmly, "Sorry, it's a little rude of me to go like this. I'll change my clothes." Wearing the school uniform was better than wearing a fitness t-shirt with short sleeves. "That's good, you don't have to change. You don't have to report. Come with us to the doctor to treat your wound." Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. The murderous aura that was faintly exuding from his body disappeared in an instant, leaving only a reserved and noble aura. Like a pine tree facing the abyss, proud and unyielding. Yi Qian laughed. That's right, I can't be too formal. Reporting such things was left to Captain Xia and the other 6 professional soldiers. She just needed to rest after completing the mission. You're aware that you're good at slacking off. You don't have to do it this time because you need to treat the wound on your back. Xia Jinyuan sneered. At this moment, little Fox looked harmless. Her hair was wet, and her flower-like face was pale and crimson. She looked even more delicate and beautiful, like a hibiscus flower blooming in the morning dew. Flowers were easy to break, but little Fox was definitely not an ordinary flower. Her face was like a flower, but her posture was like a spear, indomitable and unyielding. There were some small scars on her face. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze narrowed. Although the scars were thin and shallow, they were flawless. He raised his hand and gently stroked the small wound on her chin. He said in a low voice, "You're going to be disfigured. Will Uncle Chen kill me when we go back?" Speaking of injuries, Yi Qian's bright eyes flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. He would probably go and have a look at his own injuries. He hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I usually train with Uncle Chen, and my body is also injured. Where is the infirmary? What about the others? It's already over. Let's treat your wounds first, then we'll go see the leader. Little Fox did well tonight, she'll be recorded in the file again." The other 6 had already gone to the infirmary to treat some minor injuries on their bodies. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, whose expression was a little unnatural. With a meaningful smile on his handsome face, he took her to the infirmary as well. He bet that she was thinking about the embarrassing incident in the car just now. Sigh, when faced with her, why did his originally healthy mentality give birth to a little darkness? This unintentional incident was definitely the most intimate contact his little Fox had with a member of the opposite sex. He received her first time, and his mood was so happy that he even hummed a military song when he was taking a shower, and it was even a military love song. Yi Qian could not have guessed Major Xia's joy at this moment. Her ears were slightly burning. She tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face and followed him into the infirmary. When he asked about her injuries later, she definitely could not stay in the infirmary. She definitely could not listen to a topic that would make her feel so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Murphy's theorem: the more you are afraid of something, the more likely it will happen. Chapter 555. The leader went abroad for a secret visit. The medical staff around him was K7, but in reality, there were 2 professional medical staff accompanying him. They arrived in Pakistan 2 days in advance and did not go out. They were all on standby in the hotel. The infirmary was also in the hotel. Although it was small, it was enough to perform a small surgery. Someone was talking inside, and she could vaguely hear an unfamiliar voice saying, "What's going on? Did you guys get into a fight? Are you still soldiers? You guys went abroad to fight. Aren't you ashamed?" It was an unfamiliar voice and unfamiliar people. In the face of misunderstandings, she could only accept it calmly and not explain herself. "I don't feel good about it." Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Xia Jinyuan, who was calm even in the face of misunderstandings. He said softly, "We don't need everyone to understand. We just need to know that what we do is right, right?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Seeing that she was no longer walking forward, as if she was deliberately avoiding him, he leaned forward slightly and his handsome face came closer to her. His sexy thin lips curved up slightly. "That's why I said, little Fox, you have a high level of awareness and a strong psychological endurance. In the face of misunderstandings, the only thing we can do is to remain silent. Of course, we can't rule out the occasional use of violence." Looking at her bright eyes, Yi Qian's low voice gradually became deeper and gentler. There were too many complications that he could not understand. "Little Fox, in the future, you might become someone like us. In front of the people you protect, you can't explain yourself. You can only listen and not say a word. Under this military uniform, there are both glory and bitterness. It depends on which one you choose. Fighting for glory is fighting for the country. If you choose bitterness, in the end, you will give up this military uniform and return to the path that everyone else has taken. He hoped that in the future, she would be able to face all misunderstandings calmly and not care too much about what others thought. She had to maintain her own principles and never waver. In his previous life, when Yi Qian learned to take good care of himself, he understood that he should never care about what others thought of him. He understood that the only person who could give him happiness was himself. The path you've walked, the people you've met, the words you've heard, and the things you've endured, even if they've hurt you, will eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. You'll grow, learn to be calm, and learn to be fearless. This was life, a mere 30,000 days of life. I'm actually someone who doesn't really care about how others look at me, but I feel a little sad when I hear such a misunderstanding. Yi Qian felt sorry for them when they risked their lives just to be misunderstood by others. Xie Jinyuan looked at her with his deep eyes and said in a low voice, "Is your heart aching?" Yi Qian nodded and sighed softly. "Yes, my heart does ache a little." Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyuan's handsome features instantly revealed a profound smile. "Silly girl, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. We'll deal with the minor injuries ourselves. The more serious ones will be treated by the military hospital, and the more serious ones will be sent directly to the military hospital in the capital. Let's go. They should be almost done cleaning up. We can go in now." He unbuckled his belt and let Little Fox, a girl, stand by the side. Those guys would probably spend half a day showing off their bodies. It would save them a lot of trouble if they went in later. When Yi Qian went in, G3 and the others had just finished cleaning up their wounds and were all getting ready. T6 said, "They're all minor injuries. They'll be fine after they go back and get the inflammation treated. There's no need to take any medicine." Chapter 556. The T6 combatant did not even know when the camouflage wound had appeared on his leg. It was only when he took off his camouflage uniform and took a shower that he realized there was a scratched wound on his calf bone. The doctor held a sterile cotton ball in his hand and cleaned out some fine black particles from the wound on the T6 combatant's calf. He was afraid that the doctor would prescribe medicine for him, so he spoke first. The doctor glared at him and said angrily, "Are you a doctor? Or am I a doctor? You're a doctor, you're a doctor. I'm just saving you trouble." The T6 combatant was also a talkative person. Seeing this, he kept his mouth shut but did not take the wound to heart. Indeed, these minor injuries did not require any medicine or injections. Who knew how many times they had gotten them in the past month? The doctor was not a soldier. He was just a doctor with strong comprehensive skills. When he heard that, he carefully handled the wound and said unhappily, "I'm a doctor. Now that you're injured, I'll take care of it. This isn't saving us any trouble. If you want to save us trouble, you have to first not get injured." He might have just said it casually, but it sounded like something was wrong. When the T6 combatant's face darkened, Yi Qian also pursed his lips tightly. Why was this accompanying doctor so bad with his words? The atmosphere had changed, but the doctor did not notice it. He continued, "Of course a young man in his 20s has a good physique. It's not painful now, but when it hurts, he'll know to look for a doctor. Don't keep pushing yourself. Even if you push yourself, there has to be a limit. Young people like to take advantage of their youth and be a little reckless with their bodies. These young men were all full of energy when they went out. The injuries on their bodies were all medals of past glory. Although they had recovered, how could they be careless? If the old injuries were not treated properly and new injuries were added, it would hurt a lot." The doctor's attitude was a little arrogant, and his tone was not very good either. He was implying that the T6 combatant was talking too much and doubting his medical skills. The T6 combatant laughed. His gaze flickered, and he looked like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He sat down loosely and smirked before saying calmly, "If we don't work hard now, we won't be able to put it back together when we're old. We won't even have the strength to hold it up. People who walk different paths can't work together. Doctor, our path is different from yours. Even a small wound takes half a day to treat. Who knows how many bullets are coming our way? A civil official would never know the hardships of a military official. A person with a pen would never know how hard a person with a gun had to fight. He had to use his own blood to open a path so that his comrades behind him could walk through it safely. A small wound on his leg was nothing. A 5.8 bullet could directly shatter his heart into more than 10 pieces and blow his head out of his head. It was not appropriate for him to say such bloody words to the doctor, so he just politely said, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." That was a pretty good attitude of a T6. The other doctor was slightly older and was nearly 10 years older than the doctor who treated the T6 patient's wound. When he heard that, he looked at the 6 majors who were like fiends before looking at the young lady standing at the outermost edge of the group. He waved his hand and said, "Young lady, your back is injured, so go and lie down on the bed first. Little Wang, go and take a look at her. As for the rest of you, wait outside after you're done with your treatment." Although the T6 combatant's words were polite, he did not show them much mercy. The older doctor was afraid of making things worse, so he could only send the fiends away first. There were no bullets on their bodies, but they were all abrasions, scratches, and abrasions. They could leave after they were cleaned and disinfected. Yi Qian, who had a slightly cold expression, looked at the doctor who had just made sarcastic remarks about a fight. He pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Doctor, they didn't get injured from a fight. They got injured while trying to save me." Chapter 557. She couldn't accept it. If the misunderstanding happened to her, she would just bear with it. However, she couldn't bear to hear the doctor misunderstand the soldiers who risked their lives to fight at the front line. "If it weren't for them, I might have gone to heaven tonight. Doctor, I'm the one who wants to save you trouble." The younger doctor, who was the Dr. Wang that the older doctor mentioned, raised his head and looked at the soldiers with 2 bars and 1 star. He felt a little scared. He coughed lightly and said unnaturally, "I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood." At least he apologized. Yi Qian winked playfully at his comrades who all had cold expressions on their faces. Her bright black eyes rippled slightly, making K7 purse his lips and reveal a faint smile that lasted only for a second. Xie Jinyuan patted J5's shoulder lightly and said in a low voice, "You're the instructor. Take them out. People who walk different paths cannot work together. They're doctors and we're soldiers. One is at the front line and the other is at the rear. Don't expect others to understand us. It's fine as long as we understand it in our hearts. It's okay. We can accept it." J5 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "We'll go over first. We'll come over with him later." They didn't need others to understand them. As long as they understood each other and had a comrade who stood up for them to seek justice, misunderstandings were nothing. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was already slightly bright. Yi Qian looked at the members of the Snowfield Brigade who walked past her. Only then did she realize that all 6 of them had the same military rank, 2 bars and 1 star. Even the military ranks in the same unit were the same. As far as she knew, the Special Forces also had different ranks. Why was Captain Xia's unit different? There were only 2 accompanying doctors, Xie Jinyuan and Yi Qian in the room. Dr. Wang checked the wound on Yi Qian's waist. "There's a small burn on your back. Just apply some burn ointment and it'll be fine. However, the wound on your arm is a little inflamed and suppurated. It needs to be cleaned again." Xie Jinyuan, who was sitting behind the blue partition, was unbuckling his belt. Hearing this, his heart tightened. Suppuration meant infection. "Fortunately, the pus isn't big. I used a spatula to prick it open and rinsed it with normal saline. You just have to be careful for the next few days." The other party was a young lady. The younger doctor's tone was rather gentle. He removed the pustules and rinsed them. Inside, Xie Jinyuan explained his situation in a low voice. He did not feel embarrassed, but because Yi Qian was only a screen away from him, he lowered his voice to prevent her from feeling awkward. "Do you feel any pain?" The doctor understood and lowered his voice when he asked, but he couldn't control his voice so that Yi Qian couldn't hear him. "Have you tried?" When Yi Qian, who was cleaning the pus on his arm, heard this, he glanced at the cotton balls. He used his hand that could move to grab the cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. When Dr. Wang saw this small action, he couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to avoid it. There's no need to have such a big reaction. These basic human structures are already taught in middle school biology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't stuff the cotton balls too deep into your ears. You might need tweezers to take them out. Xia Jinyuan, who was inside, heard everything clearly. He even stuffed cotton balls into his ears. His face was probably as red as an apple from embarrassment. Chapter 558. There was a deep smile on his handsome face, and his sexy lips couldn't help but curl up. He sat up on the bed under the doctor's instructions and put on the military pants that he had taken off during the checkup. He tucked his light-colored military shirt back into the pants and fastened his belt, outlining his sexy and lean waist. After tying his bow tie, he picked up the military jacket that was neatly folded beside the bed and put it on. He said politely to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. There's no erectile dysfunction, just some congestion in the corpus cavernosum. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. You'll recover in about 3 days. Don't engage in marital activities in the meantime to avoid aggravating the injury." The doctor's voice was not as low as it was when he asked the question just now. Instead, he used the usual voice to remind the patient to be careful. Yi Jian, whose ears were stuffed with cotton, heard it clearly. Yi Qian, whose face was burning, just wanted to leave the infirmary that made it difficult for her to breathe. Doctors didn't have to avoid it, but she wasn't a patient or a doctor. She just wanted to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan's hand paused in the middle of arranging his collar. There was no change in his handsome face as he said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful." Marital activities. He hadn't experienced marital activities before, so this problem didn't exist. He walked out of the blue partition, and his light footsteps alerted Yi Qian, who was already bandaging her wound. She looked up in shock at the man who was putting on his military cap. She looked at the handsome face under the cap, and her gaze stayed on him for at least 3 seconds. No erectile dysfunction. Could it be that just now? Her brain was burning and bubbling, but she could still remember some of the doctor's words. "Try to get up with your hand. Do you feel any pain? It's okay, it's not a big problem. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. Don't engage in marital activities during this period." It was like a spell that spun and popped up in her head, making her feel uneasy. She wanted to find a hole to hide in and calm down before coming out. Xia Jinyuan saw her staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were not exactly confused, but at least he could tell that she had something on her mind. It was just that her eyes were a little unfocused. Will her injury leave a scar? He also sat on the bed, his slender body leaning over slightly. As he asked, his eyes were fixed on Yi Jian's bandaged arm. He asked in a deep voice, "After all, you're a girl. The wound will be exposed as long as you wear a short-sleeved shirt. What if it leaves a scar? Is there any medicine that can fade it?" Dr. Wang took off his white cap and gloves, applied some alcohol, and turned on the tap to wash his hands. As he washed, he answered, "There will be a scar at the pustules, but for an injury like hers, it's easy to leave a scar. After she recovers, she can apply some ointment to lighten the scar." Xia Jinyuan memorized each of his words in his heart. After saying thank you, he looked at Yi Qian and realized that her hibiscus face had become even redder than before. Her skin was originally as delicate as white glaze, but now it was redder than a flower. "Little girls are thin-skinned. Your face is so red that it's dripping blood," Dr. Wang joked. He took out a small bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. "After you shower, apply it until the scab comes off." Chapter 559. Beside her, the tip of her nose was filled with his scent. The faint minty scent could not hide his strong masculine scent. Thinking about how she had pressed his chest twice, Yi Qian could feel her heart trembling non-stop. Even her breathing became soft, for fear of disturbing him. As for the look in his eyes, Yi Qian knew that she did not dare to look at him at all. "We can go now. The leader is still waiting for us." She was so unnatural, as pure as a piece of white paper, leaving only his color. Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile in his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said, "After the meeting, there will be a 2-hour break. Today, You still need to interact with Miss Petty and her classmates. Yi Qian froze when he patted her. She quickly stood up and looked at his back. She secretly adjusted her breathing before following him. Qin Xiu was holding a document and translating it to the leader. The reclamation equipment will be provided by China, a total of. This was a reclamation project contract between China and Pakistan. Once the contract was signed, the Ministry of Commerce of China would come forward to negotiate until the leaders of China and Pakistan signed the contract. The reclamation project was undoubtedly beneficial to China. It seemed that China had lost money by providing the equipment and funds, but in the long run, China had the legal right to use the land for 30 years. Moreover, China also legally owned the resources in the sea. Once the reclamation was successful, China's warships would have a safe and reliable harbor. At the same time, it would promote trade between China and Pakistan, achieving a win-win situation. As the leader listened, he occasionally nodded slightly and pointed out some clauses that were not beneficial to China. Near the sea, how far is near? It has to be clear. It has to be digitized and specific. As long as the leader pointed out a point, Qin Xiu would immediately note it on the contract. He would not miss a single word. Everyone's sleep time was limited. Although the interview was scheduled to last 7 days, the Chinese knew that the sooner it ended, the better. A secret interview was not a fixed time, unlike a public interview where the itinerary was fixed. This afternoon, Xiao Yi will be visiting Miss Petty's school. Later, tell her to rest in the hotel in the morning. She doesn't need to accompany me. The leaders made some adjustments to Yi Qian's arrangements. Originally, Yi Qian was supposed to go to a school for an exchange yesterday, but because of what happened the night before, the Pakistani government cancelled the trip and suggested that Yi Qian and Miss Petty be hospitalized together for observation. The Chinese side refused and secretly arranged for Yi Qian to go on a mission with the special forces. He had to rest this morning. After all, he was a student, not a real soldier. Qin Xiu put the contract back into the folder and handed it to the staff member who handed it over. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he asked, according to the plan, the visit will end tomorrow. Do you want to prepare to return home early? I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. We'll be back tomorrow night. There's no need to stay any longer. The leader looked at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. Go and check on the Major General. I have a few questions for him. He was referring to the members of the Snowfield Brigade. When Qin Xiu came over, the Major General had just finished his conversation with Yi Qian. After staying in the leader's room for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian returned to his room. She had the entire morning to rest, which meant that she did not have to meet with Xie Jinyuan for the entire morning. Yi Qian, whose face was covered in the blanket, let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her tense face. Finally, she did not have to face Captain Xie for the time being. Chapter 560. Just as Yi Qian made an awkward sound under the blanket, he heard a knock on the door. His scalp tightened, and he held his breath for a while. He didn't get up immediately, but listened to the movement outside. Yi Qian, I'm Qin Xiu. Standing outside the door, Qin Xiu, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said politely, You need to go to school this afternoon. The higher-ups asked me to bring you a set of clothes. So it was Qin Xiu. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at his own nervous behavior. He patted his face and calmed himself down before opening the door. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on her arm. The white bandage was quite eye-catching. Then he looked at her face. Because of her fair skin, the faint dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious. She was indeed tired. Qin Xiu, who was about to come in, stood at the door and smiled. This is for you. It's already dry-cleaned and ironed. Just now, the higher-ups called the Foreign Affairs Department and criticized the relevant staff for their lack of consideration. Everyone has at least 2 sets of formal wear, but they only prepared 1 set for you. This is a work mistake. Yi Qian didn't expect that the higher-ups would worry about his school uniform. He explained with a straight face, 1 set is enough. I don't need to wear the school uniform every day. There's no need to change it every day. 1 set is more than enough. You don't have to explain anything. This is indeed a work mistake. Under normal circumstances, one set of clothes is fine. But now that we're on an overseas visit, there are too many uncertainties. Preparing an extra set is a responsibility to your work. Qin Xiu had a good grasp of his tone and rhythm when he spoke. When he smiled, his voice was gentle, like the wind blowing through willows. When he talked about work, his tone dropped a little. Although he was still smiling, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel cold. He was a qualified foreign affairs staff member, and also an impeccably qualified translator. As the official translator of several national leaders, his redeeming qualities were incomparable to ordinary translators. He wouldn't explain too much about work to Yi Qian. Everyone had their own duties, and everything had its own correct process. In order to achieve one's position, one had to take care of every aspect of one's work. Not preparing an extra set of clothes sounded like a small matter, but there were no small matters in foreign affairs. A mistake was a mistake. He wouldn't explain too much to Yi Qian. He only reminded her that since the higher-ups were involved, it wasn't something she could interfere with. She had to understand that she didn't have the right to explain the staff members' mistakes. Yi Qian immediately, "Okay, I understand." Anne. She weighed the paper bag in her hand, and smiled, "Thank you for bringing my school uniform." "You're welcome. Also, I just asked the hotel to prepare breakfast for you. The guards will send it over in 5 minutes. Qin Xiu saw that she understood what he meant and laughed in his heart. This girl was indeed a rare talent. His uncle was full of praise for her, and so were the higher-ups and the major general. It was obvious that she would become a great person in the future. Raising his hand, the sleeves of his black suit moved up slightly with his movement, revealing a white shirt cuff that was as white as new. Even the buttons were exceptionally exquisite. An expensive watch with a silver metallic luster was also revealed. Chapter 561. He glanced at his watch, then looked up at Yi Qian with a smile. "You don't have 5 minutes left. The dining car should be in the elevator by now. You can sleep after lunch. You'll feel full of energy when you wake up at noon. Also, the leader will be having lunch with Pakistan's Minister of Defense. After lunch at the hotel, a guard will come to pick you up." Seeing that Yi Qian was listening attentively and obediently, he pointed at the paper bag containing the school uniform. "There's a Walkman and a cassette tape inside. The first song you listen to is a famous Pakistani nursery rhyme. It's easy to learn, and it might come in handy this afternoon." Even this was carefully arranged. Yi Qian couldn't help but look at Qin Xiu. Was his sense of direction really that bad? He couldn't tell. Qin Xiu left quickly. His back was long and slender, and he walked out of Yi Jian's line of sight calmly. The dining car followed him. It was as if he deliberately didn't want to disturb her breakfast. As soon as the dining car arrived, he left. After breakfast, Yi Qian slept until midnight. When he opened his eyes, all the energy he had expended over the past few days had returned, and he was full of energy. The guard in charge of delivering lunch to Yi Qian punctually delivered it at 12 o'clock. After lunch, he waited in the room for the guard to arrive. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Qian could guess who the guard was. Other than that dangerous man, who else could it be? 2 minutes, Yi Qian. Outside the door, Xia Jinyuan reminded him in a low and polite voice. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he waited for the little fox who avoided him like a snake to come out. Originally, he wanted to give her some time to calm down. After all, he was also embarrassed by the incident, but he didn't expect the leader to directly ask him to come and pick her up. He couldn't refuse because of personal matters. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was an adult man. How could he keep thinking about such a small matter? There was no taboo when it came to medical treatment. It was a matter of life and death that had to be explained in detail. Unexpectedly, the doctor's voice was a little loud. Even if the two of them wanted to pretend that they didn't hear it, they couldn't. At this moment, he had to be more serious. He couldn't let her continue to feel awkward. Therefore, he slightly tightened his voice and revealed a bit of coldness to let her understand that he was here for business. Yi Qian knew it was him. Although his breathing quickened, when he opened the door, Xiuyan's expression was indifferent, and the corners of her eyes were calm and cool. You don't need 2 minutes. You can leave now. Very good. She didn't notice anything unusual. Xie Jinyuan glanced at her indifferently. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Miss Petty's school is in the wealthy district. The security there will be much safer than the slums. The decision was made suddenly and we didn't tell the school in advance to prepare anything. This was to prevent someone from using this matter to do something that would be detrimental to the visit. The leader won't go to school. He'll be accompanied by a diplomat. I'll be in charge of security. I'll ensure your safety during the 2-hour exchange. The car was parked in the basement. The driver was a motorist sent by Zongnanhari. Xie Jinyuan opened the car door for Yi Qian to get in first. Then he bent over and elegantly got into the car. Both of them sat in the back seat. Yi Jian, who thought that he would sit in front of her, saw this and her body tensed up slightly. Her breathing became sluggish as he closed the door. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyelids drooped. Chapter 562. Even the glass was bulletproof. After the car started, Xie Jinyuan reminded the driver to drive faster. He turned to Yi Jian, who was listening carefully, and said, after this afternoon's cultural exchange, we will go back home at 6 o'clock. You're going back today? Isn't that 3 days earlier than expected? Yi Qian pursed his lips and whispered, did something happen that requires you to go back early? Pakistan was indeed a dangerous place. Al-Qaeda and terrorists would appear at any time. It was good to go back early. Xie Jinyuan noticed that her tense body gradually relaxed as they talked. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Everything went well. That's why I was able to return home in advance. You can go back to the province tomorrow. What about the military training? Do you still need to go? It's okay if you don't go. You can rest in school for 2 days. The little fox had a strong ability to control her emotions. Although he liked to see her shy face, he hoped that she would be able to control her emotions well. Go back and participate in the military training. It's boring to stay in school alone. Yi Qian didn't think much and decided to go back and participate in the military training. After all, she had already gone back. There was no reason for her not to go back. She felt guilty for hiding the truth from her homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, who was very concerned about her. Xie Jinyuan nodded. That was fine too. She didn't have as much freedom in the province as she did in the town. There were many people in school and she couldn't stay in the dormitory all day. Participating in the military training would be more relaxing and free. There was a trace of guilt on her face just now. This trace of guilt was probably because of her homeroom teacher. Uncle Chen lived in the military area. Other than not being able to leave the military area, he could walk around freely in the military area. Therefore, her guilt was towards her homeroom teacher and classmates who cared about her. Little Fox had always been very soft-hearted towards people who were good to her. Yi Qian arrived at Miss Petty's school at 2:20 p.m. Although he didn't notify the school, they were notified before 10 a.m. The school immediately started to monitor the school. The car drove directly to the school. Miss Petty, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, saw Yi Qian get out of the car. She went up to Yi Qian and gave him a gentle hug. Thank you, Jane. Thank you for protecting her the night before. Thank you for saving the children in the orphanage. Thank you for preventing the situation from worsening and for saving her father from being criticized by the public. We are friends. Friends don't need to thank each other. Yi Qian gently patted her on the back. Miss Petty, we're both lucky to be able to return safely and live under the sun. The diplomatic staff accompanying them was Qin Xiu. Every word that Yi Qian said was translated by him to the Pakistani teachers and students. They first toured the campus, then returned to the classroom to greet Miss Petty's students. When they talked about the cultures of the two countries, Yi Qian knew about the Pakistani culture in advance, so every word he said would receive enthusiastic applause from the Pakistani teachers and students. The atmosphere of the exchange was warm and harmonious. Yi Qian calmly answered the students' questions. One of the students asked Yi Qian if he was worried that the Chinese culture would be affected by foreign culture and disappear. For example, when she went to China last year, it happened to be Christmas. She sharply pointed out that the Spring Festival was a traditional Chinese festival, and Christmas was just a foreign festival. However, she saw that everyone was happy for the arrival of Christmas, and the Spring Festival was cold and cheerless. Chapter 563. Xie Jinyuan and Qin Xiu both looked up and stared deeply at Yi Qian. The student who asked the question almost said in Chinese, "You worship foreign things." How would she answer? How would she refute the other party until they were speechless? The accompanying Pakistani staff also realized that such a question was too sharp. Just as they were about to ask the next student, Yi Qian suddenly said in Urdu, "It's okay." Her sudden sentence in Urdu made Xie Jinyuan's lips curl up slightly. Little Fox was indeed a little fox. With her intelligence, she would definitely be able to answer such a sharp question calmly. Although she could answer it, since the Pakistani student had thrown a brick to attract jade, there might be even sharper questions coming up. However, Xie Jinyuan felt that there was no need to waste time, so he said to Qin Xiu, "We need to control the time of the questions. We need to leave the school before 4:30 p.m. It's already 4 p.m. His thoughts coincided with Qin Xiu's. Qin Xiu nodded and said in a low voice, "This is the last question. I'll talk to the teacher later." Miss Petty is also communicating with the staff around her. After Yi Qian answers, she can take a photo with the class as a souvenir and leave. "We can't take a photo as a souvenir." Xie Jinyuan pressed his lips together. There was a dark coldness in his handsome face. It's not appropriate for Yi Qian to take a photo of her in a war-torn country. Translator Qin, please communicate with the Pakistani staff. Last night, Yi Qian met with members of the Al-Qaeda organization. If she takes a photo with them, she might get into trouble. This really reminded Qin Xiu. Hearing this, he said with a solemn expression, "It's my fault for not thinking it through. Cancel the group photo. Just sing a local children's song with her classmates will do." She is prepared. Yi Jian, who was standing on the podium, was wearing a simple and exquisite navy blue slim-fit uniform. She, who represented the thousands of students in China, had a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were shining with a bright light. She was calm inside. If a festival is a representation of culture, then our country is undoubtedly a country that accepts all cultures from all over the world and can accept the difference in foreign cultures. Hospitality is a good tradition of our country. A festival traveled across the sea to our country and was accepted by us. This is a big country's tolerance for foreign cultures. It is also a country's broad-mindedness. From what I understand, the two cultures will never clash, nor will they be forgotten. Just like our Spring Festival, it is also famous overseas. Could this be the annihilation of culture? No, this is precisely a kind of dissemination, letting more people know, and also letting more people accept it, bringing more happiness to more people. She paused for a moment. Under the gaze of several famous teachers, she stood on the podium like a pine tree in snow. With a faint smile, she had the aura of a great country. She said, "Take this student, for example. The language of Pakistan is Urdu, but you asked in English from beginning to end. Does this mean that you have abandoned your tradition and accepted a new culture? No, it's not that you have abandoned your tradition. You have accepted a foreign tradition, just like how Christmas was accepted by our country." What she said before was just a prelude. This sentence was the main point. The girl who asked the question had a faint smug look on her face, but in the end, she looked embarrassed. In the end, she had to sincerely say thank you and sit down under Miss Petty's cold gaze. This question was quickly heard by the Chinese leader, who laughed heartily. "That's why I said that the country will be strong if the young are strong. Little Yi is not bad. You can turn something invisible into something tangible. You can understand it at such a young age." Chapter 564. Wasn't that rare? The other party said that China worshipped foreign things and did not pay attention to its own traditions. Yi Qian first said that China was open to all cultures to express its attitude towards culture. Then he said that China was open-minded, which meant that China's people were hospitable and would not reject a festival that made them happy. Then he said that the girl had asked questions in English and did not speak her own language. He clearly told the other party that she had even abandoned her own language, so what right did she have to criticize China's acceptance of other cultures? After leaving the school, Miss Petty personally apologized to Yi Qian. That was enough. After all, it was not the Great Harmony. Moreover, she was not Chinese. No matter what, she could not be controlled. It was fine as long as the dignity of one's own country was protected. Qin Xiu took another car, but Miss Petty personally sent him over. He could only continue to stand beside Yi Qian until Miss Petty left. After getting into the car, Xie Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian calmly. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. I didn't expect the little fox to be so eloquent. I saw that girl's face turn green just now. I guess no one has ever dared to talk to her like that. In Pakistan, the rich had many servants, and these servants had very low status. Naturally, they did not have the guts to refute the words of their masters. Naturally, the girl would not like others to have opinions about her words. Yi Qian smiled faintly. His eyebrows were cold. Being on good terms does not mean that we are weak. If I don't block this kind of question, she will understand the arrogance of Chinese students. She will still think that she is God. Therefore, after the big leader returned to China, he mentioned several times that the student he brought along this time was a good student who made people feel at ease and was not afraid of being bullied. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Chinese leader who had finished the secret visit boarded the flight back to China. The Pakistani president personally sent him off, and his wife personally gave Yi Jian a set of gorgeous Pakistani girls' gauze dress with sparkling gems on it. She also welcomed Yi Jian to visit Pakistan again. Yi Qian naturally agreed politely. The 4-day visit ended with a gentle hug from the president's wife. When the plane soared into the sky, they saw the fiery red sun still hanging in the west. The color was bright and full of hope. Just like the leaders of this country, no matter how chaotic their country was, they still had a patriotic heart and worked hard for their country. During the 6-hour trip, the big leader and Yi Qian talked for at least an hour. He told the Major General that the local troops must train Yi Qian well. He was a good seedling and must not be missed. He looked forward to seeing Yi Qian in a military uniform during the military parade one day. They arrived in Beijing at 12 o'clock midnight. The earliest flight to the provincial capital was at 5:20 the next morning. Yi Qian did not return to Beijing with the big leader. Instead, he stayed in a hotel next to the airport under Qin Xiu's arrangement. Xie Jinyuan stood beside the Major General and watched as Yi Qian bid farewell to the big leader and the Major General. When he brushed past her, his slender hand gently touched Yi Qian's hand. Under everyone's gaze, a piece of paper slipped into Yi Qian's hand. "Call me tomorrow morning. I will wait for you," he said as he walked past. Yi Qian looked at his slender back and pursed his lips slightly. After returning to China, she did not want to have too much contact with him. Was it wrong for her to have such thoughts? But she really did not want to contact him. It was still the same as before. Dangerous men should be kept away. Chapter 565. They could work together on missions and stay as far away from each other as they could in life. This is the room card and this is the plane ticket. Keep them well. I've set up a wake-up call service. The service staff will call you at 4 o'clock. Qin Xiu had been in charge of sending Yi Qian to the hotel. He took very good care of him and even prepared Yi Qian's military training uniform. This camouflage uniform was directly transferred from the army. It also has your school uniform. After you get off the plane, a car has been arranged. It will send you directly to the military training base. It's a little far and will take about 4 hours by car. It will arrive around noon. Qin Xiu was not only an interpreter by the leader's side. He also paid attention to the leader's residence and travel. The leader had arranged for him to take care of Yi Qian when he returned to the country and the province. This showed that the leader cared about Yi Qian. To Qin Xiu, Yi Qian was someone who had helped him before. He was even more attentive. "I'll send you back to the hotel now. Come, walk this way." Under the light, the man's face was handsome. He had the calmness of a mountain. When he smiled, He looked like a jade tree facing a flower and exuded the elegance of a rich young master. He smiled at Yi Qian. Even the hotel receptionist blushed. He was really a gentle and elegant man. Yi Qian did not know how to appreciate a man's beauty. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "No need, Interpreter Qin. I know the way. I know the way." Qin Xiu's smile deepened. His eyes were very dark. When he smiled, it was as if there was a small whirlpool that could suck people in. "Classmate Xiao Yi, there's a deeper meaning to your words." Of course there was a deeper meaning. Yi Qian looked at his room card with smiling eyes. The room number was clearly written on it. "Thank you, Interpreter Qin. I'll go up first. Goodbye." He did not say goodbye because the chances of them meeting again were extremely rare. She held a camouflage travel bag in each hand and left with light steps. She didn't stop until she entered the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Qin Xiu saw her waving goodbye to him. "What an interesting girl." Qin Xiu waved back. After the elevator door closed, he said to the driver beside him, "Let's go back to the diplomatic compound first. When you were checking in for Xiaoye, Madam called and said that you can call her back to tell her that you are safe after you are done with your work." The chauffeur was the exclusive chauffeur sent by the Qin family to pick up Qin Xiu. He was very respectful to Qin Xiu. "Are you going back now? Or do you want to go back after getting on the bus?" Qin Xiu glanced at his driver and asked flatly, "Did my mom say anything else?" "No, he only said that you would give Madam a call after you're done with your work." Although Madam Qin's husband was a diplomat, she was also a businesswoman with a certain status in China. Therefore, she had the strong side of a businesswoman, and it was the same at home. She said that she wanted her son to call back, so she would definitely wait by the phone. Even though Qin Xiu was going home soon, he still couldn't avoid this call. "Mom, yes, soon." While Qin Xiu was talking to Madam Qin emotionlessly, Yi Qian had also returned to the hotel. She placed the note Xia Jinyuan gave her on the bedside table. After taking a shower, she quietly looked at the unopened note. Her eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a while, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The note was still unopened. At 4 in the morning, Yi Qian didn't even need to be woken up. She took the note in her hand again and slowly opened it. It was a phone number, not a personal number. Chapter 566. Xia Jinyuan had already turned in his cell phone before he left for the mission, so he had to wait until tomorrow to get his cell phone back. That was why he left his home phone number. Since he had broken his promise to Xia Jinyuan when he returned from Australia, Yi Qian still dialed this number. After about 3 rings, the phone was picked up and an extremely serious and authoritative voice came through. "This is Xia Xinhui." After about 3 seconds of silence, Yi Qian almost threw the phone out of his hand. Xia Xinhui. She had seen this name often. She had often seen this Commander-in-Chief Xia's signature in military documents. Sorry, wrong number. This was the first time in his life that Yi Qian had lied. Yi Qian would forever remember the taste of lying and would never let it happen a second time. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished showering, walked out with steam all over his body. He had just heard the phone in the living room ringing, but now it was gone. It couldn't be Little Fox calling, right? He had asked her to call him when she returned to the provincial capital. Wrong number. Okay, it's okay. Goodbye. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't think much of it and thought that it was really a wrong number. After saying goodbye warmly, he saw his son coming down the stairs. He knew where Xia Jinyuan had gone for the mission this time and also knew how well his son had performed during the mission. Like father, like son. How could Xia Xinhui's son be wrong? The father and son sat in the living room and chatted. However, they didn't know that after Yi Qian hung up the phone, he grabbed his luggage and almost ran away. It was too scary. She actually called Xia Jinyuan's home, and it was Commander-in-Chief Xia's home. It definitely wasn't someone with the same name. She could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's military power through the phone line. How could it be someone with the same surname? At this moment, Yi Qian really didn't know what to feel. He just wanted to leave quickly, go to the airport quickly, board the plane quickly, and leave quickly. Xie Jinyuan didn't expect that Yi Qian had already called. He waited until 9 o'clock and still didn't receive a call, so he asked the guards at home if they had received a call from a girl. Naturally, the answer was no. Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal guard said, the Commander-in-Chief received a call at 4 o'clock in the morning saying that it was a wrong number. I heard the Commander-in-Chief hang up the phone and say with a smile, that girl is quite polite. Needless to say, it must be Yi Qian. Young Master Xia let out a long sigh. His luck with women was completely out of the question. He finally received a call from Little Fox, but he still missed it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that the time when she had just finished showering and was going downstairs? After thinking about it, the corners of young Master Xia's mouth curled up slightly. His father had a habit of answering the phone with "I'm Xia Xinhui." Little Fox often moved around the army, so she must be familiar with Xia Xinhui. She would definitely recognize him as soon as she heard his name. Poor little guy, he didn't know if he was frightened at that time. Yi Qian, who was so frightened that he flew back to the provincial capital, got into the military car. Listening to the familiar accent, the guilty conscience in his heart disappeared little by little. In the provincial capital in October, it was the time when the tiger was running amok. At noon, the bright sun shone on the students who had just completed their military posture. Each and every one of them was drenched as if they had just walked out of a rainstorm. They were sweating profusely. When the instructor said that they were done with the military posture, the students who were exhausted couldn't care less. They collapsed on the ground and didn't want to get up. Damn it, I thought I could teach her a lesson through the military training. Who knew that she didn't even participate in the military training? That bitch Yarojing, now she's pretending to be noble and aloof, as if it's none of her business. Just looking at her makes me angry. Chapter 567. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The untouchable Yi Qian boy who was wearing a military camouflage uniform said fiercely. He touched the shoulder of the boy beside him and said, "Do you have any other ideas, kid? Weren't you in the same class as her? Don't you know her flaws?" "Brother Luo, I really don't know. Yi Qian used to be invisible in class. If you spoke a little louder, you would have scared her. Yi Ying used to take good care of her. She would help whoever bullied her. Later on, for some reason, the two sisters became estranged. In my opinion, it's Yi Qian's fault. It has nothing to do with Yi Ying." As the boy spoke, he heard the instructor whistle. He patted his butt and climbed up from the shade. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo, let's have lunch later at the same old place. Our class is gathering. We'll leave first." Luo Ran, who didn't even have the strength to get up, waved his hand. He frowned and said unhappily, Okay. See you later." "Damn it, I don't believe I can't take care of a little girl. Brother Luo, you have to be careful. Yi Qian is a little strange," the boy who left said in a low voice. He then ran back to his class to gather before the instructor's whistle was dropped. The military training sites of all the middle schools in the province were concentrated in the province's Chemical Defense Regiment. There were a total of 4 schools during the 7-day National Day holiday. A few thousand people were concentrated in the Chemical Defense Regiment for military training. Although there were many people, many old classmates who didn't study in the same school after graduating from middle school were able to gather. The province's number 1 middle school was a school that was difficult to get into even if you had the money. Every time it was disbanded, there would always be students from other schools looking for their old classmates. Gradually, even Liao Jian, who studied in number 16 middle school, got in touch with Yi Ying again. It wasn't that they got in touch again. At least he knew that Yi Ying studied in the province's number 1 middle school. A few days ago, her father went to the countryside and mentioned to his father that they were both in the same Chemical Defense Regiment. He even laughed and said that they were from the same town and were classmates. It was because of this sentence that he spoke to Yi Ying, who had come to the military training to look after the students' bags and hand them water. It was an accident that he met Luo Ran. He was almost beaten up by Luo Ran because he spoke a few more words to Yi Ying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the disaster. Why did Yi Ying attract so many boys? Wherever he went, there would be people standing up for him. It was all because of Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian someone to be trifled with? Liao Jian's legs were sore from all the standing under the instructor's orders. He thought back to that year when he was in the province's #1 middle school. He saw with his own eyes Yi Qian climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor with his bare hands, and then from the 7th floor to the 1st floor with a whoosh. From then on, no matter how much he couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart, he could only swallow it. He couldn't afford to offend people. If he did, he might even get himself into trouble. It was best to stay away from them. Yi Qian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. That boy over there, you, come out, come out. At ease, attention. I've taught you for 5 days and you still haven't learned? Come up. The instructor standing in front noticed Liao Jian's absent-mindedness and pointed at him rudely. This was a very common thing in military training. Whoever was caught by the instructor could only say that the student was unlucky. There were thousands of students in the 2 middle schools. At noon, they even had to line up for lunch. Fortunately, the Chemical Defense Regiment was big enough to accommodate the students of the 2 middle schools. It was also far from the city. It was located in a valley in the countryside, and the environment was quite good. Chapter 568. Yi Qian got out of the car and looked at the sentries on both sides. He wondered if he should call the school. Otherwise, how would he get in? The pass from the provincial military shouldn't be used here. Sigh, it was all because of his phone call. He was so guilty that he didn't even arrange his own matters properly. The driver was a soldier from the provincial military. Just as Yi Qian was hesitating about whether to call the school, he had already walked to the sentries of the anti-chemical regiment and showed his soldier pass. After saying a few more words, he smiled at Yi Qian. Show them your student pass and you can enter. No matter what kind of troop it was, even if it was only a battalion stationed there, it was a military important place. It was impossible to enter and leave casually. There were clear rules that no one could violate. Yi Qian handed over his student pass and provincial military pass. The sentries called the teacher in charge of the logistics of the provincial first high school's second-year class in the anti-chemical regiment to confirm it. Only then did they return the 2 passes to Yi Qian and let him in. After thanking the soldier who sent him over, Yi Qian entered the anti-chemical regiment. It happened to be a few minutes past noon, and the class that was punished to stand began to disperse. Dragging their sore feet, they had to support each other to walk under the scorching sun. I can't do it, I can't do it. Jiasin, you guys go first. I need to rest for a while. I don't have the energy. As Li Qian was fat, she was at a disadvantage in such training. However, her body was very healthy, unlike other thin and weak girls who would faint for a while and suffer from heat stroke. After 4.5 days, she also wanted to faint for a while and suffer from heat stroke. However, almost all the girls in dormitory 506 were strong and healthy. None of them fainted. And Jiasin was also tired and really couldn't move Li Qian's weight. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Then go sit under the shade of the tree." Damn it, I still follow my father everywhere and don't feel tired. I really can't stand standing in a military posture every day. Perseverance is victory, and Jiasin. A voice that was like a gentle breeze drifted over. The voice was extremely cold, like the cool spring water in a mountain stream. The refreshing coolness drifted into the ears of the people in room 506. Yi Qian walked over. She was wearing the same camouflage uniform. Her slender legs were straight, and her skin was as white as porcelain under the sunlight. Her dark eyes were like the brightest stars in the dark night. They were so clear that one could see the ripples in her eyes. After 4.5 days of military training, all of you look like you're out of shape. But the instructor didn't collapse from anger. As she spoke, she easily helped up Li Qian, who was paralyzed and didn't want to leave. She wrapped her arm behind her shoulder and raised her eyebrows. Not leaving? Wait to be roasted alive? If it's any later, aren't you afraid that you won't even have a bite to eat? Yi Qian's appearance was so sudden that Jiasin and the others did not react in time. Li Qian, who was hanging on her, was still weak. She didn't react when she heard Yi Qian's voice. She said in a muffled voice, "I want to eat meat, pork belly, pork belly." I also want to eat pork trotters. Quick, let's go to the canteen. It was all thanks to her speaking that the other girls who didn't react screamed. And Jiasin even pounced on Yi Qian. Jane, I've waited so hard for you. I looked forward to the stars and the moon, but you're finally here. My tough days have come to an end. Chapter 569. Yi Qian's lips twitched when he heard that. He asked Yang Yi, what television show has she been addicted to recently? Can she still watch television in the army? A romantic affair. She's been talking about it since the first day of military training. It's as if she's possessed. Yang Yi also smiled. She was very angry and spoke softly. She was especially happy to see Yi Qian suddenly appear. We were just waiting for you to teach her a lesson. We can't subdue her. Li Qian leaned all her weight on Yi Qian. She was only thinking about meat. She said unhappily, I can't eat television shows. I want to eat meat. If we don't go, we'll go hungry during military training in the afternoon. I don't want to eat meat. I want to eat my Jane. And Jiasin was a clown. She was not normal when she saw Yi Qian. She was grinning from ear to ear. A romantic affair is really good. You must watch it when you go back. I'm not interested just from the name. I'd rather go for a run if you want me to watch this. Yi Qian freed a hand and pushed the sweaty and Jiasin away from him. Didn't you say you had no energy just now? You have the strength to speak now? At the mention of food, Zhong Lizhen swallowed her saliva and said weakly, don't mention it. I'm already drooling. Let's go. There really won't be any food later. There were thousands of people eating in the army. Although there was still food, it looked better, especially when there was no meat in the end. When Yi Qian returned, and Jiasin seemed to have regained her strength. She started chattering. When she mentioned the 4-day military training, it was a history of blood and tears. On the first day, I was really quite happy, especially when I got out of the car. You don't know, Jane. Those soldiers stood motionless under the sun. They were really as straight as little white poplars. Their hats and epaulets were all glowing with golden light. They were so mighty. Yang Yi turned her head and looked pitifully at Yi Qian. That's right. I was just like Jiasin. We were so happy on the first day. It was our first time entering the army. Soon, we'll be in trouble. In the afternoon, we'll be in a military posture for half an hour. Whoever dares to move will be circled around the field. At first, I thought they were quite friendly. They helped us carry water and luggage. But when we got onto the field, they were all black-faced tigers. Liz Hen was so scared that she raised her hand and said that she wanted to go home. In the end, Yang Yi seemed to sense that it was not going to end well. He quickly stopped and changed the topic. Let's go. There aren't many people left. Our class's dining area is just ahead. Hurry up. Thousands of people didn't eat in the cafeteria. The leaders of Provincial No. 1 High School and No. 16 High School all accepted the military training rules of the Anti-Chemical Regiment, including eating out in the wild. They all obeyed the Anti-Chemical Regiment's arrangements. It was the first time that the school had organized such a large-scale military training, and it was also the first time that the Anti-Chemical Regiment had organized such a large-scale military training for students. Both sides had to make countless changes before they finally settled on the military training guidelines. The moment they entered the army, they were under military management. All the students had to accept the rules of the army. Whoever dared to be arrogant would be dealt with directly. On the first day, more than 10 boys were taught a lesson. After that, they even wanted to challenge the instructor one-on-one. As one could imagine, they were taught a lesson even more miserably. Listening to the 5 of them talk, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curved up slightly. This was school life. It made up for the regrets of her previous life. She could happily walk under the sun with her peers. No matter how harsh the sun was, she was still happy. Chapter 570. Why did she choose to come back for military training? It was because she did not want to miss out on the good times she had when she was still a student. Hey, Yi Qian. You. Why are you here? Lu Xin, the class monitor, walked out of the infirmary with a bottle of medicine in his hand. When he saw Yi Qian, He smiled in surprise and said, "Teacher Tong said that you went to the hospital to take care of your family and would not come back for 7 days of military training. It's not even 7 days yet. Why are you here?" Yi Qian did not participate in military training. Teacher Tong mentioned this to the class. Because Yi Qian did not attend the evening self-study session, the students accepted Yi Qian's absence. Since he was discharged, Yi Qian naturally came back. Now that the vice class monitor is here, the class monitor will have less trouble. And Jussin's straightforward and generous personality was obvious to everyone in the class during military training. She was forthright and dared to take responsibility for her actions. Even the instructor said that she would join the army if she could not get into university. Because of this sentence, and Jussin held on for the sake of her pride. Lu Xin smiled, "That's good news. Yi Qian, have you eaten lunch yet? Go to Teacher Tong's later and report to her. She has to arrange a bunk for you. Otherwise, you won't have a place to sleep at night. Military training is good for you." Lu Xin's grades were not the best, but he was very willing to do things for the class. Therefore, no one had any objections to him being the class monitor. He was usually a little naggy, but when he was meticulous, even the girls felt inferior to him. As a matter of fact, he began to remind Yi Qian what to do later. His finger was still pointing at Yi Qian. When he saw the camouflage uniform, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm dizzy from the sun. I didn't even realize that you were wearing camouflage uniform." "Hey, the camouflage uniform you're wearing looks much better than the ones we're wearing. The colors aren't quite right either. Ours are more white while yours is a lot darker green. Why does it look so good?" All along, Yi Qian had the habit of letting others finish talking before he spoke. When their gazes fell on him, he smiled and said, "I didn't get it before this. I got it directly from the army. It should be the soldier's usual training uniform, so the color is a little darker than yours. That's not right either. Why does it fit you so well?" No, it doesn't fit either. It's just. Lu Xin sized up Yi Qian, who was dressed in camouflage, and felt that something was amiss. When she spoke, her chin was slightly clenched, but her back was very straight. Although she was still holding on to Li Qian, there was an indescribable charm about her. It was very special and very spirited. After hearing LV Xin's words, and Jussin and the others finally reacted. Yi Qian smiled faintly. "There's nothing different about you. It's just that the camouflage you're wearing is different." And Jussin, who was most familiar with Yi Jian, heard Yi Jian's cool voice and looked at the increasingly beautiful face in front of her. She couldn't tell what was different about this familiar face. Her heart was beating so fast that it made her panic. She realized that she didn't dare to look into Yi Qian's eyes. That pair of smiling, watery eyes had too much darkness that she couldn't look straight into. It was as if she had to see if Yi Qian's expression was good for her to speak. Not only in Jussin, but Yang Yi, Liu Lizhen, and Zhong Yuyang, who was on the top bunk of Yi Qian, also felt the same way. No, they were even more flustered than in Jussin. Chapter 571. They couldn't tell exactly what had changed, but they felt that LV Xin was right. After sizing him up for a while, LV Xin shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with the camouflage uniform. It's your aura. That's right. After thinking of an appropriate adjective, LV Xin said seriously, "Your aura is very different. Even if we wore the camouflage uniform, we definitely wouldn't have your aura. Yi Qian, you look like a soldier, but we're still students standing in front of you." LV Xin's grades weren't the best, but they had always been stable. His EQ was also very high, so he was relatively sensitive. Yi Qian was wearing a suitable camouflage uniform, with a brown military belt around his waist and a pair of black training boots on his feet. He stood in the sunlight with a smile on his face, but his gaze was extremely cold. He had the aura of a soldier. It was an aura that only soldiers who had experienced the flames of war could have. Even ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to him. Yi Qian calmly observed the reactions of Jussin and the others. He laughed. "It's good to be like a soldier. If I can't get into university, I'll join the army. It's so good to join the army. You don't have to think about anything in the army. You don't have to think about grades, what you're going to eat tonight, or what you're going to wear tomorrow. The army will plan all the seasons for you. It's so convenient. And Jasin and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The strange feeling in their hearts was swept away. Yi Qian was still the same Yi Qian. He had never changed. He was still the Yi Qian they knew. Elvishin said, "So that's all you think about? Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, you clearly didn't have to participate in the military training. Now you know how tiring it is. You'll be so tired that you won't even have the strength to hold chopsticks. I haven't tried it yet, so I must." Yi Qian lowered his voice slightly. He looked up slightly and saw Luo Ran and a few boys standing not far away. They were staring fiercely at him. No wonder he felt someone was staring at him. It was Luo Ran, the boy who had threatened to block him after school. And the boy beside him. "Ah, isn't this my old classmate, Liao Jian? Why did Liao Jian also come to the province to study? That's not possible, right? Principal Rome wouldn't accept a student like Liao Jian." However, it was also possible that Luo Ran had been recruited. Liao Jian, on the other hand, was so frightened by the sudden sight of Yi Qian that he subconsciously retreated. He was really afraid of seeing Yi Qian. He was afraid. He was even more afraid that Yi Qian would see him with Luo Ran. Damn it. Why was he so unlucky whenever he was involved in Yi Ying's matters? Liao Jian, who was cursing in his heart, was afraid that Luo Ran, who was not afraid of death, would go and find Yi Qian, so he said from behind, "Brother Luo, let's find a shady place to take a nap. Today is the hottest day, but it will be much cooler tomorrow. What's the hurry? Didn't I see someone familiar?" Luo Ran, who had taken off the belt around his waist, walked over and said with a fake smile, "Hey, isn't this Yi Qian? Didn't you say that you were going to the hospital to be a good student and be filial to the elderly? Why are you here?" From his voice, it was obvious that he wasn't a good student. However, he couldn't stand Boss Luo, who had donated 500,000 yuan to the school. No matter how bad he was, the school could only accept him. Lu Xin also knew why Luo Ran wanted to find Yi Qian. It was because of the basketball incident. He ignored him and said to Yi Qian, "Let's go eat first. We'll gather at 2 p.m. You can sleep for a while. You can't go back to the dorm. Just find a shady place to sleep." Chapter 572. With his classmates around, Yi Qian didn't want to talk to Luo Ran and said, "Then hurry up. I can only support Li Qian. If one of you faints from hunger, I can only leave it to the class monitor. I want to eat meat. Without meat, I won't have the strength to hold chopsticks." After Zhongbin's reminder, and Jasin knew that she couldn't clash with Luo Ran. She pushed Yang Yi and Liu Lizhen and said, "You can't stand anymore. Let's go, let's go. I'm afraid there's no meat, but there should be some vegetables." Lu Xin, who also didn't want to cause trouble, chuckled. He couldn't hide his gloating expression. "Although there's no meat, we can definitely fill our stomachs." This time, it was Li Qian who wanted to cry. "I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat, don't say any more. I want to eat meat too. I want to eat meat too." Even a gentle girl like Yang Yi was shouting. It was obvious how much they wanted to eat meat. It wasn't that there wasn't meat for them to eat in the military, but that the consumption was too high. They really wanted to eat. At the beginning of the military training, Luo Ran had been thinking about how to teach Yi Qian a lesson. In the end, he didn't even meet her. Now that he saw Yi Qian, how could he let her go so easily? Seeing this, he snorted coldly and walked over to block Yi Qian. "You want to leave? Aren't you quite bold? Why, are you scared now?" The boys beside him, except for Liao Jian, all laughed. "Of course I'm scared. Who is our brother Luo? Even the principal has to give him face when he sees him. Ha ha ha, brother Luo, why don't you just let her kneel down and kowtow to you and admit her mistake?" "That's right. Our brother Luo is magnanimous. If she kowtows and admits her mistake, he'll let you go. Yi Qian, don't be so tactful. In any school, there were bad students and troublesome students. Luo Ran was both a bad student and a troublesome one. Because of his father's wealth, there was a bandit spirit among the students that said, Those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. He was close to Yang Heng in school, so he had been suppressed by Yang Heng until now. Now that he had cut ties with Yang Heng, there was no one more powerful than him to control him, so he began to act arrogantly. Yi Qian made him lose face. If he didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Plus, with Yi Ying's incident, he had a huge grudge against Yi Qian. The words of the boys hit the nail on the head. He sneered and said, "Did you hear that, Yi Qian? My brothers are fighting for justice for me. What about you? Kowtow and admit your mistake, and apologize to Yi Ying as well. Then we'll forget about this. Otherwise," and Jacin's eyes were already burning with anger. She had a fever and her entire face was flushed red. Yang Yi couldn't hold her back in her anger. She suddenly rushed in front of Yi Qian and shouted angrily, "Luo Ran, don't go too far." "I've gone too far. Do you know what she did to me? In front of hundreds of people, she scolded me until my face was covered in blood. Am I going too far?" Luo Ran was furious. He looked at Jacin with eyes full of hostility. "Who's the one who's going too far?" He kept saying, "You're the one who's going too far." His foul language was disgusting. The boys around him were even more eager to see the world in chaos. They all shouted at the side, "You too, don't bully Brother Luo because he's easy to talk to. You still have to apologize. Brother Luo, I think these two girls really don't take you seriously. They both dare to shout at you." Chapter 573. In front of his so-called brothers, Luo Ran cared about his reputation the most. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he suddenly felt that he had lost all face. He was furious. He ground his teeth and said darkly, "Who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" Liao Jian didn't interrupt at all. He had been secretly observing Yi Qian. He could clearly see that there was a blood-like hostility in her eyes. She looked calm and even had a smile on her lips. She was just like those people who used to look for his father. They looked amiable on the surface, but in reality, they killed people as if they were killing chickens. How could she be afraid of Luo Ran? How could she apologize? Thinking about what he said to Luo Ran in the morning, Liao Jian was so regretful that his back broke out in cold sweat. He had listened to Yi Ying's orders and told Luo Ran exactly what she said. Not to mention anything else, just that Yi Qian used to bully Yi Ying in junior high. She used Luo Ran's hatred for Yi Qian to take revenge on Yi Qian even more. "Liao Jian, since your father is working for my father, you better listen to my orders. Luo Ran from our school hates Yi Qian. As for me, you know, I hate her too. But I can't show up, and I don't want to see Yi Qian appear in front of me. Just tell Luo Ran that. He will know what to do if you don't say anything else." Yi Ying's sinister face flashed in his mind. Unexpectedly, it overlapped with Luo Ran's face. They both had the same sinister expression. While he was in a daze, Liao Jian heard a clear voice with a smile. That was Yi Qian's voice. He suddenly came back to his senses. He stole a glance and bent his body again, trying to reduce his presence. He was afraid that Yi Qian would notice him. Damn it, how unlucky. Who would have thought that he would run into her? Luckily, they weren't from the same school. When the military training ended, he would go back to his 16th high school and she would go to her provincial first high school. They would mind their own business and have nothing to do with each other. This time, it was purely to help Yi Ying and let the unlucky Luo Ran stand up for Yi Ying. How could Yi Qian not notice him? However, Luo Ran was the focus of his attention. He pulled Jacin, who had stood in front of him time and time again, behind him. He smiled and said, "Every time, before I could say anything, you would stand up for me. I can't bear to see you being bullied. The more you are afraid of this kind of person, the prouder he will be. This is the army. The instructors and teachers are all here. Do you think he would dare to hit us?" And Jacin was hot-tempered and had the temper of a boy. She treated Yi Qian like her own sister, so how could she tolerate others bullying her? Yi Qian had cultivated a calm temperament, and she was used to waiting for the other party to finish speaking before she opened her mouth slowly. Now that she looked at Jacin, she couldn't help pursing her lips and smiling. It seemed that the next time Jacin was around, she would have to speak first. She said softly, "It's useless for you to argue like this. Let me handle it. You stay behind and watch." She was calm and unhurried. She used this kind of attitude to deal with things so that the troublemaker would see that she was full of confidence and wouldn't dare to find fault with her. Luo Ran and the boys behind him saw that Yi Qian didn't look angry at all, and even had a slight smile on her face. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. For example, Liao Jian had the urge to run away. Yi Qian was indeed not afraid of them. Think about it, how could a girl who walked out of a war with a gun be afraid of them? Her body was already tainted with hostility. This alone was enough to make Fang Liaojian and the others feel uneasy. Chapter 574. Luo Ran, do you think I'll apologize to you? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, a smile as clear as water on his lips. You accidentally threw the basketball at my face, and I was just returning it. Didn't I apologize at the time? Why, do you feel wronged again? Luo Ran, you're still a guy. How can you be so narrow-minded? Yi Ying doesn't like guys like you. Firstly, it was for his reputation. Secondly, it must have something to do with Yi Ying. Now that he was in the military, there was Jiao Xin, who had a firecracker personality, and all the girls in the dormitory. It was indeed not a good idea to have a conflict with him. Pulling An Jussin behind him, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "The instructor is here. Feel free to look for me if you need anything. Goodbye." There was indeed an instructor walking over. After 4.5 days of military training, all the instructors knew that Luo Ran was a problematic student. The first time he was punished, it was for forcibly occupying the bathroom of a guy in his grade. The second time he was punished, it was for hitting a guy who said he couldn't even walk properly. The third time he was punished, it was for putting down the national flag and tying it around his waist. 3 different actions, each more serious than the last. The last time he tied the solemn national flag around his waist, his military training results were the worse. With this record, he couldn't even join the party. Luo Ran, what are you doing? An instructor with a sharp gaze walked over and asked. Beside him was a lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars. He was the political education director of the Chemical Defense Regiment. With so many students, the military was under a lot of pressure. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they had to tighten their management during the students' break time. Once they noticed something strange, they would immediately send someone to deal with it. When Luo Ran stopped Yi Qian, the soldiers who were monitoring the entire field immediately noticed that something was wrong. They immediately contacted the instructor and the political education director to prevent Luo Ran from causing trouble again. Even the political education director had stepped in. Luo Ran glanced at the officer's epaulette. Originally, he looked down on normal soldiers, but now his arrogance was reduced. He said in a low voice, "What can I do? I'm just chatting with a classmate." Reporting to the instructor, it wasn't a chat at all. When An Jussin saw the instructor and the man beside him, who looked quite imposing, she glanced at his epaulette and asked Yi Qian quietly, 2 bars and 2 stars. What rank is this? 2 bars and 2 stars. You can also call him Mao a lieutenant colonel. What kind of official? Yi Qian secretly observed the man. His gaze lightly swept over the man's badge and saw a pen cap in his inner pocket. He smiled and said, he should be a political instructor. He really knows a lot. And Jussin knew that this official was even more important than the instructor. She straightened her back and sternly said, he wanted to hit us, and even said that if my classmates kneel down and apologize, he would be magnanimous and let us go. Pa. How can a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair be considered an adult? Cough cough, cough cough. The instructor and instructor both coughed. This little girl was really quite boorish. Go back to your classes. This is the army. No one dares to do anything funny. When the instructor heard this, he immediately stood on the girl's side. This Luo Ran caused trouble every day. It was common for him to bully students. Yi Qian stood up and saluted the instructor and instructor. He said seriously, Instructor, this matter has nothing to do with her. I'm Yi Qian from grade 1 class 1. I'm reporting in today. This is Luo Ran. I have a small conflict with him. I didn't expect him to look for me to settle it in the army. Chapter 575. First, she took the initiative to clarify that she had just arrived. Second, it was a small conflict that Luo Ran would not let go of. Third, she was so arrogant that Luo Ran dared to bully students in the army. The instructor did not recognize Yi Qian, but when he saw Yi Qian in the army's jungle camouflage uniform saluting him, his eyes were dark, his military posture was majestic, and even his gaze was as hard as a spear. The instructor subconsciously stood at attention and saluted him as if he was meeting his superior. The political instructor also immediately returned the salute. His gaze on Yi Qian deepened. This little girl's military salute definitely had a few years of training. Her upper body had to be straight. She took a shortcut and quickly raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were naturally straightened. Because she was not wearing a military handkerchief, her fingers were at the same height as her eyebrows. Her palms were facing downwards and slightly extended outwards by 20 degrees. She also had to ensure that her wrist was not bent. Her right arm was slightly flat and formed a line with her shoulders. This kind of military salute was standard and compliant. She could subconsciously do it like a standard frame. No matter what, she could immediately give a standard military salute. None of the students were qualified to give a military salute. They looked like it, but there was no aura inside. Okay, we understand. You guys should hurry back to class. It's almost time for lunch. Hurry up. The political instructor smiled faintly. When he looked at Yi Qian, his smile deepened. This girl must have grown up in the army. With the instructor's instructions, Luo Ran watched Yi Qian leave. His expression became even more uncertain. For a student like Luo Ran who lacked discipline, the instructor would not punish him now. He just glared at him coldly and left with the instructor without saying a word. Brother Luo, you're the most respected. Look, even the instructor doesn't dare to scold you. That officer, hehe, is the same. He doesn't even dare to fart. After the instructor and instructor left, the boys all began to lick their lips to curry favor with Luo Ran. Luo Ran was smug with just one sentence. Brother Luo, that Yi Qian you mentioned looks quite pretty. A boy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looked at Yi Qian's back with a wretched look. He suggested, why don't we call Brother Huang and let him handle this? Deal with him? A marijuana smoker. Don't mention him in front of me. After all, this was the military base. Luo Ran did not dare to be too presumptuous. He had been taught a lesson by a few soldiers on the first day. He would endure these soldiers for now. As long as they dared to go out on the streets, he would settle the score with them sooner or later. At that moment, he was thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian in the army. Liao Jian, ask Xie Sifeng from your class to look for Yi Ying. Don't tell anyone that I'm looking for her. Luo Ran didn't dare to be impudent in the army, but now that Yi Qian was here, he couldn't bear the thought of being hit by a basketball in front of so many people. He had to teach Yi Qian a lesson in the army. He had to let her know that he, Luo Ran, was not someone to be trifled with. He also had to let her know that Yi Ying was under his protection. Anyone who dared to bully Yi Ying was the same as bullying Luo Ran. It was noon, and the group of people whispered for a while before they scattered like birds and beasts under the whistle of the instructor who came back. Each and every one of them ran back to their own classes. When Yi Qian and the others arrived at the place where Class 1 was getting their food, they saw the few boys in charge of the food, preparing to close the table under the instructor's instructions. The food was very rich. There was meat, vegetables, and even braised chicken. Chapter 576. Unfortunately, they arrived too late, so there wasn't even any meat or soup left. There weren't many vegetables left, but it was still enough for them to eat. It was just that there wasn't any meat. Hey, Yi Qian, why are you here? You haven't eaten yet, right? This. The boys in charge of collecting the dishes saw Yi Qian and stopped what they were doing to look at their classmate whom they hadn't seen for a few days. You came back at the wrong time. There's only this much food left. The instructor in charge of Class 1 walked over. Yi Qian saluted and said, Grade 2, Class 1, Yi Qian, reporting for duty. This reporting for duty was sonorous and powerful, which made the instructor even more shocked. This wasn't a student. This was a veteran who had been in the army for much longer than him. He also had a murderous aura about him, which made him seem even more intimidating than the instructor. Yi Qian. Wasn't it just a sick family member who asked for leave to take care of the girls? Why was he here again? The young instructor, who had been tanned by the sun, returned a military salute to Yi Qian. Eat whatever you want. Come back early for dinner. Then he said to Injusin, you guys keep coming back late. If you're on the battlefield, who knows how many of your comrades will die because of you? These words were absolutely true. Yi Qian could understand, but Injusin and the others couldn't. Injusin muttered softly, how can we eat all this food? It's better than nothing. Just eat whatever you want. Come back early tonight. The black-faced instructor roared so loudly that even Li Qian, who had been asking for meat, began to tremble. She cried and said, eat, eat, eat. The instructor was a young man in his early 20s. When he saw the two girls crying in front of him, he picked up a plate of pumpkin and vegetables and said, it's good that you still have food to eat. Why didn't you come back early if you want to eat something better? Come back early tonight. Make do with lunch. The few of them didn't dare to talk back. The instructors personally served them food, so they could only obediently agree and send the instructors away with their gazes. Come earlier next time. We originally left some meat for ourselves, but it was all snatched away. Let's eat vegetarian dishes. It's a good way to lose weight, the boy said optimistically. Then, he took out a stainless steel plate and added rice and dishes to the girls. Yi Qian was not a picky eater. He had trained with Principal Chen in the 100,000 jungles of the Western Province and had eaten raw food or wild vegetables. Yet, he still managed to survive. At this moment, it was already good enough that there was still soup and water to drink. If there was also a boiled pumpkin, his stomach would definitely be full. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted to eat his fill. But this pumpkin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Injusin, who had a bitter expression on her face. She didn't eat pumpkins and was probably going to cry now. Sigh, I hate eating pumpkins the most. Injusin felt so wronged that she felt as if she had been punished by her stepmother. She wanted to flip the plate and leave, but this was the army. She didn't dare to. In the end, she still had to make do with it. She was also afraid of the instructors. She gritted her teeth and ate the pumpkin she hated the most. She said fiercely, when we go back, I'll order a table full of meat. I want to eat braised pork. They ate at the same place. Some of the boys who had finished eating quickly were already chatting at the side. There were also a few who were sitting outside. When they saw Yi Qian, their reactions were similar to Lu Xin's. Damn, Yi Qian, why are you here? This place isn't for humans. Why did you bump into us? Is your relative discharged from the hospital and doesn't need you to take care of him anymore? Damn, if you don't take care of him in the hospital, you can take care of him at home. It's too damn tiring. We boys can't take it anymore. When the students in the class saw Yi Qian, they all greeted her happily. Yarrow Jing, who was sitting not far away, looked coldly and said to Yi Ying, did you see her? She's here. How's Luo Rant's situation? Chapter 577. Yarrow Jing had her eyes on Yi Qian the moment he appeared. She passed the plate in her hand to Yi Ying and smiled. I'm done eating. I'm going to say hi to her. You should come with me. Yi Ying wanted to say that she didn't want to go, but she suddenly remembered the conflict between Yarrow Jing and Yi Qian. She pretended to sigh and said, okay. I'll go with you. You don't hold grudges, but she does. I'll be worried if you go alone. Her words were really tempting. Yarrow Jing looked at her with a smile, as if she knew everything. She just didn't want to expose Yi Ying's thoughts. Yarrow Jing didn't care about Yi Ying's tricks. She only knew how to ask her family for help when something happened. She deserved to live under Yi Qian's shadow for so many years. If she was Yarrow Jing, she wouldn't even know where Yi Qian would be dead by now. Yi Qian, who had just finished eating, had already noticed them. Seeing the two of them walking over together, a saying popped up in his mind, friends are friends. You guys eat slowly. I'll go for a walk when I'm done. Yi Qian, who had already finished eating, picked up the stainless steel plate and stood up. He smiled at his 5 roommates who were still eating vegetables and pumpkins. If you want to eat this to lose weight, you won't look fat in winter and won't find it disgusting. 16 or 17 years old girls were at the age where they cared about their appearance. They might not be willing to just eat it, but they were still motivated to eat it for the sake of losing weight. And Jiasin didn't notice anything strange. With a mouthful of pumpkin in her mouth, she waved at Yi Qian with a look of nausea, indicating that she should leave first. The anti-chemical regiment was very large, and the greenery was also quite good. Yi Qian's batch was just in time for the first military training in the province. This batch's military training was the strictest and also the most unlucky batch. Other than the reduced training intensity, the training process was based on that of the new recruits. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to do field training, and it was even more impossible to drag them out for field training. Therefore, it was modified. Eating and napping were changed to field training outside. Being outside made it easier for Yi Qian to do whatever he wanted. It also made it easier for Yarrow Jing and the others to find him. Yi Qian made up an excuse to leave because he didn't want to implicate Jiasin and the others. He walked directly into the small forest. There were countless students lying in the forest. They were all wearing the same color camouflage uniform. Even his classmates would find it difficult to recognize them at a glance. She's going there. Yi Ying gently tugged at Yarrow Jing's sleeve. Would they be discovered if they followed so closely? Also, Yarrow Jing's expression was not right. She looked like a criminal who had committed a crime. Her face was cold and fierce. The corners of Yarrow Jing's mouth twitched. She wasn't even interested in looking at her. She wanted to fight with Yi Qian with such little guts. It looked like Yi Qian had shown her mercy. Didn't she just say that she would walk a few rounds after eating? What are you afraid of? We're just going to greet her. We won't do anything. Just like what Yarrow Jing said, Yi Ying was indeed a little afraid of Yi Jian. She threw Xie Sifeng to the ground without saying a word and warned her several times to be careful. With all these memories, no matter how much she hated Yi Jian, she did not dare to follow her secretly like Yarrow Jing did. What if this wretched girl hit her? Thinking of this, Yi Ying was already afraid. Jing, let's. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Yi Qian's figure could no longer be seen. The two of them had unknowingly walked into the depths of the small forest. Through the dense foliage, they could faintly see a green net encircling them. In front of them was a restricted area. Chapter 578. The forest was a little cold, and the leaves were so dense that even the sun couldn't shine in. Perhaps it was the intention of the anti-chemical regiment, but in some places, no one even cleaned up the broken branches. It was as if there were some fierce beasts living in the forest, and they were biting off these branches, making people feel scared for no reason. Yarrow Jing had been staring at Yi Qian, but because Yi Ying was tugging on her sleeve, she realized that Yi Qian had disappeared. She glared at her and gritted her teeth. Can you be a little tougher? Don't be like a child who can't stop drinking milk, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look. I don't believe she can fly. She couldn't fly, but she could climb a tree. The broken branches on the ground attracted Yi Qian's attention. It didn't look like it was broken naturally, nor did it look like it was broken by someone. Looking at the broken part, it looked like it was broken by a bullet. She climbed up the tree to take a look. It was indeed broken by a bullet. This anti-chemical regiment was interesting. This kind of training was also interesting, much more interesting than running circles. Climbing trees was also a necessary skill for a sniper. Yi Qian's barehanded climbing speed was so fast that even Principal Chen had to say very fast. He could climb at least 3 meters in a minute. It was too easy to shake Yarrow Jing off at this speed. After coming down from the tree, the two of them walked to the front. Yi Qian smiled coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned and walked outside. The restricted military area wasn't a place that could be approached at any time. It was none of his business that they rushed up to get scolded. Ever since Yarrow Jing scolded Yi Qian last time, she had been getting closer to Yi Ying. In the principal's office, She had admitted her mistake and had a good attitude. However, she had always been a proud person. She would admit that she had accidentally scolded someone she shouldn't have. But it was impossible for her to go over just like that. Yi Qian had made her lose face in school. Not only did the students of Class 1 speak ill of her behind her back, but even her own classmates did the same. Many times when she went to the washroom, she heard those gossipy women say that she deserved to be called to the principal's office for scolding a martyr. She could apologize, but she couldn't embarrass herself. Since she had already embarrassed herself, Yi Qian wouldn't have it easy either. She had to embarrass Yi Qian even more than she did. She had to let the whole school know that Yi Qian had made a fool of herself. Yi Ying was a shrewd person. Other than being narrow-minded and not being as tolerant as Yaro Jing, she had great talent in reading people's minds. The relationship between the two of them seemed to have cooled down, but in the end, because of Yi Qian, their relationship became even better in the eyes of others. Even the words military restricted area could be seen clearly. No matter how brave Yaro Jing was, she knew that she couldn't go any further. Just as she was about to turn around, a soldier appeared out of nowhere and shouted, "What are you doing? Raise your hands and turn around to lean against the tree." Yi Qian, who had already walked a few meters away, could still hear Yi Ying's screams behind him. He was so scared that he didn't know if his heart attack would relapse. Yi Qian smiled and walked away briskly. As for what would happen to the two people behind him, it was up to them. Because they were students, the two of them walked out with their heads and faces covered in dust after 5 minutes. "Didn't Luo Ran look for you last night? He really didn't say anything else to you?" Once they came out, Yaro Jing's face was so calm that it was a little scary. He knows a lot of people. How could he not have a way? Chapter 579. Hearing this, Yi Ying could tell that Yaro Jing wanted to make a move on Yi Qian. Thinking of her father's instructions, she smiled faintly and said, "What can Luo Ran do? He was taught a lesson every day in the army. No matter how brave he was, he would have to shrink back." Yaro Jing wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school, and she had fallen into her trap. Her parents were both officials with real power in the city government. If they wanted to kick Yi Qian's ass, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? She was just an orphan. Other than her good grades, who would care about her? Her father hadn't found out who drove Yi Qian back to school, so he was afraid of hurting Yi Qian. He told her not to provoke Yi Qian in school. Moreover, Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Even the provincial first high school knew about it. Martyr orphans would more or less receive special treatment in school. In order not to affect her future college entrance examination, no matter how popular Yi Qian was in school, she pretended not to see him and focused on her studies. At that time, she was still a little unwilling, but now she was relieved. Yaro Jing, who had power in her family, also wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school. Why should she make a move on Yi Qian? Moreover, with Luo Ran, who used to be a gangster, one would give advice and the other would act as a hired thug. She, Yi Ying, could just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Yi Ying sighed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, we're both in our second year of high school. With her grades, she'll definitely get into Hua University or Shi University in the capital. It's impossible for me to get into Hua University or Shi University, so there won't be many chances for us to meet in the future. I'll just bear with it. I've endured for 9 years from elementary school to middle school. 1 or 2 more years won't make a difference. Although she used to stay at my house, we don't have any kinship. Now that she's out on her own and relying on the old principal who's sick, there'll be a lot of hardship in the future. Why should I make things difficult for myself?" As he spoke, he observed Yaro Jing's expression from the corner of his eye. He saw her looking at him with a faint smile, as though she had seen through something. Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat as she quickly retracted her gaze. That's right, Yaro Jing was a shrewd person. Even though she looked carefree on the surface, just like Njusin, she was so scheming that even Yi Ying had to be wary of her. "Ying, this isn't like you. I know that Yi Ying is not a kind person. You said that you won't fight with Yi Qian. Ying, you don't even believe your own words, let alone me." Yaro Jing's smile remained unchanged as she looked at Yi Ying. Don't say things that neither you nor I believe, lest it spoils our friendship. She clearly went into the forest just now, but we didn't see anyone when we went in. It's obvious that she's trying to trick us. Ying, you heard what the soldier said just now. If they didn't know that there are students here for military training, they could have fired a warning shot just now. Ying, Yi Qian wants us dead. I don't believe that you don't know. She kept smiling. Although she was smiling, her smile was so cold that it made the hair on Yi Ying's back stand on end. She was panicking. Similarly, Yi Ying used her smile to hide her panic. She smiled and asked, "You don't have to be so nervous. The soldier's words were just to scare us. What else can we do? What else can we do? Yi Qian has a firm foothold in the school. Even if I want to kick her out of the province, do you think I can do it just because I want to?" Chapter 580. Jingjing, I'm just a student. My father is just a small government employee in a small city. As for my mother, she's just a woman from the countryside who doesn't know anything. My parents aren't as good as yours. Even I'm not as good as you. Jingjing, what do you think I should do? Yi Qian was speaking the truth. Yaro Jing retracted her creepy gaze and stared at Yi Qian, who was talking to a few boys. She smiled and said, "You really can't do it. It's hard for me too. Based on your honest words, I'll tell you that I've never thought of kicking Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school. It's difficult. It wasn't just difficult, it was simply impossible. That day in the principal's office, she knew that it would be much easier for her to get kicked out of the school than for Yi Qian. As long as the army opened their mouth and sent a military letter to her parents' unit, not only would she have to bear the consequences, her parents would also be implicated. Her thoughts of chasing Yi Qian out of school were instantly extinguished. He might not be able to do it himself, but he couldn't stand up to others. No, it should be said that he couldn't stand up to Yi Qian's thin skin. After being teased by his classmates time and time again, he finally took the initiative to drop out of school. It wasn't as if this kind of thing hadn't happened before. In junior high, the female lead who opposed her in class couldn't stand the teasing and malice of her classmates. In the end, she dropped out of school and left with her tail between her legs. Yi Qian was also a girl. Girls were all prideful. As long as he made use of her a little, he would succeed. If things didn't work out, there was still Yi Ying. She was the one who couldn't bear to see Yi Qian doing well. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Anyway, Luo Ran has already found her. As for what to do, it's up to Luo Ran. Yaro Jing narrowed her eyes slightly. She had an oval-shaped face, and her facial features were also lively. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her eyes were like crescent moons. When she smiled, she looked like the moon in the water. She always wanted to get closer to take a look. Tomorrow morning, bring us to the shooting range to watch the soldiers training. Although we can't get close, I've asked the instructor in my class. He said that it's possible for each class to send a few representatives to take a look. Our class hasn't been decided yet, but from Luo Ran's tone, he really wants to go in and touch the gun. What about your class? Did you choose anyone? Yaro Jing's smile was a little calculative. Not knowing was also a good thing. Yi Ying glanced at her. She didn't quite understand why she was saying all this out of the blue. She didn't know what was going on, but she didn't say it out loud. She just smiled and said, "I'm not the one going. I'm still delivering water and medicine to my classmates." It had to be said that Yi Ying was indeed a very scheming person. She had scolded Yi Qian in front of the whole class, which had caused her image to suffer a huge blow. However, during the military training these few days, she had managed to salvage her image bit by bit. On this point, Yi Zhifan had indeed taught her well. Yi Ying did not take the bait, but Yaro Jing was not in a hurry. She still had Luo Ran. Whatever she wanted to do, she would be able to do it. Thinking about how Yi Qian had purposely tricked her and lured her to the restricted military zone, Yaro Jing couldn't suppress her anger. Good, very good. If he wanted to let Yaro Jing have a taste of bullets, then he might as well let Yi Qian have a taste of them first. This time, if she could directly get rid of Yi Qian in the army, then it would be interesting. Would the army still find trouble with the army? Also, Yi Ying had said that Yi Qian had no one to rely on and only relied on the old principal. Did that mean her family didn't even know that Yi Qian had the support of the army? Chapter 581. She could make use of this to tie a simple-minded person like Luo Ran to a scheming person like Yi Ying. Sigh, she had promised the principal that she would not cause trouble for Yi Qian, but how could she guarantee that others would not cause trouble for Yi Qian? The person in front of her, was someone who wished that she could immediately kick her sister out of school and trample on her for the rest of her life. Yi Ying did not know that Yaro Jing was harboring such malicious thoughts. She watched as Yi Qian got along well with Injusin and the rest, while she had given in to Yaro Jing in all aspects during high school. She even risked being caught by the teacher to pass her the answers, but in the end, she did not get any benefits. Dandan and Lamai were the same. They relied on their family's wealth and did not care about her at all. She had to admit that Injusin was right about one thing. Friends should not abandon each other, unlike her and Yaro Jing, who would first think of not being implicated when something happened. Yaro Jing was good at scheming. She did not dare to have a close relationship with such a friend. She could not easily reply to her words. She wanted to see what else she wanted to do with Luo Ran. After chatting and laughing, the students quickly took an afternoon nap under the shade of the tree. Yaro Jing walked out of the forest and saw that Yi Ying did not reply to her for a long time. She stood up and yawned. "I'm going back to class. I'll look for you tonight. I'm so tired. You should rest for a while too. Even though it was just delivering water, I can see that you're quite tired." As the two of them spoke, they saw Yi Qian, who had disappeared into the forest, sitting beside Injusin. It was as if he had never left. Yaro Jing's gaze shot over like a knife. She was almost shot by the soldiers just now, but she was sitting there chatting as if nothing had happened. "Yi Qian, just you wait. Where did you go just now? Liao Jian was just here, and Luo Ran was also here. Now the two of them are together again. TSK, nothing good will happen. Just now, when Yaro Jing came out from the forest, she glared at you several times. She's full of evil tricks." And Jusin was much more cautious than before. She also knew how to observe people in secret. Taking advantage of the fact that only she and Yi Qian were around, she whispered, "Don't run around for the next 2 days. Liao Jian and Xie Sifeng are both in number 16 high school. Our school happens to be having military training with number 16 high school. If I hadn't bumped into Liao Jian and Xie Sifeng that day, I really wouldn't have known that the two of them were in number 16 high school. It turned out that it wasn't number 1 middle school, but number 16 middle school." Yi Qian closed her eyes and said lazily, "Don't worry. If they really want to cause trouble in the army, then it's their own bad luck. Go back to your class. I want to sleep too. I'm so sleepy. Can you still sleep with all of them together?" And Jusin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, she followed suit and lay down in the shade of the tree. Her back was scalded by the heat. "It's so hot. How can I sleep? Let's go back to the dormitory. It's a bit far. We can just run back when the time comes." Then, she saw Yi Qian's brows relax as if he was lying on the bed. He raised his hand and gently shook her shoulder. Surprised, he said, "You're really going to sleep? It's so hot. Even if it's hot, you still have to sleep. All the good places are occupied. Where are you going to find a cooler place? It's good enough that there's shade here." Yi Qian yawned. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in a while. Now that she was back in the country, she was in a familiar place in the army. She was with her best friends. Her body and mind were completely relaxed. She didn't care if the ground was hot or not. Chapter 582. Her eyebrows softened as she spoke, and her breathing became light and long. She was really fast asleep. It can't be. She really fell asleep just like that. And Jusin clicked her tongue. She tried to lie down again, but in less than a minute, she sat up like a fried fish. No, she really couldn't sleep here. She learned from the other students and slept on their shoulders. Out of the 50 to 60 students in the class, only Yi Jian and a few other boys were sleeping soundly on the hot ground. The rest of the students leaned against each other or went into the woods to sleep against the trees. It was indeed a bit far from the dormitory. They had to pass through 2 large fields before reaching the barracks. They really didn't want to walk under the sun. I really don't know if it's because you're so careless that you can still sleep with everyone together. 1 Liao Jian, 1 Xie Sifeng, and 1 Yi Ying. You've got all the bad guys in junior high. Now that you have Yarou Jing and Luo Ran in senior high, don't you think you're born to be hated? And Jiaxin poked Yi Qian's face with her finger. She couldn't stand the temperature of the ground, so she found another place to take a nap. Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes before she got up to leave. The shadow of the tree cast in his eyes was like a thin layer of fog, giving him an unfathomable coldness. Why? In her previous life, she really wanted to ask Yi Ying why. Why was she always against her? Not only did she leave school early because she was framed by her, but she also became an unregistered student who couldn't prove her identity. She didn't have an identity card wherever she went. She gave in again and again, but ended up like that. She couldn't accept it. In her second life, there was no why. Because as long as she rose up and grew, she wouldn't be restricted by others. She wouldn't be bullied by Yi Ying anymore. She took the right step and won every step after that. Why was Yi Ying still against her in this life? There was no need to ask. She knew in her heart that it was because of jealousy. Everything started from jealousy. She was jealous that she had to rely on Yi Ying to survive, but she suddenly learned how to resist. She was jealous that her grades were worse than hers, but she became the top student in class. She was even more jealous that her grades were better than hers, but she was better than her day by day. Just think about it. Her sister, who was inferior to her in every aspect, suddenly made a comeback. With Yi Ying's narrow-minded personality, how could she accept it so easily? If she couldn't accept it, she could only think of ways to suppress it. However, if she wanted to maintain her good image, she would definitely think of using other people's hands. Xie Sifeng, Liao Jian, and Luo Ran were Yi Ying's hands. As for Yarou Jing, she was not someone Yi Ying could order around. She could only order Yi Ying around. Yi Qian was about to fall asleep immediately, but because of Jiaxin's words, his drowsiness gradually disappeared. Instead, he thought about Yarou Jing. As he thought about it, Yi Qian vaguely realized the reason behind the conflict between them. Yi Qian, a girl from number 16 high school is looking for you. A boy found Yi Qian and saw that her eyes were still open. He said softly, he said that he's a good friend of yours from junior high. He's waiting for you in front. The resting place was in the green forest of the Chemical Defense Regiment. There was a small forest beyond that. After passing through the small forest, there were sentries standing guard. It was considered a restricted area. He pointed in the direction of the sports field. Yi Qian stood up and looked over. She saw a girl standing in the shade of the trees and pacing back and forth impatiently. Chapter 583. Isn't that Xie Sifeng from 16th High? She looks like she's grown a lot taller, and her temper has probably improved as well. The boy yawned and left, but Yi Qian had no intention of going over. She wasn't so close to Xie Sifeng that she would go over just because she called out to her. After taking a look, she saw Jiaxin leaning against a tree and falling asleep. Yi Qian smiled and walked over to sit next to her, using her back as a pillow. After a few minutes, Yi Qian quickly fell asleep again. Xie Sifeng, who was standing not far away, waited for a full 10 minutes without seeing Yi Qian. Her impatience had already expanded to boiling point. Chewing gum in her mouth, she didn't have the patience to wait any longer. She glared at the direction of the little forest and trotted away. Liao Jian, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yi Qian didn't come. Xie Sifeng, who hadn't seen for more than a year, had not only grown a lot taller, but also picked up some of the bad habits of society, such as getting tattoos, dyeing her hair, skipping classes, and going online. 16th High was a place where problematic students gathered, but it was also a high school where parents hoped their children could get a high school diploma. It was known throughout the province for smoking, fighting, drinking, and causing trouble. However, because it was a high school in the province, the entry requirements were relatively low, so there were still quite a lot of students. Xie Sifeng's grades were average, neither high nor low, and her parents ran a small business, so she could only be sent to 16th High. Liao Jian's situation was the same as hers. He didn't want to go to the city, and couldn't get into the good schools in the province, so he simply came to 16th High. The two of them were classmates, and their relationship was even better than when they were in junior high. They often skipped classes and went online together. I'm so hot that my throat is smoking, but I still haven't seen her. Because of their close relationship, Xie Xifeng's tone wasn't as good. She glanced at another boy from the provincial high school and said angrily, "You're from the provincial high school yourself. Why did I have to come all the way here? What a disgrace." The man was none other than Luo Ran. He could tell at a glance that Xie Xifeng was just a loafer like him. Seeing that she wasn't polite at all when she spoke to him, he glared at her fiercely. "Be more polite when you talk to me. Even Liao Jian doesn't dare to speak loudly to me. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a girl." When Liao Jian saw this, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brother Luo, don't argue with her. She's just a straightforward person. Let her do things for you." She then pulled Xie Xifeng, who looked unhappy, and said softly, "He is the brother Luo that I always tell you about. He is very nice, loyal, and generous. If you have any problems in the future, you can always look for brother Luo. You can never go wrong." Luo Ran was overjoyed by the flattery, and Xie Xifeng's attitude also changed. "I say, Luo Ran, you've been complaining all day. Now that Yi Qian is back, why haven't you come up with any plans?" After searching for a while, Yaro Jing finally found Xie Xifeng. When she saw him, she looked at Xie Xifeng and pretended to be enlightened. She joked, "No wonder you didn't even look for Yingying. It turns out that you found another beautiful girl. She's from the 16th High School, right? It seems that the 16th High School is really a place with good feng shui. It's full of beauties." Luo Ran waved his hand impatiently. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qian didn't take the bait. I asked her to call for help just now, but she didn't even give a damn. How about this, brother Luo? I'll try again tonight. I won't look for her directly. I'll look for Yingying and ask her to come out while I'm at it." Xie Xifeng was a spineless person. When she heard Liao Jian's words, she recognized him as her brother. Now, she knew to go with the flow and try to strengthen their relationship. Chapter 584. Yaro Jing's eyes flickered. After asking around, she found out that this girl named Xie Xifeng was in the same class as Yi Ying. In just half an hour, Yaro Jing had found out everything about her. She also knew that this girl hated Yi Qian. After thinking for a while, she brought up the incident where she and Yi Ying were almost shot by the soldiers in the forest. Xie Xifeng exploded when she heard that. How dare Yingying say that she has nothing to do with it? Is she stupid? Whatever Yi Qian did to her, she should return the favor. Let her know what's good for her. How can we return it? Yaro Jing sighed and said helplessly, "Yingying is kind and I don't want to be a busybody. Let's just leave it at that. We don't have anything to do anyway. Forget it." "You can't do that." Yingying was almost forced to drop out of school by Yi Qian because of this. "You guys were almost shot this time. You can't tolerate it. She should have a taste of what it feels like to be shot." Xie Xifeng was a pushover. She looked smart, but once she opened her mouth, she would fall into a trap. She was led into a trap by Yaro Jing step by step. In the end, it was Yaro Jing who was persuading her. "Don't. We're in the military. We can't cause trouble. Besides, as long as we don't go near the forest, we'll be fine." Liao Jian secretly gave Xie Xifeng a lot of looks, but she didn't notice. Instead, she became more enthusiastic and said to Luo Ran, "Brother Luo, we can't just ignore this. As long as Yi Qian is around, Yingying will have a hard time. If I don't teach her a lesson, my surname won't be Luo." With her adding fuel to the fire, Luo Ran's eyes became even fiercer. Yaro Jing, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. These people, for Yi Ying, all of them seemed to have lost their souls. They were so foolish. Don't mess around. Yingying and I are fine. Don't cause trouble for us. No, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm regretting it now. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Yaro Jing pretended to be remorseful. She frowned and reminded Luo Ran not to cause trouble and not to go to the forest before leaving. The cicadas were still screaming hysterically. The sun shone so brightly that the ground was white. It was not until 1:30 p.m. that Yi Qian, who had slept for a full hour, finally opened his eyes. Just as he was about to stretch, he saw a familiar face looking at him with a smile. "You're as tanned as a pretty boy from Africa." Yi Qian saw that Jiasin, who was leaning against her, had fallen asleep on another girl's shoulder. She got up gently and walked to Yang Heng's side. "It's only been 4 days and you're already so sunburned. After 7 days of military training, I'm afraid your classmates won't recognize you anymore." Yang Heng raised an eyebrow. Why is he called Feijo's gigolo? He's slightly paler than an authentic African. Naturally, he's an African pretty boy. Yi Qian explained with a smile. When he saw Yang Heng's handsome features, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That day, when Yarrow Jing came here angrily, the first thing she mentioned was Yang Heng's name. After figuring out the key point, Yi Qian grasped the main clue. After some careful consideration, he came up with a bold guess. Yarrow Jing came to Class 2 to cause trouble for him because of Yang Heng. Did this mean that Yarrow Jing actually had a crush on Yang Heng? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh coldly. If that was really the case, it would be interesting. Rumors in school were that Yang Heng liked Yi Ying. Even Yarrow Jing herself had joked that Yang Heng had a good family background and was perfect for Yi Ying. Chapter 585. Yi Jian instantly thought of the key point as if she was enlightened. She looked at Yang Heng with a meaningful gaze. She didn't have much contact with Yang Heng, so she didn't know him well. However, in her previous life, she was forced by Yi Ying to judge whether the person she was taking in was a good person or a bad person based on their facial expressions. Therefore, she had some understanding of Yang Heng, a 16-year-old boy who had everything written on his face. He was a bad boy, but not at the root, but at the rebellious stage. He had a bottom line and knew what he could and couldn't touch. Smoking, fighting, and surfing the internet. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, his grades had always been in the top 5 of the grade, so that was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. In school, Yang Heng was a boy that the teachers didn't have to worry about. He was polite, motivated, and serious. As for what happened outside of school, sorry, but as his parents, they didn't manage him well. The teachers could manage him, but at home, his parents would. After listening to Yi Qian's laughable African gigolo explanation, Yang Heng touched his face and laughed. "Am I really that tanned? Looks like I have to learn from you girls and put on some sunscreen." It's too late for that. It was almost 2 o'clock, and the students started to wake up. Yi Qian pointed to an empty space in front of him. "Do you have something to say to me? Let's talk over there. There are fewer people." There were too many people, and Yang Heng was a famous person in school, so Yi Qian thought it was better to avoid him. Yang Heng was indeed looking for Yi Jian, but it wasn't convenient for him to talk about it here. Yang Heng nodded and took the lead with his long legs. Since he was tall and had long legs, he had an advantage in walking. His 1 step was equivalent to Yi Jian's 2 steps. Yi Qian, who had lagged behind, was impressed by Yang Heng's attention to detail. He walked so fast because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. There were a few spray nozzles on the field that were used to spray plants. They were turned on so that the students who woke up could wash their faces and get rid of the heat. Yang Heng came over after washing his hair. There was a faint shampoo fragrance. His handsome eyes looked at Yi Qian, and the first thing he said was an apology. He was apologizing for the incident where Yarrow Jing had caused trouble for Yi Qian in the classroom. He was also apologizing for implicating Yi Qian. "Yarrow Jing and I grew up in the same courtyard. Humans are shrewd from a young age, and the older they get, the more shrewd they become. However, we're good at putting up appearances and aren't stingy with money, so we have a lot of friends." It turned out that they had known each other since they were young. No wonder the two of them looked so casual when they were talking during the basketball match. Yi Qian was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. With a slight smile, he waited for Yi Qian to continue. "She has a lot of ideas and schemes. She seems to be righteous, but she knows how to protect herself. You see, her friends are always in groups of 3 to 5 wherever she goes, but there aren't many who are close to her. Yang Heng, who knew Yi Qian, did not intend to hide anything. Yaro Jing was someone who could help the Public Security Bureau find a suspect in 4 hours. She was also someone who could draw the facial features and height ratio of the suspect to more than 90%. If you really wanted to be on good terms with such a meticulous girl, you had to be honest with her. Yang Heng thought about every word he said, and he did not say it out loud. He knew that Yaro Jing and Yi Qian were at odds with each other, so he had been looking for an opportunity to say it to her. Chapter 586. His handsome features revealed a hint of seriousness, and even his voice deepened. Yi Ying and Yaro Jing seem close, but based on my understanding of Yaro Jing, it's not as simple as it seems. Saying that they're good friends doesn't seem right. Saying that they don't have a good relationship. Yi Ying is the closest classmate to Yaro Jing other than Wang Dandan and Lamai. He was a boy who wasn't used to speaking ill of others. He was just analyzing what he knew to Yi Qian. He believed that with her intelligence, she would understand what he was trying to say. What you're trying to say is that I should be wary of Yaro Jing, right? Yi Qian only raised her gaze slightly. Her expression was like the faint white clouds in the blue sky, light and indifferent, exuding a quiet and elegant calmness. Actually, regardless of whether I'm wary of her or not, Yaro Jing has inexplicably started to hate me. I'm not someone who can take a loss. That day, Luo Rant's basketball was obviously aimed at me, and I was just giving him a warning. As for Yaro Jing, she rushed into the classroom and even dared to insult my mother. Yang Heng, do you think something like this can be guarded against? I've never provoked her in the classroom, but an unexpected disaster came knocking on my door. I believe that you also know what kind of relationship she has with Yi Ying. You and I are both well aware of what kind of secrets there are. Everything she said was the truth. Yang Heng pondered for a moment and sighed. Yaro Jing can be very annoying sometimes. How about this? I'll tell her not to cause trouble every day. Please don't. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. Her dark eyes contained a hint of a meaningful smile. She said indifferently, if you tell her, it won't change anything. Instead, it'll make her angry. Yaro Jing is a bad person. You said that she's not someone to be trifled with, but now that she's provoked me, this matter won't end easily. You don't have to get involved in this matter, lest others say that I'm using you to deal with Yaro Jing. Also, they said that you like Yi Ying. Why do I feel that you're purposely making people think that way? Yang Heng's eyes were filled with astonishment. He did mean that, but he didn't expect Yi Qian to be so direct. This was a little different from the girls he had met before. At least, he hadn't seen one so direct. It's a little intentional. Who can stand people asking you who you like, if you need her help, if you're too shy to do anything? Yaro Jing has been asking me since the second day of middle school. That day, I saw that she pushed Yi Ying, so I might as well let her wish come true. A casual remark from Yang Heng had ruined Yaro Jing and Yi Ying's friendship. However, Yaro Jing was a patient person. She hid in the dark and did not reveal any of her thoughts. She observed both Yi Ying and Yang Heng. What a pity. Yi Jian sighed softly. What a pity. Now that she knew Yang Heng, and this guy was not bad, she could not treat him as someone who would sow discord between Yaro Jing and Yi Ying. You really don't mean what you say. This matter is enough to make Yaro Jing worry. Yi Qian sighed inwardly. Seeing the instructor of the first class walk towards their class, she knew that it was time for the assembly. It's time to assemble. You should go back to class. Don't get involved in the matter between me and Yaro Jing. It's not as simple as you think. Chapter 587. Also, help me keep an eye on Luo Ran. He can't find trouble with me in school, but he still has a chance in the military. Help me keep an eye on him, so I'll be prepared. Yang Heng's thick eyebrows furrowed. He remembered that Luo Ran had been close to a boy from 16 high these past few days. He whispered, Yaro Jing just looked for him, and is also close to a boy from 16 high called Liao Jian. Be careful of Yaro Jing, I'll keep an eye on Luo Ran for you. Based on his understanding of Yaro Jing, just as Yi Qian said, she wouldn't give up so easily. Now that Yi Qian was also back for military training, it wouldn't hurt to be more careful. The whistle for assembly sounded, and the students who hadn't yet woken up yawned as they ran towards the assembly point. The white sunlight was still blinding even at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Ying washed her face with water that was a little warm from the sun. She subconsciously looked for Yi Qian, who she hated so much, but couldn't do anything about. She saw a scene that made her eyes light up. It was actually Yang Heng and Yi Qian talking. The whistle got louder and louder, urging all the students to assemble. Yi Ying looked at the time. What a pity, it was only 3 seconds away from 2 minutes. Otherwise, she would definitely pull Yarrow Jing over and let her see this scene. She would definitely be so angry that her liver would hurt. The Anti-Chemical Regiment, in layman's terms, was a military unit that prevented the spread of chemical weapons. They were responsible for earthquake resistance, flood resistance, and wearing gas masks to prevent epidemics. On a deeper level, they were responsible for guiding the military to protect against nuclear, chemical, biological, and incendiary weapons. They were also responsible for coordinating with the infantry in battle. This type of military unit didn't appear often in the past, but now that they were an important force in the country's anti-terrorism unit, they were increasingly appearing in the public eye. Listening to the shocking shouts of the real soldiers in the field, Yi Qian's entire body was straight as a pencil under the instructor's instructions. He followed the students in the class from the basic movements in the posture of a soldier. After the assembly, Yi Ying gave the instructor a bone-deep military salute and stood aside to watch the other students train. She's just pretending. The instructor knows that she has heart disease and asked her to take a rest in the shade. She said, "I can hold on now. If I really can't hold on, I'll definitely take a rest." And Jiaxin almost rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand Yi Ying's behavior anymore. Yi Qian was afraid that her eyes would hurt, so he said softly, "That's enough. She won't bother you. Just don't pay attention to her. Also, she's close to Luo Ran now. Don't let her hate you too. If she hates me, then so be it. I can't wait for her to hate me a little, so that she won't only stare at you every day. See, I'm looking at you again. If you keep talking, you'll be the first girl to be punished by the instructor in the afternoon training." Yi Qian noticed the instructor's sharp glare and reminded him, "Don't do the same thing more than 3 times. If you say another word, you'll definitely be dragged out." Knowing the consequences of being punished, and Jiaxin immediately shut up. Yi Ying originally wanted to stand for more than 10 minutes and pretend that she couldn't hold on any longer. But when she saw Yi Qian here, she began to think of a way to embarrass Yi Qian. From the moment she stood at attention and relaxed, her gaze never left him. Chapter 588. As the last student to participate in the military training, the instructor naturally paid more attention. Especially when the girl reported to him, she stood at attention and saluted. That standard was even more exemplary than that of a veteran soldier. She exuded a piercingly cold military might that made one's heart tremble. Now that he paid more attention, he could see how solid the girl's basic skills were. "Yi Qian, step forward." 20 minutes into the drill, the instructor gave the order to take a break, then called out Yi Qian's name. "Come, stand in front and demonstrate." She stepped forward. The first one who couldn't hold back was Yi Ying. She stood at the back, looking as if she would collapse from heat stroke at any moment. She said softly, "Instructor, I saw that her posture when she took a break just now wasn't right. She didn't look as good as the other students. We still have a drill performance. It's a competition of ranking and points. If one person doesn't do it well, the whole class will be dragged down." She spoke slowly and softly. It sounded as if she was really thinking for the class. Some of the students in the class also supported Yi Ying's words. After all, this military training would be recorded in the files. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Everyone wanted to get a good ranking so that the instructor could write a few beautiful words on the file. Hearing this, some students nodded in agreement. Seeing that some students nodded, Yi Ying wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, since she said it, she was sure that someone would stand up for her. She said, "We only have 2.5 days. It's not certain if we can train well. Tomorrow is the field training for the 5 classes. It's still a question whether she can keep up. After saying so much, she just wanted the instructor to train Yi Qian harshly and make her suffer under the sun. Why don't you, Yi Qian, don't participate? Anyway, you didn't come for the first 4 days. The teacher won't blame you. The instructor won't scold you either. Don't drag the class down. The one who spoke was a girl. Usually, she didn't talk much with Yi Qian, but she was a girl who was very strong in her studies. Yeah, why don't you, Yi Qian, don't participate? It's a thankless task. Don't do it. It's not that big of a problem. Yi Qian can choose not to come, but since she's here, it means that she's a member of our group. Why should we not allow her to participate? Yi Qian has only just arrived. He'll definitely drag us down. You guys are stupid. No matter when you come, you'll always be a hindrance. This morning, you've practiced the mid-air rotation technique for God knows how many times, and now you've learned it. Can you not act like a big shot here? Yi Qian is Yi Qian. What makes you think she can't do it? We are the first batch of military trainees in the whole province. The requirement is to have a standard. What if Yi Qian doesn't make it? What if I can't keep up? There's no what if. Since Yi Qian dared to come, it means that she will definitely succeed. She was not one to put on a brave front. If he came, he would succeed. I'm definitely not inferior to you guys. In an instant, the students were divided into 3 groups. One group opposed, one supported, and one watched from the sidelines. And Jiaxin wanted to step forward and say a few more words, but she tactfully glanced at Yi Qian, who had been pushed into the limelight by Yi Ying. Seeing her gently shake her head, and Jiaxin shut her mouth tightly. Seeing that the voices of Class 1 were getting louder and louder, they were particularly eye-catching on the field. Many classes turned their gazes over. Because the students' voices were too loud, each and every one of them was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The instructor immediately blew a sharp whistle to warn them when he realized that his loud voice was not enough to deter them. Chapter 589. The sharp whistle made the instructors of the other classes immediately stop their training and rush over to support their comrades in order to control the students who had suddenly become agitated. The political instructor also rushed over. These students were all important targets to be taken care of. During military training, it was fine if they fainted from heat stroke or suffered some minor injuries, but if they started fighting right under the eyes of the instructors, the situation would become serious. Yi Qian didn't expect that Yi Ying's few words would cause such a scene. Yi Ying was also quite surprised that a few words had such a big effect. Her original intention was to let the instructors teach Yi Qian a lesson and embarrass him in front of the class. Who knew that it would cause a group argument in the class? Look, some of the boys were even about to fight. Yi Ying's eyes flickered and she walked over obediently. Do you see, Yi Qian? I said before that you want to fight with me. Do you think you're worthy? Amidst the quarrel that grew louder and louder, she laughed softly. What do you think? Do you like this kind of welcome ceremony? You definitely won't like it, but I like it. How pitiful. You'll definitely be the one who gets scolded the most when they start scolding you. Do you think you'll be accepted by the students just because you're back? Yi Ying's smile became even more smug. The arrogance between her brows was just like in her previous life. On the first day of military training, the principal and provincial leaders emphasized that the results of this military training are very important. If we don't face the consequences well, there will be serious consequences. Do you know how many students in our class want to get into university? Do you know how many students are worried that if something goes wrong during this military training, it will affect their college entrance exams? Do you know? Ignoring her made her even more arrogant. Yi Qian tilted his head and lowered his gaze slightly. He looked at Yi Ying, who was half a head shorter than him, and looked down at her with a condescending gaze. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her smile was calm and composed as she said indifferently, "You really know how to worry. Shouldn't a patient with heart disease be resting properly? You're always scheming about this and that and sowing discord. Aren't you afraid that your heart will get tired and go on strike?" Yi Qian knew that she didn't have a heart condition, so he deliberately said those words. He admired the way her face changed from anger to anger. He smiled coldly and said, "Think about it carefully. Every time you've schemed against me, have you ever succeeded? It seems to have never happened before." This really made Yi Ying's heart ache. It was precisely because he had not done it even once that she hated him. The more he hated him, the more he wanted to teach him a lesson. "Yi Ying, cover your face properly. Don't hit it too hard later." After Yi Qian finished speaking, she lifted her chin slightly. The coldness in her bright and exquisite eyes deepened, making her seem even more profound and unfathomable. Today, Yi Qian was able to deal with accusations calmly. She was confident that she could easily resolve such a small matter. She also had the ability to plot against Yi Ying time and time again, and finally turn it into a slap to Yi Ying's face. Yi Ying's expression suddenly darkened. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Don't be so smug here. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to explain this to your classmates and to the school. The whole class is fighting over you. Yi Qian, you really have a lot of face. With such a big face and such a big stance, I'd like to see how you're going to deal with this." Chapter 590. Of course, they would deal with her as they should. In the face of Yi Ying's uncontrollable arrogance, the corners of Yi Jian's mouth curled up slightly. The coldness between her brows was as if she was preparing for a battle. At the same time, it made her brows look even more beautiful, but at the same time, it also revealed a cold hostility. "Do you know why I didn't step in to stop you?" Looking at Yi Ying, who was still waiting for her to be unlucky, her smile was also dazzling. "Because, I'm not the one who started this, it's you." In the army, a team, a group, could not be separated, let alone destroyed. Yi Ying had obviously made a big mistake, but she still thought she was infallible. Yi Ying was too inexperienced. So inexperienced that she did not want to make a move at this time. Because, there was no value in making a move. At this moment, Yi Ying's faintly proud face suddenly revealed a trace of panic. She wanted to ask for clarification, but she saw Yi Qian walk to the instructor's side and say something. The instructor actually nodded slightly. He, who never smiled during training, even twitched the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was smiling at Yi Qian. The slight panic she felt at first really expanded now. Not only did she panic, but she also had a faint bad premonition. Yi Qian, what was this wretched girl trying to do? She hadn't even been in the army for 2 hours. How could she make the usually strict instructor smile? Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but the boys and girls were all hot-tempered. Yi Ying threw out a fuse, and immediately ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. Even the instructor's sharp whistle didn't stop. Although the students from the other classes were ordered to rest on the spot by their instructors, some busybodies still came over to watch the commotion. Luo Ran was one of them. When he heard that the quarrel was because of Yi Qian, he also raised his voice. "She's obviously here to drag the class down with evil intentions. You bunch of idiots, you've all been fooled by her. Applying for leave means that your military training score is 0. Yi Ying from your class has a heart condition. Originally, she applied for leave too, but in the end, she still came together because she was afraid that her military training score would drag her down. You bunch of idiots, Yi Qian will also get points if she sneaks in. She's here to drag your ranking down, do you understand? A bunch of idiots." When the political instructor saw this, he waved his hand and an extremely unfamiliar instructor walked over. Without saying anything, he directly threw Luo Ran to the ground. With one hand pressed against the back of Luo Ran's head, from the front. Luo Ran's facial features were squeezed out of shape by this instructor. Woo-woo. He still wanted to struggle, but in the end, not only could he not even make a sound, his entire body was suppressed to the point where he could not move at all. After this instructor made a move, the rest of the instructors separated the two groups of people who were quarreling. They stared fiercely at these students who were causing trouble without any team spirit. "Idiots, he's right. You guys are just idiots." Yi Ying was overjoyed. Even the instructor said so. "Yi Qian, you," before the joy could reach his face, he heard another instructor scolding, "Looks like I've been teaching you for nothing every day. I've been telling you guys to have team spirit every day. Everyone is tied to the same rope. The one who wants to cut this rope is your real enemy. Her joy instantly disappeared. Why did she feel like the real enemy the instructor was talking about was her? Yi Qian glanced at her, then followed the instructor to the political instructor. Yi Ying was the one who started this, but for the sake of the entire group, she had to step forward. Chapter 591. The instructor had a very deep impression of Yi Jian. A student standing in front of him was a soldier. He had never had such an impression before. Students were soldiers, unless they were military school students. The noisy scene was suppressed by a few instructors in a short while. The instructor stood in front of them with a cold military aura and a face as cold as water. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of all the students. All the noise gradually stopped, and finally, there was complete silence. You said that the last student would drag the class down, right? I wonder who said that first. The first person to speak, please step forward. After suppressing the scene, the instructor spoke. His gaze was calm, but not a single student dared to look him in the eye. He silently used his military aura to intimidate all the students. At the same time, Yi Ying, who was standing at the side, trembled. She didn't step forward because she didn't dare to. Why? Why didn't things go according to her plan every time? Why did all kinds of situations happen? This officer didn't even know Yi Qian. All the students were arguing because of Yi Qian. Why did he look for her first and not Yi Qian? The bad feeling grew stronger. Yi Ying closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and walked over step by step with determination. Instructor, I said it first. Because Yi Qian just enlisted today, I couldn't help but take a few more glances while I was resting next to him. One thing about Yi Ying that was quite admirable was that she would take the initiative to admit her mistakes. Once she realized that something was wrong, she would immediately step forward to admit her mistake instead of denying it and trying to play smart to avoid it. Yi Qian also admired her for this. After all, not everyone had the courage to take the initiative to admit their mistakes. The instructor didn't lose his temper immediately. Instead, he looked at her with bright eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What were your original words? Can you repeat them for me?" They were all students, not real soldiers under his command. He couldn't beat them or scold them. He could only educate them. No matter how he educated them, he had to look at the source of the chaos. I didn't say anything else. The instructor asked Yi Qian to step forward. I only said that I noticed that her at-ease posture wasn't right. It wasn't as good as the other students. He also mentioned that we have an exercise performance, and that we have to compete for rankings and scores. If one person can't do it well, the whole class will be dragged down. Yi Ying repeated what she had said, and her frantic heartbeat gradually calmed down. She did not say anything else. She was thinking for the sake of the class. She did not say anything wrong either. Even if the instructors were to pick and choose, they would not be able to find fault with her. Yi Ying's speech was indeed difficult to find fault with. Her IQ was indeed high, but she just couldn't meet Yi Qian. Once she met Yi Qian, she would try to find fault with him. In the end, she would be the one making a fool of herself. This was Yi Ying's biggest flaw, she couldn't tolerate it. Yao Jing's IQ was definitely not as high as Yi Ying's, but her advantage lay in the fact that she could endure and plan slowly, unlike Yi Ying who jumped out at the slightest thing. After the instructor finished his question, he saw the instructor nod lightly, confirming that Yi Ying had indeed said that. Student, your intentions are good, but the bad thing is that you shouldn't have made rash comments when you didn't know the truth. The instructor was also a man. Although he was meticulous, he could not see through Yi Ying's thoughts. Instead, he criticized her. Even if you really saw something wrong with her, you should first report it to the instructor. Don't use your rash judgment to elevate the class's reputation. Chapter 592. You are a team. One person can't represent the glory of the team. What you said seemed like you were worried about the class, but have you thought about the consequences? This kind of criticism was extremely light. In the army, it was no different from giving pointers while eating. But to Yi Ying, as long as it was because of Yi Qian, any kind of criticism was a great humiliation to her. She couldn't accept it. Her eyes reddened and she immediately said, "I'm sorry. I was too impatient and didn't think of the consequences." It's fine as long as you don't do it again in the future. Return to the team. The instructor saw that she had a good attitude and took the initiative to stand up for her, so he didn't have a bad impression of Yi Ying. He knew that there was a student with a heart disease in Class 1. After returning to the team, Yi Ying lowered her head and wiped her tears. She bit her lower lip and held her head high with a pale face. She would not admit defeat. She would never admit defeat to Yi Qian, that wretched girl. Endure, she had to endure. Yi Qian wasn't surprised by her behavior. A smart person would immediately find something to their advantage after realizing that they were wrong. Yi Ying had always been good at this kind of thing. The current Yi Ying wasn't worthy of her help, but what about the future Yi Ying? She was really looking forward to it. The instructor gestured for Yi Qian to stand beside him and blew a whistle at all the students in Class 1. He shouted with a cold voice, "Everyone, listen to my command, line up to the right." Under the covetous gazes of the 4 instructors, including Luo Ran, who was still being pressed to the ground by an instructor and couldn't move at all, the students who almost started a fight settled down one by one. They lined up to the right and lined up to the front. Although it wasn't really a straight line, they still stood in a good line. I can understand your feelings of wanting to be ranked. Everyone wants to be ranked, even your instructors. However, you're splitting yourself apart for the sake of a ranking. You're clearly giving up on yourself. You said that the students who came last would drag you down. Come, instructor, call those male and female students who had the most objections over here. I'll review their results. What do you think? The female student who first voiced her opinion, come up as well. Since you can see the mistake in their at-ease posture, you must have done a good job yourself. Come up together. In the army, what mattered was real ability. If you were capable, you could be arrogant. If you were not capable and still had the loudest voice, then you had better be obedient. Before you entered the army, it didn't matter what kind of army you were in. Once you entered the army, the first thing that mattered was obedience. If you don't have the ability and you still refuse to obey, I'll first train your skin, flesh, tendons, and bones until you become obedient. If the students couldn't train too hard, then let them open their eyes and see who would be the one dragging the class down. 6 boys and 4 girls, a total of 10 people stood up. Yi Ying stood against the scorching sun. Compared to the other 3 girls who were already terrified, her body was very straight. Although she didn't practice with the rest of the class every day, she still participated in the morning exercises. Compared to the wretched girl who only practiced for less than half an hour, she didn't believe that she couldn't win. With confidence, she naturally straightened her back. She even reminded the girl beside her whose shoulders were curled up, "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" She didn't even practice for a day, but you practiced for 4.5 days. Chapter 593. The girl didn't answer. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk well. She was afraid that she had only said a few words, but the instructor had heard everything and even called her out. What if the word disunity was added to her file? What should she do? It's over. If you were the one who did this, Yi Qian would have to bear the consequences. Wang Dandan, who had a good relationship with Yaro Jing, said softly. Her eyes flashed with a look of disappointment. Yi Ying is still too inexperienced. She's obviously smart, but why can't she grasp the opportunity? This was the sophomore Class 8. They were divided into Classes 1, 2, 3, and 2. Class 6 happened to train at the same time as Class 1, so Class 6 was the clearest about what happened in Class 1. Initially, Yaro Jing was quite interested. Yi Ying's little tricks were indeed hard to guard against. This time, her little trick was brilliant. In an instant, she had turned Yi Qian into a target of public criticism. But, when she saw her moving closer to Yi Qian, Yaro Jing knew that her trick had gone wrong. If it were her, she would definitely be the one to mediate when the students started quarreling. She would talk as she mediated and make the whole thing worse. She would even incite the students who were watching from the sidelines to join the camp for Yi Qian to withdraw from the military training. Then, she would make the boys fight. Even if Yi Qian had a backer in the army, she would never be able to participate in the military training. Because of her, the whole class was at odds with each other. No matter how capable such a person was, the instructor wouldn't take a second look at her. Nothing had happened during the 4 days of training. If she caused trouble as soon as she arrived, she would become unreasonable no matter how reasonable she was. Yi Ying can't stand it. She shrinks her neck at the slightest sign of trouble. It's okay to let her come up with ideas, but don't count on the people beside her. Yarrow Jing watched Yi Ying walk out, then watched her and the boys stand at attention, and salute. She snorted lightly and said, "What a pity. She has a good life and a good brain, but she wasn't nurtured from a young age. She's scheming and capable, but she's still lacking a little bit of maturity." Yarrow Jing's parents were government officials. Her grandfather and maternal grandfather's family were both involved in politics. From a young age, her knowledge and methods were much better than Yi Ying's, who was held back by Sun Dongqing. If Yi Ying had such a family instead of being raised by Sun Dongqing, she would definitely be much more capable than Yarrow Jing. If she was really powerful, would you still be with her? Wang Dandan smiled. Even though her parents were not officials, her family was even more well-off than Yarrow Jing's. Her princess-like heirs were no less than Yarrow Jing's. Seeing how Yi Ying walked so elegantly despite not having much training, Wang Dandan couldn't help but sigh. It's not unreasonable for Yang Heng to like her. She does have some capabilities. I'm not saying that she can't do it. She's just a little worse than the three of us. However, Yang Heng has always liked smart girls with good grades. Yi Ying is just right for him. However, what she did not expect was that Yi Qian and Yang Heng were completely unrelated. They did not even know each other. Why would Yang Heng beat Luo ran up for her? She only knows how to fan the flames, but she doesn't know how to add fuel to the fire. If Yi Ying wants to bite down on Yi Qian, she will only injure her teeth. Wang Dandan was also a smart girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hang out with Yarrow Jing. From the corner of her eye, she saw the instructor in the class walk over. She secretly pulled Yarrow Jing, who was deep in thought, and said, "The instructor is here." Chapter 594. The ruckus in Class 1 had stopped. The instructors of each class had returned to their own classes to continue the military training in the afternoon. As usual, the main content of the lesson was to execute the formation command. After the whistle sounded, they took a break and stood at attention rhythmically. Sweat had already soaked through their hats, collars, and backs. Even their waists where their belts were tied were drenched in sweat. The students of Class 1 had completed the process of standing at attention, taking a break, saluting, walking in unison, marching, and running. When the instructor called for them to take a break, the 10 of them, whose faces were flushed from the sun, let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they kept up and didn't make any mistakes. Although there are big and small steps, it's not bad to be able to maintain the same pace. Walking in unison and marching in unison is a bit off from the formation. You still need more training. The instructor nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the results of the 10 students. As students, you're not bad. You can keep up with the formation. However, as a soldier, you're still too far behind. Yi Ying's tense expression relaxed a little after hearing that. As long as they passed, then Yi Qian. If he made any mistakes, he would definitely not be able to participate in the military training. The entire class would know that her participation was purely a burden to the class. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, Yi Ying held back even though she wanted to speak. If she spoke again, the instructor would be suspicious. He would think that she purposely stood up and said those words for the sake of the class to make Yi Qian leave. Yi Ying did the right thing here. If she spoke again, the instructor wouldn't be suspicious. He would think that she was wrong. After one of the boys saw that he had passed, he let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Instructor, we're students, not soldiers. So, you can't say that we're too far behind. That's biased. There are a lot of shortcomings. Didn't the instructor teach you that you need to report if you have a problem?" It was obviously an extremely unwise move to try to talk to the instructor who was in charge of ideological work. Just based on this point, I can give you a fail. It's fine if you're not convinced. In the military, you have to be convinced when you wear this camouflage uniform. The last sentence was no less shocking than a sudden clap of thunder. In an instant, the boy, who thought he had passed and was somewhat proud of himself, was so scared that his shoulders trembled. The instructor's stern gaze swept across all the students who were causing trouble. His face was even darker than before. You haven't even done your job properly, yet you dare to stand out and criticize others. If you are the last in class and have the lowest grades, I can tell you that it's definitely not your fault. Yi Qian didn't say a word. He just watched the tutor scold the rowdy students until they couldn't even raise their heads. Yi Qian could understand why they got into a fight because of Yi Ying's words. But if she had to speak up for them. Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly, and there was a cold glint in her eyes. That was impossible. These people had been dissatisfied with Yi Ying ever since school started when she casually said that it was unfair. Especially one of the girls, Meng Wen, who immediately stood up to oppose Yi Ying after she finished speaking. Meng Wen usually didn't talk much to her. Usually, whenever the teacher called her name in class, Meng Wen would stand up and voice her opinion. She didn't have any opinions about learning to excel, but she shouldn't cause a ruckus at a time like this. Chapter 595. No matter how many glances Meng Wen gave him, Yi Qian maintained his gaze and stood motionless beside the instructor. After the instructor shocked the entire class, he looked at the girl standing proudly like a pine tree and asked in front of the entire class, "Yi Qian, do you dare to walk with a real soldier? Let your classmates see who's the one who's dragging who down. This is my suggestion, you can choose to reject it." That sentence caused an uproar in the class. How could that be? Yi Ying laughed. She was being forced into a corner. If she said she didn't dare, then it meant that she would be dragging the class down if she participated in the military training. Her classmates who were supposed to protect her would also lose face. If she said she would, she would lose even more face. She hadn't even participated in a single training session, yet she dared to walk with a real soldier after less than half an hour of training. She wouldn't be afraid of bursting if she agreed. And Jiaxin was about to suffocate from a heat stroke. When she heard the instructor's words, she was so anxious that she was sweating like beans. Yi Ying, that bastard. She was putting Yi Qian on the stove to roast alive. Just as Jiaxin was cursing Yi Qian in her heart, she heard Yi Qian's calm voice. His strength shook her heart as he agreed to the instructor's suggestion. "Instructor, I have no problems. I'm ready to be inspected at any time." Under the sunlight, Yi Qian's brows were like green mountains and clear waters, but the expression in his dark eyes was carefree. He stood upright with his temperament like a pine tree and snow. When the slanted sunlight shone on his shadow, it was like an unbending spear. The instructor's suggestion wasn't very good, but it contained some probing elements. He wanted to see what this cold-blooded high school girl with the temperament of a soldier looked like. As the first province to expand military training for high school students, the inspection on the 7th of October wasn't just limited to a few leaders. Even the capital's military district would send people over. For such an important event, it was necessary to select a top student soldier, flag bearer, leader, and speaker. These were the students who would represent the spirit of the entire student body on the day of the grand review. If Yi Qian was right, then she would be the top student and the flag bearer. How could the students who had not stepped out of school know what the instructor was thinking? When they heard Yi Qian agree in a voice that made their hearts tremble, they all looked at Yi Qian with different intentions. Exclamations, suspicions, worries, disapproval, all sorts of gazes fell upon him. Ultimately, all of them could be summed up into one meaning: is Yi Qian crazy? How could she agree to such a suggestion? It was clearly putting her in a difficult position and putting her at a dead end. The students who supported Yi Qian started to worry. The class monitor, Lu Xin, walked out and shouted, "Report." The tanned instructor said in a deep voice, "Speak." "Instructors, I think it's unfair. Yi Qian just trained for less than half an hour. How could she line up with real soldiers? Also, just now, he was referring to." LV Sinwei paused. Yi Jian was referring to the instructor just now. Just now, the instructor said that the 10 students who have been training for 4.5 days are not qualified according to the standards of soldiers. I think the instructor's suggestion is unfair to Yi Jian. Chapter 596. Most of the students in the class agreed with Lu Xin's words. He wanted to speak up for Yi Qian, but he saw the instructor's stern expression disappear. He smiled and asked Yi Qian, "What do you think? Do you want to continue?" Instructors all had the heart of a fox and were good at playing cards. Yi Qian looked at him as if he was looking at political commissar Yang. When he heard this, he took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the class. He smiled brightly and said, "The sun is too bright. Everyone is angry because of me again. Let's all take a break. For the sake of unity in the class, for the sake of not dragging the class down during the big review, and for the sake of all the students being able to train without worrying about me affecting the class ranking, why don't we all sit down and watch the instructor's heroic bearing?" As soon as she opened her mouth, there was a round of applause. It was enough to show how popular Yi Qian was in the class. The students who had opinions about Yi Qian could not deny that she had always been the most tolerant girl in the class. No matter who had a problem with a topic, she would always look for her. Even if she had something on hand, she would put it down and help explain it to the other students. This kind of help was a silent help. At a critical moment, it could be seen that out of the 50 to 60 students, only 10 stood out to express their opinions. The instructor couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He said to Yi Qian, "Okay, we'll listen to your arrangements this time." After he finished speaking, he said to the instructor who had a stern expression the entire time, "Go and gather the instructors of Class 2 and Class 3. The students of each class will rest for 15 minutes. "Yes." The instructor saluted, clenched his fists, and jogged away with his hands close to his waist. 2 minutes later, the 8 instructors of Class 2 and the 7 instructors of Class 3 were all present. They lined up neatly and stood in front of the students of Class 1. Yi Qian was ordered to return to the group by the instructor. His movements were swift and nimble as he returned to the group of 15 instructors. When it was 16, Yi Qian's voice was like the rising sun. It was full of vigor as he called out his own number, 16. Before it even started, a simple voice announced the impressive military might. That was a direct hit to the hearts of the students. It had the power to shake a tree. All the students in the class suddenly widened their eyes and Yi Ying clenched her fists. When the instructor heard this voice, he knew there was hope. He shouted, "Attention! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh." The uniform sound was like the wind coming from the camouflage uniforms. The Indomitable soldiers used their military poise instantly shocked the students in the class. On the other hand, Yi Qian's legs were pressed together and his feet were accurately separated by about 60 degrees. His upper body was straight, his stomach was tucked in, his chest was puffed out, and his shoulders were spread out. The 5 fingers of his naturally hanging hands were gently clasped together. His thumb was pressed against the second joint of his index finger. His head was straight, his neck was straight, and his chin was slightly tucked in. His eyes were like sharp swords unsheathed from their scabbards as he stared straight ahead. Her eyes, like all the other instructors, were looking straight ahead in the direction of the students of Class 1. The ones closest to her were Yi Ying, Meng Wen, and the other 10 students. In that instant, they felt Yi Qian's gaze burst out with a cold light, which turned into a cold substance and directly brushed past their faces. Cold, dark, sharp. It was just a gaze, but it made their necks shrink in an instant. It was as if they shrunk back a little later, that solid gaze would fall down their necks and make their heads fall to the ground. This feeling made them tremble in fear. It made them extremely frightened, and it made them lose their aura even before it started. Chapter 597. Even the instructor was shocked by Yi Qian's murderous gaze, not to mention the students of Class 1. The moment he saw Yi Qian's unsheathed gaze, the instructor realized that this girl was a soldier who had killed on the front lines and whose hands were stained with blood. Only a soldier whose hands were stained with blood would have such a sharp gaze that was a mixture of justice and killing intent. Shocked, he gave the order to be at ease again. Yi Qian's movements were perfectly synchronized with the instructor's without the slightest bit of incongruity. The 2 simple instructions made the students of Class 1 suck in a breath of cold air. The students of the other classes were also addicted to watching. They didn't even realize that the slender figure mixed in with the instructors was just like them, a high school girl. Yi Ying's hands were clenched so tightly that her palms turned white. How is this possible? How is Yi Qian able to maintain the same movements as the instructors? How is she able to do it? Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. It was as if she wished that she could be Yi Qian and follow the instructors to receive the attention of all the students. Yarrow Jing, who was closest to Class 1, had dark clouds rolling in her eyes even though she could tolerate it. How is this making Yi Qian look bad? It's clearly making her receive the worship of all the students. She can't do anything right, but she's good at spoiling things. She even said that she understood Yi Qian the best. Is this understanding? Is this understanding personally sending her to the front of all the students and making her the most prestigious person in the school? Wang Danden's eyes could not turn away. Especially when Yi Qian walked in step with the 15 instructors, the valiance exuded by the movement of his hands made her gasp in amazement. Amazing, amazing, too amazing. It's actually the same, it's actually the same. Marching in step was a common step used by soldiers. It was usually used to march in a neat formation. In a group of 16 people, it was clear who was slow or who was taking smaller steps. Yi Qian, who had joined the group of male soldiers, did not embarrass himself in the slightest. His posture was upright, and his arms and legs were in sync. His arm swings were natural and graceful, and his pace and stride were as precise as the instructors. He did not fall behind by half a millimeter, nor did he walk half a millimeter more. Wang Danden did not have any conflicts with Yi Qian. In addition, she liked to read military reports and had a dream of becoming a soldier. At this moment, when she saw that Yi Jian was as handsome as the image of a female soldier in her mind, she immediately started praising Yi Jian without hesitation even though Yarrow Jing was beside her. It's so cool and exciting. Have you watched the TV series Two Ladies, Two Soldiers? It's the one that won the National Outstanding TV Series Award. Yi Jian is even better than Chen Xiaomai. Yarrow Jing's expression turned cold. Danden, if you still treat me as a good friend, stop praising Yi Qian. Let me tell you, I hate her. She's the one who made me unable to raise my head in school for the past few days. Yarrow Jing said through gritted teeth. The coldness in her voice made Wang Danden narrow her eyes. Yarrow Jing hated Yi Qian, but that didn't mean that she hated Yi Qian. What's more, Yi Jian had become her idol in her heart. Okay. I won't say it. Wang Danden smiled and blinked. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were extremely bright as she stared at Yi Qian. She sighed inwardly. If only I could be like Yi Qian when I become a soldier in the future. Chapter 598. Wang Danden was not the only one who thought so. Most of the girls and boys thought so as well. After setting up his position, Yi Qian gave the command to attention. His left leg moved forward by about 50 centimeters, the tip of his foot pointed out by about 30 degrees. His two legs were straight, and his right leg took a shortcut to his left leg. Just looking at his back made everyone applaud. Yi Qian, you're amazing. Holy shit. Yi Qian, you're my idol. My idol. How can you be so amazing? Yi Qian, be my girlfriend. I need a girlfriend like you who can make me feel proud. Handsome, handsome, handsome. You're so handsome that no one has ever been before. Yi Qian, how can you be so handsome? Applause rang out, but Yi Jian remained calm. Her heart was as still as water, without any ripples. Before the instructor gave the command, she maintained the posture of a pine tree and did not move at all. She did not even blink and looked straight ahead with determination and fearlessness. At this moment, what you saw was a soldier, a qualified soldier who had returned from a bloodbath. What you saw was a soldier who had earned everything she had through her own efforts. She used her unwavering steps to create her own wonderful soldier. She was a female Special Forces soldier who stood out like the sun rising from the east. The instructor was used to seeing the soldiers in formation, but when he saw Yi Qian's posture, although his expression was calm, his eyes burned with passion. This was definitely a girl with a story. She was definitely a female soldier who could be brought to the battlefield as soon as she was born. She had military might, a murderous aura, and a murderous aura. Marching. It was time to test one's basic skills. The applause also stopped at the instructor's command. All the students held their breaths as they stared at the instructors, and also at Yi Qian. Marching in a straight line was the best way to display the bravery of a mighty army. That was the military might of an army that had been forged into iron. It was a sharp blade that had the bravery of an army. Yi Qian's aura changed again. It was no longer reserved, but completely released. His brows were filled with killing intent, and his resolute gaze was as cold as autumn water. It shocked the students so much that they held their breaths, not daring to let out a breath. Under the sunlight, her upper body was straight and slightly leaning forward. Her fingers were gently clenched together, and when she swung her arm forward, her elbow was bent, and her forearm was slightly horizontal. This movement seemed simple, but it was actually practiced hard. The bottom of her wrist was about 10 centimeters above the bottom button of her shirt, and about 10 centimeters above her body. With a raise of her hand, Yi Qian immediately calculated these numbers accurately. Her left leg kicked out about 75 centimeters in front of her. Her long and slender legs were stretched perfectly straight, and the tip of her foot naturally pressed down. She was about 20 centimeters above the ground, and when her entire foot landed on the ground, a pa sound was heard. When she and the instructors raised their feet again, there was actually a cloud of dust. There was no applause in the audience, only absolute silence. All the students were stunned. They saw Yi Qian's marching in a straight line that surpassed the military might of the instructors. He walked at a height that they could only look up to, and he walked with an aura that made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was too standard, too perfect. It was even more perfect than a textbook, and even more impressive than the movements of the instructors. Suddenly, there was applause, followed by a wave of thunderous applause. All the students who were resting on the ground stood up and applauded and cheered for that valiant and heroic posture. Chapter 599. Did you notice? Her camouflage uniform is the same color as the instructors' camouflage uniforms. She looks like a soldier and doesn't look like a student at all. I'm completely in awe of her now. Oh my God. Didn't Class 1 cause a ruckus just now because Yi Qian only arrived today and would drag down their class ranking and scores? What a huge irony. Look at how well he's doing. So standard. She's actually a female soldier, not a student. She's amazing. So neat. If I didn't know that the last one was a student, I would have thought that she was an instructor too. TSK. She said that she only arrived at noon. How long has she been learning? She doesn't look like she just learned. While the sophomores and juniors were discussing, the sophomores from Class 1 would have run over and carried Yi Qian if they didn't remember the rules. Yi Ying's face was as white as snow. She hadn't been exposed to the sun. Now that the color had faded, her face was paler than any other student's. Even her lips were pale. She looked like she was suffering from a heat stroke. How could this be? How could this be? She really didn't expect that she wouldn't be included in her calculations. Instead, she was in the limelight. The thunderous applause was all for her. All the praises were also for her. The students who were doubting Yi Ying just now all lowered their heads. They were so embarrassed that even their necks turned red. No, impossible. How could this be? She really couldn't believe that what she saw was the truth. She couldn't accept the fact that she was humiliated even more. Her face turned from white to green, and her originally pretty facial features instantly became distorted like an evil witch. She wanted to rush up and drag Yi Jian, who had become the center of attention, down. She wanted to drive her out of the army and to the dirtiest place. She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. Why did Yi Qian, that wretched girl, win in the end? She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. He bit his lower lip so hard that he could taste the rusty taste of blood in his mouth, but he didn't let go. He locked his gaze on the figure of the standing still while running. He saw the handsome figure that was not inferior to the instructors. He saw her under the sun, exuding a temperament that made him more and more nervous. Faintly, he saw the distance between them. How could this be? One had been beaten and scolded by him since he was young, the other had been cowardly and incompetent since he was young, and the other had been deliberately spoiled by his parents since he was young. How could Yi Qian be better than him in every aspect? When Yi Qian won the first round of applause from the students, The instructor immediately informed the team to send a small team over to maintain discipline. With the guidance of the soldiers, the 8 classes of the second year sat on the left, while the 7 classes of the third year sat on the right. In the middle, there were 18 valiant figures with impressive military might. The instructor immediately decided that Yi Qian would be the top student soldier and flag protector. There was no one more suitable than her. The applause didn't stop for a long time. Because Yi Qian was there, even the soldiers who came to maintain order looked at Yi Qian in surprise. It was rare to see a girl who looked more like a soldier than a soldier. At first, Yang Heng from the third-year class didn't recognize Yi Qian as the last instructor. When he first saw Yi Qian and the other 17 instructors walking together, their backs facing him. When Yang Heng saw the familiar face, he choked on his water and started to cry. Chapter 600. Yi Qian, it's actually Yi Qian. In addition to having a superb memory and heaven-defying observation skills, she also had the ability to hide things. Were Luo Ran and Yaro Jing blind? Why did they still provoke her? Yi Qian. Isn't she the girl who made Luo Ran bleed and kicked the basketball like a soccer ball? There were also people in grade 12 who recognized her. Yi Qian had done something incredible on the basketball court that day. She had made the school's famous hooligans bleed. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Heng frowned and said in a low voice, she didn't do it on purpose. She accidentally hit him when she was returning the ball. If this continued, Luo Ran would not let Yi Qian off. I didn't say she did it on purpose. Thinking about it, it's not likely. Yang Heng, why do I feel like you know her? What do you think? What do you think? Looking at this junior sister is really tempting. In grade 12, boys and girls were well aware of the situation. Those who wanted to fall in love would seize the time to find a partner. Those who wanted to study would bury their heads and ignore the outside world. They would only focus on revising. On the other hand, students whose grades were neither good nor bad were more relaxed. They would more or less pay attention to the big topics in school. They had heard of Yi Qian's name but didn't really know her. Now that they heard her name, it was clear. So she was Yi Qian. Yang Heng had always been impatient with these topics. He glanced at the boy in his class and saw the pockmarked acne on his face. He laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling amorous? Do you see Yi Qian's skin? It's reflecting the sun's rays. It's as white and tender as an egg. You should be more virtuous. Don't go near her. Mites are also contagious." There was a hint of a smile in his voice, and all the boys around him heard it clearly. Even the soldiers who were maintaining order couldn't help but laugh. These words were not false. Other people looked dirty when they sweated, but Yi Qian's skin was white. When she sweated, it was like pure white snow melting. It was as clear as water, giving people a sense of comfort. Her pitch-black eyes glistened under the sunlight. They were like the crescent moon hanging high on a laurel tree. It was so bright that people wanted to be the one chasing the moon. Her appearance alone was enough to amaze the boys. However, her temperament was as biting cold as a sword and as proud as a pine tree. She had a military aura that made them look up to her. They could only look at her from afar and not blaspheme her dignity. Handsome, elegant, virtuous, talented, and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. Such people really do exist. I didn't study in high school for nothing. Compared to the straightforwardness of the science class, the boys in the liberal arts class were much more reserved. There was no other to praise was a compliment. To compliment was Yi Qian's. The break, which was supposed to be 15 minutes, had been extended to 5 minutes. Yi Jian, who was standing in the military posture, had also been standing for 5 minutes. The veterans all had to admit that they were impressed by her. Stand in a military posture is the mother of all military actions. Pull in your stomach, stick out your chest, raise your head, look forward, and spread your shoulders back. Your body must be as strong as steel. You must have your head up to the sky and your feet firmly planted on the ground. At 3:11 in the afternoon, a gust of wind blew, blowing up the yellow dust on the field. Someone cried out and quickly raised his hand to wipe away the dust that blew into his eyes. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Almost half of the students were blinded by the wind and sand. Yang Heng and the rest who reacted quickly had already closed their eyes. They waited for the wind to blow away the dust before opening their eyes. They saw the wind carrying the dust close to the motionless figure in the middle of the field. It had been 10 minutes. She should have some reaction by now. Chapter 601. Even Yarrow Jing had begun to stretch her neck. With the sand blowing into her eyes, Yi Qian would definitely not be able to hold on any longer. Those who were not soldiers would never know how much hard work it took to maintain a military posture. Under Principal Chen's training, Yi Qian had steel needles on both sides of her legs. As long as she moved slightly, the needles would pierce into her legs and cause them to bleed profusely. Her back was straight and her waist was straight. Her wrists were also tied with iron balls and sandbags. She had to look straight ahead. Even if the wind blew and sand into her eyes, she would not blink. As long as the instructions were not over, she would not be afraid of storms, thunder, lightning, or strong winds. As long as she stood still, she would be able to stand tall and straight like a pine tree. So what if the sand blew into her eyes? So what if sweat flowed into her eyes? The army had to look like an army. A soldier had to look like a soldier. A soldier's image, a soldier's majesty. She had to be a deterrent to the enemy and a sense of security to the people. She had to be powerful when she moved and her attacks were sharp and unstoppable. Wearing this military uniform meant suffering. The wind, sand, sweat, and tears were all trivial things that could be ignored. Yi Qian kept her eyes level. She stared at the sunlight that could make one's skin peel off. She stood there for 20 minutes without moving an inch. Even the students who were sitting down started to get impatient. They were already uncomfortable sitting under the sun. How much more uncomfortable would it be for Yi Qian, who was standing still? 25 minutes. She didn't move. Not only did she not move, I even saw the wind blow directly into her face. She didn't even blink. Could it be that her long eyelashes blocked the wind and sand? Are you stupid? No matter how long your eyelashes are, how can they block the wind and sand? Why don't you bring a pair of fake eyelashes and try it out? Even though I rubbed my eyes, it still hurts. Look at Yi Qian. She's standing so straight. Just based on this, we boys can't compare to her. What was there to be surprised about if boys were not as good as her? If he told them that Yi Qian had helped the Public Security Bureau uncover the truth within 4 hours, wouldn't they be shocked? After finishing the entire bottle of water, Yang Heng gripped the empty bottle tightly. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. Wasn't this Yi Qian very attractive? Even if all the students in the 2 middle schools were added together, who could compare to her? 1 in 1,000? 1 in 1,000,000? It would be difficult to find a girl like her in 1,000,000 people. She was still standing. The sun's blazing white light began to glow with a faint golden hue, and her body was elongated by the setting sun. On the ground, her figure stood side by side with the instructors, and her aura did not diminish in the slightest. They had trained for about half an hour before, and now they had about 40 minutes. This meant that Yi Qian had been training for almost an hour without any breaks. An hour was the limit for boys, but to her, it seemed so easy, without a trace of fatigue. As he watched, Yang Heng couldn't help but laugh. There was a sense of pride in his handsome eyes. Look, standing there like a ray of light, Yi Qian was Yang Heng's friend. She was so outstanding that all the teachers and students in the school would have a whole new level of respect for her again and again. Vaguely, Yang Heng felt that Yi Jian would definitely become one of the century-old famous people in No. 1 middle school of the province. Her photo would definitely be hung in the school's Hall of Fame, and her junior brothers and sisters would look up to her. Perhaps one day when he returned to his alma mater, he could point to the famous people's pictures and tell them that she was his friend. Chapter 602. Yang Heng was a smart guy. He knew that if you treated someone like Yi Qian as a friend, she would treat you with the same sincerity. She was like a brother to you. Compared to Yarrow Jing and Luo Ran, Yi Qian was more worthy of being his friend. Thinking of Luo Ran who jumped out, Yang Heng's youthful and handsome face flashed with a trace of coldness. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. I'll find a chance to give him a warning after the military training. As for Yarrow Jing, If a warning didn't work, he had to think of another way. While the other guys were thinking about how to get to know Yi Qian, he was already thinking about how to solve some problems for Yi Qian. Another 5 minutes passed. The instructor of Class 1 looked at the time and said to the instructor, "She's now qualified for a new recruit to join the company." Qualified for a new recruit to join the company? You've misjudged her. The instructor laughed. They were all standing under the sun. Even without moving, their shirts were drenched in sweat. He stared at the spear-like figure and said, "She's a veteran." Veteran? The instructor was surprised. You mean she's actually a soldier? She's definitely not a soldier, but there must be people from the military training her in secret. Our anti-chemical regiment. Sigh, it's too late, too late. The instructor let out a long sigh. Too late, too late. She was already qualified to be a soldier. It would be difficult for the anti-chemical regiment to recruit her. Although the instructor didn't feel as emotional as the instructor, he still felt that it was a pity that a soldier like a student couldn't be recruited into the regiment. Half an hour later, the instructor finally said, "Attention, at ease, rest where you are." Applause rang out as the 16 figures walked over. Each applause was louder and more enthusiastic than the last. It was as if they were welcoming a triumphant hero and praising her bravery with applause. It was only half an hour, but to Yi Qian, it was like 3 minutes. Years of training had already trained her qi, every muscle, and every bone in her body to the best possible state. She coordinated and balanced her qi and strength perfectly. After half an hour, she felt relaxed and did not feel any discomfort at all. As for the other students, the longest they could stand in a military posture was only 15 minutes. The instructor had intentionally increased the duration because he wanted to shock the students in Class 1 who were afraid of being implicated. He wanted to let them know that they were being arrogant and should be ashamed of themselves if they were to criticize them. And Justin, whose palm had turned red from the slap, turned sideways and saw the figure sitting in the first row on the far right. Anger flashed in her eyes, but she smiled again. She gently passed through the 2 rows and came to stand behind Yi Ying. "Did you see that, Yi Ying? Do you think Jane is afraid of your little tricks? Are you regretting it now? Ha ha ha, you want to embarrass Jane and incite the whole class to ostracize her. You're really blind." The righteous and Justin came over to make her angry. She wanted Yi Ying to know that her evil intentions had all become Yi Qian's highlight. Doesn't it feel good to shoot yourself in the foot? Yi Ying, you're doomed to destruction for your sins. Yi Qian has always known her place. She's always laughed at the things you've done. This is her magnanimity and kindness. Don't think too highly of yourself. If she really wants to make a fuss about it, do you really think you'll be able to finish high school smoothly? And Justin was warning her to stay put. Yi Qian might not make a fuss about it now, but that didn't mean she wouldn't make a fuss about it in the future. If she dared to use such despicable means again, it was hard to say who would be the unlucky one in the end. Chapter 603. Yi Ying was already furious. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but her heart felt like it had been doused with cold water. She was suffering from both ice and fire. When she heard Justin's voice, she turned her head fiercely and glared at Justin with her fiery eyes. She turned her head just in time to let Justin see her snow-white face. Ioro, she was so angry. It felt so good. She was so angry at herself. Heart attack. She looked like she was about to get a heat stroke. Looking at Justin, who always felt sorry for her, Yi Ying said fiercely, "Don't be so smug. We don't know who will have the last laugh. All of you, just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let Yi Qian off. Don't be so ungrateful. Yi Ying, if you dare do anything to Jane I and Justin will be the first to come after you." And Justin couldn't even be reasoned with. She couldn't take it anymore and scolded in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? You're not as good as Jane in literature and Jane in martial art. You're not even as good as Jane. Just you wait. We'll wait. I'll wait for you to suffer a crushing defeat." And Justin knew at a glance that Yi Ying, who had gone crazy, wouldn't stop. Seeing her good friend Yi Qian become the center of attention, the anger in her heart because of Yi Ying dissipated bit by bit. She smiled and said, "This time, I really have to thank you for letting Jaina shine. From now on, who in the school doesn't know about Year 2 Class 1's Yi Qian? Thank you, Yi Ying. She could threaten Yi Ying and warn her, but she definitely couldn't thank her. She was the one who had personally brought Yi Qian to success time and time again. This was undoubtedly a great insult, and Yi Ying couldn't accept it. And Justin's words were like a soft knife stabbing into Yi Ying's heart, causing her to feel pain. Shut up. Yi Ying's voice was distorted as she stared at the back of Justin, who was about to return to her original position. She was so anxious that her hands clenched into fists, and her body suddenly tilted and fell limply onto Meng Wen's body when Justin returned to her original position. He was angry and furious. Coupled with the unwillingness in his heart, he finally fainted for real. She was so angry that she fainted. Meng Wen had been sitting beside her the whole time. When Justin opened her mouth, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. She even moved her body to the side, not wanting to hear such embarrassing words. However, when Yi Ying fell, she was so scared that she screamed. Unfortunately, the applause was so loud that only the girl on her right could hear her scream. Even her classmates behind her could not hear her. Fortunately, the 10 students who had picked on Yi Qian were all standing at the front. Yi Ying had fainted, and the soldiers who were in charge of maintaining order were the first to notice. It was common for girls to faint during military training, so the soldiers did not panic. They contacted the medics, and 2 minutes later, a stretcher came to carry Yi Ying away. Fainting was a good thing. At the very least, she could avoid the upcoming storm. No one paid attention to the fact that Yi Ying had fainted. It wasn't a heart attack. Everyone's attention was on Yi Qian, who had returned to the team. Loud screams, long cheers, and the warmest applause welcomed the return of Yi Qian, whom everyone worshipped. Meng Wen also wanted to leave. She usually liked to fight with Yi Qian because without Yi Qian, she would have one less strong competitor in class, and she would have a better chance of getting into a top university. Chapter 604. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was here, and he was so good at it. She couldn't take it lying down. He was already so good, but he still had to take up the teacher's time in class. This made her even angrier. She wanted to make her suffer during the military training, but, in the end, she was the one being put in a spot. The remaining 9 people wished they could find a hole to hide in. Luo Ran, who was being restrained by an unfamiliar instructor, ate a mouthful of dust. His head was pressed against the ground, and his facial features were squeezed out of shape. He couldn't move his body at all. He couldn't see Yi Qian's performance in these 40 minutes, but he could hear the cheers. Luo Ran hated himself for being restrained by this soldier. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and cheered for him. All the instructors returned to their respective classes. They were greeted by the enthusiastic applause of their classmates. Even though their palms were burning, they didn't want to stop for a long time. Yaro Jing's applause was just for show. She didn't make a single sound. How could she be happy when someone she didn't like won so beautifully? She couldn't be happy. She only wanted to destroy the person who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She wanted to hide her light and warmth in the darkness. She would never be able to see the light again. Wang Dandan, who was standing beside her, glanced at her with a smile. Her gaze moved slightly as she continued to applaud her instructors. She also gave her applause to Yi Qian, a girl whom she admired. Jing, I think Yi Qian isn't a simple person. As for the matter between you and him, I think you should just let it go. Wang Dandan smiled as she spoke amidst the applause. It was as though they were having a normal conversation. She wasn't worried that Yaro Jing would fall out with her. You saw it for yourself. Do you think he only trained for 20 to 30 minutes? How is that possible? It's obvious that he only trained for a few years. He doesn't have such a solid foundation. Don't make a mistake. Not only will you offend Yi Qian, but you'll also make Yang Heng stay away from you. Yaro Jing's eyes darkened. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Dandan, your words have a deeper meaning. Why? Do you think I'll be too harsh on Yi Qian? Are you sure you'll get the same results as you did in junior high if you deal with her so heavily? Wang Dandan turned her head with a sweet smile. She had a pair of small canine teeth, and when she smiled, her teeth were sharp. Although her rosy cheeks were not as pretty as Yarrow Jing's oval-shaped face, they were as sweet as candy. Didn't your parents come to school last time? What was the result? We're friends. That's why I'm advising you. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I don't think Yang Heng likes someone like Yi Ying. You don't have to extend your love to her. As she spoke, she even blinked her eyes, as if she was implying something. The smile on Yarrow Jing's face faded as she looked at her best friend with a cold gaze. After a long while, she chuckled and said, "Love the crow, love the crow." That seems to be the case. After all, Yang Heng told me that he was interested in Ying. He's my brother. Wang Dandan didn't say anything else. She frowned slightly and stopped trying to persuade her. She had known Yarrow Jing since junior high. Because of their families, they had a good relationship. She knew Yarrow Jing quite well. She had tried to persuade her, but Yarrow Jing still hadn't come to her senses. It seemed like only Yang Heng could persuade her. Chapter 605. Yi Qian was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Having grown up in a business family, Wang Dandan quickly realized that Yi Qian was the most beneficial person to her. She had made up her mind not to trifle with him. If you don't know the ins and outs of a person, you should never make a move. Hopefully, Yarrow Jing would be able to figure it out herself. Following Yi Qian's return to his class, the applause from the entire field was like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the one before. There would always be applause, it was just a matter of time. Yi Qian had used the experience of 2 lifetimes to win the applause that came late. Finally, she had added the most beautiful touch to the most beautiful years of her life. With her ability, she had not let down the most beautiful years of her life. In the most beautiful moments of her life, she had not let down her most beautiful self. Under the command of the instructor's whistle, the 8 classes of the 2nd year and the 7 classes of the 3rd year stood at attention and walked in unison back to their original positions. Probably due to Yi Qian's influence, everyone couldn't help but straighten their backs. The chanting of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 was filled with the vitality of the sun. Behind them was the 2nd year's class 1. They rushed towards the returning Yi Qian. And Jiaxin picked her up and threw her high into the air with everyone's help. Amidst the clear laughter, they caught the girl who had brought glory to their class. Yi Qian, you have become the most beautiful scenery in our lifetime memories. With you in our memories, even if we are old, it will still be colorful. Open up the box of memories. Your smile, your elegance today will become the most beautiful memories of our lives. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian. 1, 2, 3, throw her up. Ha ha ha, catch her, catch her. Laughter and military songs filled the air. You sang about your comrades, I sang about the little white poplar. In this spring of youth, with you, me, and him, it was the most beautiful day ever. Yi Qian was so happy that he couldn't control himself. His laughter was like spring water from a mountain stream, splashing out one after another to make people happy. Amidst the laughter, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the excited students to put down Yi Qian. The stern instructor gave the class time to gather together and form a tight, inseparable group. Just now, the first class had experienced a split, and they needed this kind of positive energy to mend the cracks. And the best person to unite the class was Yi Qian. She used her strength to let the whole class see that her return was not to drag the class down, but to win glory for the class. Students, do any of you still think that your classmates will be your burden? Will I become a burden to you? The instructor's words made the 9 people in the front row blush even more. All of them lowered their heads and no longer had the confidence they had when they had objected. Yi Qian stood in her original position. Behind her, a classmate whispered, Yi Qian, you're so cool. From now on, I'll only respect you. We almost got into a fight just now. Let's see if the 9 of them still have any face left. Ha, they're so embarrassed that they can't even raise their heads. Yi Ying fainted at the right time, or else she would have been embarrassed. Yi Qian had some people in the class who didn't like her, and so did Yi Ying. Yi Qian always smiled at these words. She didn't like to gossip because she felt that no matter whether she said it or not, If this person's character was really bad, others would know, so it didn't matter whether she said it or not. Chapter 606. The instructor in front of them spoke earnestly, explaining why the students had to undergo military training and why they had to be united. The students who quarreled today seemed to have the spirit of collectivism, but in reality, they were all individualists. They were afraid of being implicated, afraid of delaying themselves, afraid of falling behind, afraid of not being able to get first place. They were afraid of this and that, but they never thought of lending a helping hand to their classmates. They never thought about whether they could use their break time to properly teach the students who didn't understand. All you think about is escaping, all you think about is individuals. Students, your behavior has already violated the meaning of our military training, which is to cultivate the strong perseverance and collective spirit of hard work, to cultivate a good style of study and life. You all still have to learn more. In group activities, the spirit of the group is your pillar. This pillar cannot fall, it has to be supported by someone. Those who have the ability to support it, then help those who are less capable. This way, you will be able to go further and faster. It is not to exclude individuals to achieve individual victory. That way, even if an individual wins, it will not be of any use in the group. These words were not only for the 9 students in front of them, but also for the entire class. With the instructor's whistle, the morale of all the students in Class 1 instantly reached a high point. Everyone's morale was high, and even their voices were louder than ever. Yi Qian had used her own actions to prove that not only would she not be a burden to the class, but she would also lead the class to a higher score. Whoever dared to doubt her would have to take a look at themselves first. The instructor seemed to have forgotten about Luo Ran for a moment. He did not expect such a person to exist at all. It was only when the instructors of the class resumed their training that he coldly and resolutely walked towards Luo Ran. The soldier holding Luo Ran down was not an instructor. If Yi Qian were here, she would definitely be able to see that this soldier had a pair of cold eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The area between his thumb and forefinger and fingers were thick with calluses. This was a sniper from the anti-chemical regiment, and he was also an outstanding sniper. Release him and bring him to the infirmary. The instructor looked coldly at the boy who was as weak as a dead fish. To put it bluntly, this kind of brat needed to be taught a lesson. He was still so arrogant even after being taught a lesson for 4 days. He would definitely become a scourge in society. After receiving the order, the soldier lifted Luo Ran up like a little chick. Behave yourself, kid. If you want to eat another mouthful of dirt, I promise you'll have your stomach pumped tonight. Fortunately, he was a student. If he was a soldier in the regiment, he would have been dragged out and taught a lesson. Luo Ran was a stinky and stubborn person. He was used to being arrogant, so how could he bear this kind of humiliation? He wanted to put on airs and be fierce, but when he opened his mouth, it was as if his throat had been burnt. He was so hoarse that he couldn't even say a word. Fuck, just you wait. Don't leave this place if you dare. The instructor laughed instead of getting angry. All right, we'll be waiting. We're not afraid that you won't come looking for us, we're just afraid that you won't dare to come looking for us. He was lawless. It was not easy to teach him a lesson in the army, but if he dared to provoke the soldiers outside of the army, he would be asking for trouble and would have a stain on his record for the rest of his life. In the infirmary, Yi Ying woke up from her coma after being treated by the medics. Just as she regained consciousness, she heard an extremely arrogant voice coming from outside. Let me go. I'm going to sue you. You're abusing a student. I'm going to sue you. Chapter 607. This was Luo Ran's voice. Yi Ying struggled to open her eyes. Yes, she could still look for Luo Ran and get him to teach Yi Qian a lesson. No, not in the army. He had to do it outside. Also, she couldn't implicate herself. Then, looking for Yarrow Jing. Tomorrow was a field training and they were going into the mountains. Could she find an opportunity? That's right, that's right. This was a good opportunity. She had to seize it. She had to look for Yarrow Jing and get her to step up. After all, her parents were officials. If something happened, the school couldn't do anything for the sake of Yarrow Jing's parents. Therefore, after she dragged Yarrow Jing out, she had to think of a way to get herself out of this mess. She was still on the bed and her brain was still in a semi-conscious state, but her mind was already spinning fast. The door of the hospital opened. The soldier who dragged Luo Ran in said to the military doctor, "I'm afraid he needs to be injected with a tranquilizer." He didn't know the rules in the army. They had to let him know what the rules were and what it meant to follow the rules wherever he went. The military doctor looked at the boy whose right side of his face was bruised and the right side of his body was covered in dust. He knew that he had been taught a lesson. This kid is quite wild. I'm afraid one shot of tranquilizer won't work. I'll need a few more. You decide how many shots to give him. I'll hold him down while you give him the injection. When the soldier spoke, his voice was cold, and it definitely did not sound like he was joking. His hand moved for real, and he flipped Luo Ran over to another bed. The strength of his hand was so strong that Luo Ran roared hoarsely, but there was nothing he could do. He had no way of winning against the soldier. He wanted to show off, but he was in the wrong place. Luo Ran, who wasn't afraid of anything and only knew how to do whatever he wanted, tore his camouflage uniform. As he struggled fiercely, he saw the military doctor walking over with a long needle. The needle was injected, but it wasn't a tranquilizer. It was an anti-inflammatory needle. However, Luo Ran really calmed down. When the needle pierced his skin, he didn't dare to move. The teacher in charge of the school's logistics also rushed to the hospital. Seeing Luo Ran sitting peacefully on the bed, the teacher heaved a sigh of relief. This Luo Ran really knew how to cause trouble. He had never seen such an arrogant student. He even dared to go against the instructor in the army. Why wasn't he afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp? I'm sorry to have troubled you. There are still 2 students in our school who have fainted from heat stroke. I'll have to trouble the military doctor to take a look at them. I'll do the ideological work here. Her own school's students had caused trouble, and it was the teacher who had to step forward to apologize and clean up the mess. After they left, the teacher reprimanded Luo Ran. "Luo Ran, I don't care what your opinion is, there are still 2 more days of military training. You must behave yourself for the next 2 days. Do you hear me? Who's causing trouble? Who caused trouble? I just ran over to tell the truth. Is that considered causing trouble?" Luo Ran had never respected his teachers. The school had recently built 2 computer rooms and more than 100 computers, all donated by his father, so that he could finish high school in China. After taking his family's money, he still wanted him to act like a grandson. The school's attitude towards him was the same. As long as he didn't cause any big trouble and didn't cause any trouble in school, he would be allowed to finish 3 years. The teacher didn't have any requirements for him at all. Anyway, this kind of person wouldn't take the college entrance exam. He only wanted to get a high school diploma. He had no interest in preaching at all. He glared at him coldly and left. Chapter 608. Yi Ying, who was behind the blue folding curtain, waited until the teacher left before she spoke softly. "Luo Ran, if you continue to cause trouble, you'll be the one at a disadvantage." At the moment, letting Luo Ran take action was the best way. After all, he hated Yi Jian. Luo Ran, who was about to leave, rushed in and saw Yi Ying with a pale face, lying on the bed with an 4 drip. This was a sickly beauty. Luo Ran's eyes lit up as he sat on the bed. "When did you come to the infirmary? Fainted from the sun? Didn't you say you didn't have to participate? Why, is the instructor in your class making things difficult for you?" Yi Ying knew that Luo Ran had feelings for her, but she didn't want to interact with this kind of person. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but he still pretended to be cool in front of her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with disgust as she said softly, "Yi Qian has been working so hard since he came back. How can I be a burden to the class? It's just that I didn't expect my body to be so weak that I fainted." She fainted from anger, but pretended that her body was weak. "It's her again. Don't worry, isn't there a field training tomorrow? Just you wait. I'll deal with her sooner or later." Luo Ran's eyes were fierce as he said maliciously, "I'll go back tonight and think about it carefully. I'll definitely have a chance to make a move tomorrow." She didn't even say anything, but he was already planning to make a move. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with joy as she said in a low voice, "You've already been targeted by the instructor. If you do anything else, You'll definitely be noticed. Also, Yi Qian performed so well today. Luo Ran, don't be rash. She was reminding Luo Ran to be more careful and cautious. Alright, this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Yi Qian. The sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Luo Ran immediately shut up and walked out with his hands in his pockets. He saw two boys carrying a girl over on a stretcher. He rolled his eyes and left the infirmary as if nothing had happened. Yi Ying was anxious. She hadn't hinted to Luo Ran to pull Yarrow Jing in. There was still more than half of the 4-drip left. There was no hurry. The field training was tomorrow. She could go after the 4-drip. This time, he must get Yarrow Jing involved. There were only 2 beds in the infirmary. When the military doctor saw that Yi Ying had woken up, he instructed a boy to pick up the 4-drip and said to Yi Ying, "Student, your condition has improved. You have to give up your bed to another girl." It was only 2 hours of training from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Some students with weaker physiques would feel a little uncomfortable. It was normal for them to suffer from heat stroke. Yi Ying wanted to lie down, but she could only get up. She glanced at the clock hanging in the infirmary. Her drip would be finished before 5 o'clock, just in time for dinner. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the military training ended with the announcement of the students. The students of Grade 2 Class 1 were still a little confused. Why did it end so quickly today? He didn't feel tired at all. He was still full of energy. "Instructor, it's rare that we still have the strength. Why don't we do it for another half an hour?" A boy laughed and said from behind. "Hurry up, it's expired." It was already rest time, so the instructor was no longer intimidating them. Naturally, the students didn't have to be so tense. After 5 days of interaction, the instructor was pretty good except for when he was training. "I also feel that I'm full of energy today. Yi Qian, you are the source of my life." Someone suddenly roared such a sentence. Instantly, the entire class burst into laughter. "The source of your life is your mother, not Yi Qian. Ha ha ha, if you want to find the source, you have to find your mother." Chapter 609. Yi Qian is the strength of our unity. You have to say it like that. Come, let's sing unity is strength together. Raise your voices. The instructor was of course very happy. Seeing that his students were all in high spirits, he felt quite proud. Of course, the biggest contributor here was Yi Qian. He was like a catalyst, bringing out all the potential that the students had not yet unleashed. With a shout of "Get ready," the students of Class 1 started singing "Unity is Strength" in high spirits. It was amazing that they took the lead. The other classes did not want to be outdone. On the way to lunch, they all started to sing. It was really a competition of whose voice was louder and whose voice was in unison. Brothers and sisters of Class 4, do you have any? Yes. Do you want to fight? Fight. Where are the eagles of Class 8? Over here. Dongfang Chue, battle drum thunder, you want to sing? Who's afraid of who? Class 6 is really unhappy. Singing is not loud, not forcing yourself if you don't sing. Why don't you go stand guard? The entire field was filled with deafening singing. If you can sing well, so can we. Let's see who can win. Singing was originally a tradition in the army. Now, it had also become a tradition in military training. First, it was to unite the morale of the troops and unite the hearts of the people. Second, it was to inspire the hearts of the people and relieve the pressure. In the army, it was to encourage the recruits to persevere. In military training, it was to encourage the students to persevere. They would bleed, sweat, but not cry. They would not fall behind if they lost skin or flesh. Third, and most importantly, it was to liven up the atmosphere. The instructors were very strict to begin with. When they shouted during training, it was scary. It was also not very humane. It was also a bit of a blow to the students. Singing together could close the distance and liven up the atmosphere. They could also get to know the instructors better and get along more harmoniously. Class 1 took the lead and brought the 5 days of training to the climax of livening up the atmosphere. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. Some of them even pulled so hard that the tendons on their necks were exposed. And Jiasin, who had howled until her throat was dry, laughed and said to Yi Qian, "Our morale is high. Look at what you've done. The other classes are so envious of us." She did not pay any attention to why Yi Qian was able to work with the instructors and carry out their orders like a real soldier. She also did not think of asking about it. To her, there was nothing worth asking about. Yi Qian was so capable. What could possibly stump her? Instead, it was Yi Qian himself who was thinking about how best to break the news to Jiasin. Principal Chen's identity could not be leaked. There must be a reason why a world-class sniper would hide in a small town for nearly 15 years. Here, he could not mention Principal Chen at all. There's nothing to be envious of. Since Yi Ying brought it up, I have to satisfy her. Yi Qian raised her delicate eyebrows. Her expression was as calm as the clouds in the sky. There are too many petty tricks. It's like an endless loop, back to junior high. An endless loop. She had to deal with it again and again. It was getting a little annoying. The aroma of the food drifted over. And Jiasin could not help but swallow her saliva before replying, "This person just likes to play petty trick." She's still the same as before. She suddenly recalled the vicious words she had said earlier. Her expression turned serious and she immediately said, "When you were training, didn't I warn her not to cause trouble for you?" She said, "Let's wait 3 times in a row." Her expression was so ferocious that it looked like she wanted to eat a living person alive. Chapter 610. Yi Qian didn't need to think to know how Yi Ying would react. He could even replicate it. Even her voice and tone were exactly the same. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Why did you have to provoke her? She wanted to embarrass me, but in the end, she saw the thing she didn't want to see the most. If you provoke her again, she will faint from anger." I stood there for less than a minute, and she really fainted. Fuck. Jaina, do you think she will wake up and say that I was the one who made her faint? And Jiasin was a fearless person. She laughed and said proudly, "It's quite an achievement to make her faint from anger. She's always been the one making us angry, but now we're the one making her angry. Ha ha ha, why do I feel so good?" As he spoke, his smile gradually faded. He continued, "But I think this matter has been a big blow to her. Originally, she wanted to embarrass you and use your classmates to oppose your military training. In the end, you became the big star of the school. Based on my understanding of her, she must be even more unwilling to accept this. She said such harsh words just now. Do you think there will be any movements during tomorrow's field training?" Yi Qian stopped in his tracks. Tomorrow's training is field training? How many kilometers? There was even field training for a long-distance rapid march in the wilderness. It seemed that the military training this time was very important to the province. They even arranged such a strong training program for the students. 20 kilometers. Gather at 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Everyone, go into the mountains for field training. Just thinking about it, my legs are already turning to jelly. And Jiasin immediately focused her attention on the field training. Her previously high-spirited expression instantly withered like a withered flower, and in just a moment, it was gone. Yi Qian frowned slightly. Luo Ran, Yi Ying, and maybe Yarojing, the 3 of them could become tigers. They really needed to be careful. The 2 of them chatted as they walked over. The students in the class had already formed a long line and started to get their food. It was still the same place as before. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Now, the setting sun was like a brocade, covering the entire horizon with golden light. There was also a large patch of fiery clouds in the horizon, which was exceptionally dazzling red. Yi Qian, our idol must be in front. When the students at the back of the line saw Yi Qian coming over, they waved their hands and shouted, "Students in front, make way, make way. Our idol is first." And Jiasin seemed to be welcoming herself. She even waved and said, "Hello, students. Thank you for your hard work." Coincidentally, the instructor who came to look for Yi Qian overheard them. He pulled a long face behind them and smiled helplessly. "This female classmate of yours, I've been observing you for a few days. If it weren't for your long hair, I would have thought you were a boy. From the beginning to the end, He had the aura of a man. He didn't have the temperament of a delicate girl at all. And Jiaxin, who had taken advantage of Yi Qian's momentum to put on a show, turned around and looked at the instructor standing beside her. She said seriously, "Eavesdropping is not the behavior of a gentleman. Instructor, you're wrong. With your voice, even the class next door can hear you. Why would I need to eavesdrop?" The instructor was amused by her. She was also a very likable girl. As expected of one of the most important classes in the school. The students were all active and obedient. Compared to the classes of his other two comrades, she was much easier to teach. The boy in charge of the food had already heard the commotion behind him. Without saying anything, he helped Yi Qian to the side. The pile of food made the boy in front of him twitch his mouth. His face was full of doubt. "Bro, are you sure Yi Qian can finish it? Don't treat her as a boy's appetite." Chapter 6:11. If you can't finish it, you can save it for supper. You'll definitely wake up hungry at night. Another boy behind the boy felt that it was not a problem to save more food for Yi Qian. Class 1 was a science class, so it was natural for the boys to take care of the girls. Before they set off, Teacher Tong had said that the boys had to take care of the girls. And Jiaxin blushed at the instructor's teasing and immediately changed the topic. "Instructor, are you looking for Yi Qian? You guys chat, I'll go eat." "Oh my god, I'm so hungry." Forget about chatting with the instructor. She panicked when she saw the look in their eyes. As soon as she left, the instructor smiled at Yi Qian and said, "The instructor is looking for you. Let's talk while we eat." He was talking about them because the instructor saw the might of a soldier in Yi Qian and could no longer treat her as a student. Yi Qian got along with the instructor very naturally and did not feel any pressure. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll come over to look for the instructor later. Or will you bring me over? Just go to the front and get your food. I'll let the students know." The instructor did not dare to delay the instructor's instructions and said to the students who were already in line, "The instructor is looking for Yi Qian. Time is tight and we need to talk while we eat. Do you guys mind letting Yi Qian get his food first?" "Who would mind?" All of them said in unison, we don't mind at all." They all answered willingly. Even Meng Wen did not dare to say that she had an opinion. Her opinion was not important. If she stood out alone, she would become the public enemy of the entire class. After Yi Qian thanked her, he walked to the front to get his food. The boy in charge of getting his food immediately brought out the food he had prepared earlier and gave it to Yi Qian. "How about 2 big drumsticks? If it's not enough, I'll add more. We have plenty of drumsticks in our class." The military arranged the students' meals quite well and the portions were sufficient. It was just that there would be nothing left if they were late. The boys and girls were exhausted after a day's work. Even if they were picky eaters, they did not have that bad habit anymore. "You're so picky. If you're late, you'll be eating vegetables." The 2 chicken legs made Jiaxin's eyes pop out. She screamed and saw the fragrant braised chicken legs in the stainless steel tub filled with vegetables. She kept muttering, "I haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years. I have to eat my fill today." "You haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years, so you have to take it easy. Be careful not to stuff your stomach." Hearing her muttering, the boy joked, "There's a lot of food for dinner, and there's a 20 kilometers field training tomorrow. Tonight's dinner won't be full, but you'll be stuffed." Today's class was more harmonious than ever, and the relationships between the students were even closer than before. The instructor was not waiting for Yi Qian in the office. Instead, he was waiting for Yi Qian in the army cafeteria. At this time, it was dinner time for more than 1,000 soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. During the day, they were training on the obstacle course in front of them. They were not allowed to enter the field behind them, and the students were also not allowed to enter the field in front of them. As soon as Yi Qian entered the cafeteria with the instructor, her sharp ears and eyes heard a soldier say, she's coming, she's coming." Yi Qian, who was wearing the same army training uniform as she walked into the cafeteria full of soldiers, didn't look out of place. She was a soldier, just a soldier who had not yet been officially registered. Chapter 6:12. Eating in the army was not as noisy as eating in the school cafeteria. Although there was no fixed meal time, and sometimes the leaders of the army would say, "Eat slowly, eat slowly." But for the soldiers who were used to eating fast, a meal could still create an atmosphere of competence. It was not noisy, but there were still voices. They were not loud and were all soft. When Yi Qian walked past the rows of long tables, she could occasionally hear them talking, but it was all related to her. She doesn't look like a student. Look at her eyes. They are cold and hard, just like the brothers in the reconnaissance team. She also has the aura of a soldier when she walks. She definitely can't be a student. Lower your voice. Don't let the instructor hear you. The instructors had heard everything that they needed to hear. Several instructors had encountered a student who was even stronger than them. Cai Jian Cheng, who was the closest to her and had served for 3 years, had almost made a mistake. This was not something that an ordinary student could do. Her hands were definitely stained with blood. Otherwise, she would not have such a strong murderous aura. She would not have been able to pressure a veteran who had served for 3 years. Looking at Yi Qian, who looked straight ahead and treated the army as her home, and even the expression between her eyebrows was relaxed. This made the instructor even more certain that she must be a female soldier who had been trained in school. This kind of soldier was a true pillar of the army. Come, Yi Qian. Let's eat together and talk about 2 things while we're at it. When there was still more than a meter between them, the instructor stood up with a smile and warmly invited Yi Qian to sit across from her. She had seen the instructor, the regiment commander, Yi Qian, and even the major general. Facing the instructor of the anti-chemical regiment, Yi Qian's mental fortitude was definitely strong. She put the plate on the table, saluted, and said, "Reporting in." Only then did she sit down. When she sat down, she sat in the standard sitting posture of a soldier. Her back was straight, and her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was upright and showed the military etiquette that a soldier should have. When she walked out, she could not embarrass the Fujian town army. Yi Qian remembered this in her heart. Ha ha ha, relax, relax. It's time to rest. Let's relax and talk. Her attitude of always being prepared made the instructor even more satisfied. He sighed in his heart. Which troop chose this soldier? They made their move so early. Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents as he replied crisply, "Understood." Then, he immediately relaxed like an ordinary student. Even his gaze softened. "You didn't eat much. Do you want to add another dish?" While the instructors were chatting casually, Yi Qian was occasionally being scrutinized. He ate at a leisurely pace and answered calmly. About 2 minutes later, they got to the main topic. Elite soldiers. Flag protector. She was a little embarrassed to be a top student, but she had no problem being a flag protector. Instructor, it's a little unfair for me to win the elite cadet. I believe you've seen my situation. I really can't become the elite cadet. You have to choose someone else. I can be the flag guard. That's not a problem at all. Hearing this, the instructor was already used to it. He didn't treat Yi Qian as a student. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Are you afraid that others will have opinions about you becoming the elite cadet?" Yi Qian, trust me, no one in grade 2 will have any opinions. We will choose a boy from grade 3 and a girl from grade 2. How about this? There's also a student who will give a speech. Why don't you come up and give a speech? Chapter 613. Yi Qian wanted to tell the instructor that she didn't want to appear in front of the public, regardless of whether she was going to be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. After muttering to herself for a while, Yi Qian calmed down a little under the instructor's smiling gaze. "Instructor, I want to ask if there will be a group photo or something like that." This question had a deeper meaning. If Yi Qian was a normal student, it would be understandable, but Yi Qian wasn't. Therefore, after the instructor heard this, even the look in her eyes changed. She carefully studied Yi Qian again. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Yi Qian's hands again. However, she realized that at some point, her hands had been placed under the dining table. Because this is the first military training for middle school students in the entire province, it is of great significance. A group photo is essential. The instructor definitely wouldn't hide something like this. Based on her intuition as a soldier, Yi Qian must have her reasons for being so apprehensive. Her skills, her age, and her unusual behavior, these weren't innate. They were trained. In addition to what she said just now, the instructor could completely confirm that Yi Qian was a soldier who had been trained by the military to become an elite soldier. Yi Qian's dark brows furrowed slightly. She smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, instructor. I can't be an elite soldier or a flag bearer. I'm sorry for letting you down. I can understand. It's our fault for not thinking things through." However, the instructor's smile deepened. She revealed a smile that Yi Qian was very familiar with. It was like the mysterious smile on political commissar Yang's face. It was filled with the aura of a sly old fox. "We will definitely fulfill your request. You just don't want a group photo, right? Don't worry about that." Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't agree at all, but the instructor made it sound like she agreed. She smiled and said, "I realized that every political instructor is like a fox. They catch people off guard. I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already using the reason for my refusal as my request." Hearing this, the instructor laughed brightly. "Ha ha ha, no. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will do our best to fulfill your request. Your request is a small matter. There's no need for discussion. I can agree to it." When she said that every political instructor was like a fox, she was secretly telling him that she was indeed a soldier trained by another military unit. He was really envious. Which military unit had such good foresight? They even knew how to select soldiers in advance. However, Yi Qian might not be assigned to the unit after she joined the military. This matter was settled. To reassure Yi Qian, the instructor said, "The students will not take photos in secret. After the military training, we brought metal detectors of each to check every student's luggage to make sure they didn't bring any prohibited items." The management of the military in 1997 was very strict. As long as it was a military area, even the soldiers were not allowed to bring cameras into the camp. A few thousand students entered the anti-chemical regiment. Other than the routine inspection, the military secretly arranged for a second inspection without the students' knowledge. Chapter 614. Needless to say, they found 23 cameras, but they couldn't be used right now. Although the 23 cameras were still in the hands of the students, the soldiers in the army had tampered with them a little, so they couldn't be used even if they wanted to. Dinner didn't last long. The instructor didn't deliberately ask Yi Qian which army she was from, and the smart Yi Qian also hinted that she was indeed from a certain army. This was to tell the instructor that it was indeed inconvenient for her to say. After she left with the instructor of Class 1, the instructor returned to the regiment's office building and walked into an independent office. This was the office of the regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment. "This little girl is incredibly smart. She probably knew that I wanted to ask about her situation. She was great, saying that it was inconvenient to take photos to block me from asking about her situation. She also said that every political instructor has the attribute of an old fox. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting." She even took the initiative to admit that she was indeed trained by the army. The instructor who came in sat in the chair in front of the desk in the regiment commander's office. He laughed as he spoke to his old partner who was still immersed in work. There was a hint of jealousy in his words. The regiment commander, who was drafting a biochemical training plan for the regiment, raised his head from a pile of documents. The regiment commander had a square face. His skin was so dark that it contrasted sharply with the papers under his arm. He was in his early 40s, and there was already frost on his cold face. Hearing this, he raised his head from the plan. There was a smile in his eyes that hid his sharpness. He joked, "An hour ago, I advised you not to ask about it. The higher your expectations, the higher your disappointment. You're just looking for trouble for yourself. Also, don't spend all your time thinking about how to poach the elite soldiers from other armies to our regiment. Come, take a look at this plan. The higher-ups want to form an anti-chemical regiment that can go abroad to fight terrorism. As the largest anti-chemical regiment in the Nangguang military region, the backbone will be transferred from here. Take a look and then select a few to go. The instructor took the plan. After seeing the names on it, his face showed pain as if his flesh was being cut. You're really willing to part with them? These are all elite soldiers in the regiment. If you transfer them all away, aren't you gouging out my heart? My heartache is no less than yours. Let's go first. The regiment commander looked at the time, stretched his shoulders, and stood up. Take your time. I'm going to eat. At the same time, I'll take a look at how powerful that Yi Qian is to make you smell so sour like a pickled vegetable jar. It had only been a short while, yet he was already thinking about her to this extent. Tomorrow is the 20-kilometer field training. You can go and take a look yourself. It's rest time now. There's no training at night. The instructor looked at the 5-page plan and his expression gradually became serious. The setting sun shone through the glass, telling everyone that the 5th day of military training had ended. When Yi Ying came out of the infirmary, it was already past dinner time. Although it was past dinner time, the boy in charge of cooking still left a portion for her. When the burning clouds on the horizon gradually turned black, and the last faint golden light on the edge of the clouds disappeared, the sky was so dark that only a faint cyan color remained. After admiring the beautiful scenery of the fiery red clouds, the students of each class did not immediately return to the dormitory. Instead, they sat together in groups of 3 to 5 or sat together with the instructors and chatted happily. After a day of training, it was rare that they did not need to train at night. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces. Today's topic was mostly about Yi Qian. The instructors had received instructions from the instructor, so all of their answers were the same. Chapter 6:15. Some students have good comprehension skills and can grasp the essentials immediately. A few minutes of training is equivalent to a few days of training for others. Didn't you guys say that the girl from Year 2 Class 1 skipped a grade and went straight to Year 2? This kind of student must have good comprehension skills. The instructor's words were very credible. Most of the students chose to believe them and sighed. Sigh, this is a talent that can't be obtained through jealousy. How can she be so good at everything? I heard from her classmates that her speed in answering questions is enough to kill the whole class. But she's a good person. If there's a problem, they can just ask her. She's never refused. Also, they said that she never takes notes in class. Oh my God, what kind of IQ is this? She can understand it just by listening in class. I really want her to give me some brain cells. She's beautiful, good at studying, good-tempered, talented, and selfless to help her classmates. This kind of person is worthy of admiration. Hearing these comments, the instructors were surprised. Why does it sound like she's not an ordinary person? After hearing these comments, Yang Heng secretly curled his lips. He wanted to say that not only that, Yi Qian's memory and observation skills were outstanding. Thousands of people's brains might not be able to compare to her. Tomorrow was the field training, and they were going to walk on some mountain roads. Yang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a little darkness flashed across his eyes. He stood up. Hey, where are you going? The classmate sitting beside him asked. Let's go. Together. Yang Heng had already started walking and said lazily, not together. I'm going to walk alone and then go straight back to the dormitory. Don't tell me you're going to find that student from Year 2 Class 1? Fuck, bring me along too. The boy laughed. He was just saying it. Yang Heng was a good person, but he was a little arrogant. Arrogant people usually meant what they said. If he said he was going to walk alone, then no one would be able to follow him. Gazing at the stars in the mountains was a very enjoyable thing, but Yao Jing felt so restless that she wanted to throw a tantrum. Hearing her classmates talking about Year 2 Class 1's Yi Qian, Yao Jing's expression turned extremely ugly. When Yao Jing heard her good friend Wang Dandan praise Yi Qian, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She stood up calmly and said to Wang Dandan, I'm going for a walk. Oh, go ahead then. Wang Dandan looked up and reminded her with a smile, there are snakes in the mountains. The students in Class 4 were almost bitten by a snake last night. Be careful and don't go too far. A snake. Hearing those words, Yao Jing's eyes dimmed before she smiled. I'm just walking along the track. Let's go, I'll go back to the dorm myself later. There were running tracks in the front and back of the anti-chemical regiment's field. There were street lamps at a certain distance. It was cool in the mountains. Most of the students who had just finished bathing were strolling and chatting on the running tracks. Yang Heng and Yi Qian were also strolling on the running tracks. They were talking about tomorrow's training. He was there to remind Yi Qian to be careful of Luo Ran's tricks. There were plenty of opportunities for him to do so during the 20-kilometer training. But to Yarrow Jing, what she saw was Yang Heng's smile towards Yi Jian. Although it was not a bright smile, it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that she had never seen before. Hiding behind the lamppost, her eyes followed the two strolling figures closely. The hatred in her eyes was like rolling dark clouds, so dark that it seemed like a storm would come in the next second. Chapter 6:16. Yi Qian didn't expect Yang Heng to come looking for her at night. If it wasn't for him, she would have already returned to her dorm to rest. Most of the troops stationed in the mountainous areas were surrounded by mountains and rivers. The anti-chemical regiment was no exception. Although it wasn't as quiet as the troops in Fujian town, it was still much quieter than the nights in the city. It was a tranquility that could remove all the impatience in one's heart. You really didn't have to specially come over to remind me. You can't use soft methods to deal with people like Luo Ran. You have to use hard methods. Under the dim light, Yi Qian's expression was cold as she spoke. Her back was always straight, and every step she took was calm and confident. You couldn't see the slightest bit of fear or lack of confidence in her words and actions. This Yi Qian had long been reborn. She was no longer the gentle Yi Qian from her previous life who knew she was powerless and wanted to reduce her presence. She could be as bright as the sun in 1 second and as pure as the moon in the next. She seemed to have changed a lot, but in reality, she was still the strong Yi Qian who worked hard to live for herself. Yang Heng looked at the girl who was as elegant as the mountains and rivers at night. However, the image of Yi Qian standing under the bright sun during the day flashed through his mind. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He wanted to ask her what she had experienced to be able to perform so well today. But then he thought about it. With his current status, the two of them weren't close enough to talk about such personal matters. He smiled and said, "I was shocked by you during the day, so I came over to take a look at you at night. You're now the talk of the town. Before I came to find you, the class was in full swing discussing you." It was the same in Luo Ran's class. At the mention of Luo Ran, the two of them frowned slightly. Yang Heng's tone gradually turned cold. "You don't have to worry about it when we're back at school. No matter how brave Luo Ran is, he has to shrink back in school." Yang Heng's mind was much more mature than his age. A 16 or 17-year-old youth had a rigorous mind and could hit the nail on the head. He'll go abroad in the first half of the 3rd year of high school and directly go abroad in the second half of the year. I've been in school for less than a year. Sometimes, it's better to bear with it. Luo Ran was an extreme person. He was vengeful and narrow-minded. As long as Yi Qian did something even more humiliating to him, the target of his hatred would immediately shift away from Yi Qian. Now, Yang Heng had such a plan. He was still considering whether or not to tell Yi Qian. He didn't know if she would accuse him of being a busybody. Seeing that they had already walked half a lap around the field, Yang Heng pondered for a while and said in a low voice, "This kind of thing has to be solved first. I plan to do something when I get back to school to divert his attention. Didn't you say that as long as I can solve the problem, I won't refuse? Leave Luo Ran's matter to me. It's better if I deal with it personally." After he finished speaking, Yi Qian turned to look at him. There was a trace of undisguised surprise in his bright eyes. Yang Heng burst into laughter. "Why do you have such an expression on your face? Why are you so surprised? Did you think I was just saying that casually?" Just as he said, Yi Qian did think he was just joking. That day when they met at the school canteen, he said that if she had any difficulties in the future, she would look for him. To be honest, Yi Jian did not take it seriously at that time. Chapter 6:17. Yang Heng wasn't bad, but he was still a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Sometimes, he would act on impulse and say extreme things. Now that she heard what he said, she knew he was serious. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Jian suddenly raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the two lampposts in front of her. As a sniper, she could immediately detect if someone was secretly watching her. Now, her sniper's keen senses were telling her that someone was watching her. Yaro Jing didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly raise his head and look in her direction. Her heart tightened, and she leaned toward the lamppost and retracted her gaze. What she saw was that Yi Jian was surprised by Yang Heng's words. She turned her head to look at Yang Heng, and the surprise in her eyes was met with Yang Heng's laughter. In Yaro Jing's eyes, it was Yang Heng's smile. It was a smile she had never seen before, and it was a smile directed at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, I can't stand you anymore. Yaro Jing chuckled. She clenched her hand into a fist and pressed it against the cool lamppost. Her voice was soft but cold as she said, I have to let you know that there are some people you can't befriend just because you want to. Seeing the two of them stop facing each other, Yaro Jing retreated step by step. She quickly hid in the darkness and left. So it's her. Yi Jian retracted her gaze and smiled at Yang Heng, who was oblivious to her presence. After your fight with Luo Ran, Yaro Jing came to my class the next day to look for me. Yang Heng, you can probably guess the reason. Also, I heard that Yaro Jing forced a girl with good grades to drop out of middle school. Half a month before that, you and that girl just finished hosting the school's anniversary celebration. She didn't have to say it clearly. With Yang Heng's intelligence, he knew what she was trying to say. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his youthful and handsome face. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but that he didn't want to think too deeply about it. Humans had an instinctive resistance to things they didn't like. Yi Qian felt a little sad for Yaro Jing. Even her childhood sweetheart had fallen out with her. It could be seen that she was the best at putting on an act, but if she had too many bad intentions, no one would have a good impression of her. She was standing under the lamppost earlier. She left 1 minute ago. Yi Qian didn't want Yaro Jing to hold a grudge against him for no reason. This girl was much more scheming than Yi Ying, but it was too late to say that now. She was already holding a grudge against him. Yang Heng was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, she's very possessive since she was young. Even if his toy was broken or lost, he would never give it to others. The older they get, the more extreme they become. Even my parents are a little scared when they see them. Yi Ying is quite capable. She managed to keep Yaro Jing in check so that Yaro Jing has nowhere to vent her anger. That's probably it. Seeing you here gave her an excuse to get angry. Yang Heng's eyebrows were cold and sharp, and there was even a trace of disgust. Forget it, let's not talk about her. I'll look for you less in the future. I don't want to cause trouble for you. To force a boy to the point where he couldn't even have a normal conversation with a girl, Yaro Jing's possessiveness was indeed terrifying. 7 o'clock in the evening was when the stars were dotted with stars. Under the urging of the instructor, the students who were taking a walk to enjoy the cool air began to head back to the dormitory. Near the edge of the forest, a few figures flashed by under the light and entered the forest. Chapter 618. What are these students doing in the middle of the night? The soldier sitting in front of the monitor immediately took a screenshot and zoomed in when he saw several figures flash by. He saw several boys entering the forest together. He switched the camera again and saw that these students did not enter the restricted area. He picked up the walkie-talkie and put it back on the table. Instead, he contacted the sentry post. Sentry post 8, 6 students entered the northwest corner. Pay close attention. Sentry post 8 received. Paying close attention. A second later, there was a reply. The sentry did not make any other movements after entering the forest, but the boys sitting together seemed to be discussing something. At 8:30 in the evening, the horn was blown to remind all the students to go back to the dormitory to rest and prepare for tomorrow's field training. Field training was a part of the training in the army. It was very common in the field forces. After an emergency assembly, all the members of the army would be pulled out into the wild for mobility training. Sometimes, in the army, the field training process would also be combined with many different types of training. The field training arranged for all the high school students this time did not have many different types of training. In the middle of the training, there was an air defense evacuation and a quick pass event, as well as a final event. It was also the long-awaited target practice. The students who had not yet returned to the dormitory hurried back. The boys who had just been sitting together in the forest and whispering under the watchful eyes of the sentry stood up one by one. It's all set. Do a good job tomorrow. If anything happens, don't worry, Luo Ran, will take care of it. Luo Ran's eyes were dark and fierce as he warned the boys, if this succeeds, there will be a lot of benefits. If it doesn't, I won't blame you, but all of you better keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, Luo Ran, will turn against you. Liao Jian did not nod and only stared at Luo Ran. Even the moonlight could not penetrate the forest, so naturally, no one could see the expression on his face. While the other boys patted their chests and promised, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Who said the students from number 16 high school were bad? Damn it. The students from number 1 high school were the real bad ones. One by one, they walked out of the forest and returned to their dormitory, quietly waiting for tomorrow's field training. When they walked out of the forest, Yi Ying and Yarrow Jing, who had been sitting on the lawn, did not get up until they were out of sight. Let's see if they can get it done tomorrow. Yarrow Jing's smile was a little cold. She shook the belt in her hand and smiled at Yi Ying. How confident do you think Luo Ran is? How confident were they? The corners of Yi Ying's mouth twitched, but she also smiled slightly. I don't know. You saw Yi Qian's behavior during the day. I also advised Luo Ran to be less impulsive, but he didn't listen. Ying, why didn't I hear you trying to persuade him? It seems like you can't wait to teach your sister a lesson tonight. Facing Yarrow Jing's provocation, Yi Ying was much calmer than facing Yi Qian. She said slowly, Jing, you made me see you in a different light just now. Even I was a little scared when you attacked. I don't want you to be afraid. I want Yi Qian to be afraid. Alright, we're good friends. If anything happens tomorrow, it has nothing to do with us, right? As Yarrow Jing spoke, she suddenly held Yi Ying's hand. Her grip was strong, just like Yarrow Jing herself. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us, right, Ying? Chapter 619. Her grip was strong, but Yi Ying didn't seem to be affected at all. She smiled and said, of course. How would we know what the boys are up to? She didn't know what happened to Yarrow Jing tonight. She was still looking for her everywhere, but now Yarrow Jing was looking for her. No matter what happened, she wanted to drag Yarrow Jing down with her to deal with Yi Jian, that wretched girl. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to drag Wang Dandan and Lamai into this. A student ran past them in a hurry. Then, the instructor's voice came from behind them. They realized that it was a school couple who ran past them. They probably did something naughty and got caught red-handed by the instructor. The instructor's footsteps came from behind them. The two let go of each other at the same time. They didn't even say goodbye and went back to their own dorms. In the dormitory, Yi Jian was chatting happily with the girls in her class. She had gone through several field training in the army. The field training in the army was much more tiring than the field training of the students. Naturally, she had a wealth of field training experience. Fill the water bottle with water. If you don't mind, just sleep in your clothes. Tomorrow, when the signal rings, just get up and make the bed. It saves you the time to put on your clothes. Put the towel and toothbrush in the cup in advance. Get up and take the cup to wash your face and brush your teeth. Loosen the laces on your shoes in advance. Those with long hair can braid it so that your hair won't be messy tomorrow morning. Take a comb and comb it a little. It saves you another minute. Put your belt and water bottle together. After washing your face and brushing your teeth, fasten your belt and carry the water bottle. I guarantee that we can all rush to the field in 3 minutes. She explained carefully. All the girls listened attentively. Some of them even simulated it to avoid making mistakes. They were all girls in the same class. Even Meng Wen, who liked to criticize Yi Qian in her studies, listened attentively. She even took out her notebook to write down everything Yi Qian said. This was a girl who was always afraid of losing. Other than always putting herself in a position of opposition to Yi Qian, she had never been like Yi Ying, who would do anything to win. Yi Qian did not take her actions during the day to heart. It was human nature to be competitive. Moreover, she had joined halfway through, so it was normal for those students who had some opinions about her to suspect her. At the very least, they had voiced their opposition directly, unlike Yi Ying, who was constantly trying to frame him. I just checked the time. It's really fast. You must sleep with your clothes on. Braid her hair. We can save at least 1 to 2 minutes. According to what he had just said, all the girls in the class unanimously agreed that Yi Qian's method was very, very good. And Jusin threw herself onto her bed without even drying her hair. Like a puppy that had just come out of its nest, she hummed comfortably and said, thinking about how I can sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow, this kind of life is really wonderful. Sighs of regret rose and fell one after another, all of them thinking that they could sleep in for 2 more minutes tomorrow. By the time Yi Ying returned to the dormitory, some of the girls had already fallen asleep. The ones who hadn't fallen asleep were still combing their hair, braiding their hair, or loosening their shoelaces. Where did you go for a walk? You're the only one who didn't return to the dormitory. You don't have to participate in the field training tomorrow, right? Yi Ying's popularity in the class was not so bad that no one paid attention to her. She was used to being a good person, so she would not let herself be isolated and helpless. Facing her classmates' concern, she smiled and said, I haven't recovered from the heat stroke in the afternoon, so I went outside to get some fresh air. Of course I'll participate tomorrow. This is the biggest group activity in our class. I don't want to miss it. Chapter 620. She then saw a few girls roll their still wet towels into their mouthwash cups. Seeing that almost all of them were doing the same, she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? The towels will get germs if they're rolled up like that. Isn't there training tomorrow? Yi Qian's teaching saved us a lot of time. It's really useful. It's good that it's useful. It's just for 1 night, so it doesn't matter if there's germs. Just rinse it in the water. Yi Ying, you have to prepare for tomorrow's training. Yi Qian's teaching is really useful. Another girl smiled as she replied. She put down the cup with her towel and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Not bad. At least I won't have to look for a towel tomorrow morning. Now, no matter where she went, she would hear Yi Qian everywhere. Yi Ying felt her ears prickle when she heard that and clenched her fists. She smiled and said, that's a good idea. Is there anything else? Her gaze was like a maggot attached to a bone. She had already looked around the large bunk room, but she still didn't see Yi Qian. She didn't look for him anymore. Her lips curled into a strange smile as she began to try out all the methods Yi Qian had taught her. Tonight, it was going to be peaceful. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Before the horizon turned white, the tranquility of the anti-chemical regiment was broken by a sharp and urgent whistle. Yi Qian immediately got up from his bed when the whistle sounded. The first thing he did was to turn on the lights and wake up the students beside him. Hurry up and get up. We have 5 minutes to gather. As he spoke, he had already started to spread out the blankets. When the girls on the left and right woke up, they saw Yi Qian folded into a square, flat, and angular tofu. When they looked at Yi Qian again, their eyes were full of admiration. Oh my, Yi Qian, where did you learn this from? This works too. I'm learning on the spot. Keep up with your actions. Try to gather downstairs in 3 minutes. Yi Qian didn't take the initiative to help his classmates. It was just like some things where you didn't think you were helping others by extending a hand. Sometimes, it was just another way to attack others. He had good intentions but ended up doing bad things. Only after thinking about it carefully would he know whether he should take action or not. There were no strict requirements for folding the blankets. All they had to do was follow the steps. Thus, everyone casually folded the blankets and followed Yi Qian to wash up. When the boys and girls from the other classes ran over while buttoning their clothes, belts, and shoes, the girls of Year 2 Class 1 stood in a neat row, looking refreshed. As for the boys, they were probably stimulated by Yi Qian yesterday. When they chatted at night, Yi Qian also said a few words. Early in the morning, the class monitor, Lu Xin, took the lead. Every group leader was in charge, and they were also the first to arrive at the field. Commissar Yang had said that Yi Qian's unit was definitely a very cohesive unit. It was no exception in class. She used her own charisma to gather the strength of the entire class and twist it into a rope without saying too much or showing too much. Seeing that all the students of Year 2 Class 1 were neat and tidy, with no one late or procrastinating, the students from the other classes wanted to secretly compete with them but also felt a little apprehensive. With Yi Qian around, it was as if they had a stabilizing force. They couldn't be shaken. After gathering and reporting, the students of Year 2 Class 1 took the bright red flag from the instructor and headed deep into the mountains to begin the training of their willpower and physique.